Chapter 443. Who was the one who said earlier that he wanted to kill my people? A cold voice came from the sky. A cold shout came from the sky. The despairing expressions of some of the people struggling in the fire and ruins in the countless cities around 9-5 Island suddenly froze. It's the Emperor. It's the Emperor's voice. The Emperor is back. The Emperor is back. Save us, Your Majesty. The people's joyful cries came from the surroundings. Earlier the countless people despaired. Even the Crown Prince's ritual array could not do anything about it. The strong immortals of the imperial court fled in all directions as the other party killed them. They were doomed. However, at this moment the Emperor returned. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Bingheim waved her sleeve. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly, nearly 10,000 jackdaws flew out of Bingheim's sleeve. The jackdaws gave off a large amount of cold chi. Bingheim waved her hand and the 10,000 jackdaws instantly dove down, heading for the burning area in the city. Gu Hai used the ritual array to clear the smoke. However, there were still many burning areas in the surroundings that had not been cleared yet. In a city, the jackdaws flew over a large fire. Buzz. Suddenly, heavy snow started falling in that area. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the fire was extinguished and turned into ice. Although the people felt cold, they managed to survive. The jackdaws walked out of the rubble, shivering. Whoa! The jackdaws quickly flew to the next area. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. The countless saved people bowed gratefully. Now that the people were saved, Gu Hai snorted coldly, and the surrounding battles came to an end. At the soaring palace hall's plaza, Imperial Father is back. Gu Qin showed joy on his face. Gao Xinji and Qin Tianshan smiled as well. Gu Hai. What's the point of him returning? Ao Shun said with a frown as he shook his head. When His Majesty returns, everything will be solved. Gao Xinji said in a deep voice. At this moment, Gao Xinji had already reached a point of blind trust in Gu Hai. Naturally, she didn't believe Ao Shun's words. How many years has Gu Hai been cultivating? The last time I was here, Gu Hai only used a scheme and made a lot of arrangements. Could it be that he can still make arrangements now? His opponent is Jioming, the Jioming who opened the Celestial Palace 800 years ago. Ao Shun shook his head in disbelief. We all believe in Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan shook his head. High up in the sky, Gu Hai stood at the front of the flying ship and looked down coldly. To be more precise, he was looking coldly at Jioming, who was outside the enchantment of the palace. Jioming stopped attacking the barrier of the Imperial Palace. He raised his head and looked at the sky coldly. When he looked up, he happened to meet Gu Hai's gaze. For some reason, when they looked at each other, he suddenly felt a great chill go straight to the depths of his heart, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Gu Hai. Ah. Jioming sneered disdainfully. Looking at the large number of jackdaws flying around, Jioming raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Bingheim is here too? Jioming didn't seem to care about Bingheim. However, when he looked at the group of angels behind Gu Hai's flying ship, he realized that dozens of them were injured, and they were looking at the flying ship with fear? A bunch of good-for-nothings. Are you afraid of Bingheim? Jioming said coldly. After looking at them, Jioming looked coldly at Gu Hai again. However, at this moment, Gu Hai didn't pay attention to Jioming anymore. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. The sudden change caused all the battles to stop. Your Majesty. In the distance, the island masters who were being chased looked at Gu Hai and suddenly revealed a trace of excitement. 300 island masters. Even if they were from Solar Divine Palace, even if they hadn't seen Gu Hai before, they still chose to stand on the side of the Han Dynasty. This was rare and commendable. Some of them did so because they worshipped Gu Hai. On the Divine Continent, Gu Hai's achievements made the island masters see the hope of the Thousand Islands Sea. They joined the Dahan without hesitation. As for the other 500 island masters, they were all opportunists. When they saw the rapid rise of the Han Dynasty, they just wanted to get a share of the pie. In such a short time, the Han Dynasty was extremely lucky. Because they were opportunists, they immediately chose to give up when they encountered danger. Gu Hai was back. The 300 island masters who were loyal were naturally overjoyed. However, the island masters who changed sides had complicated expressions. There were also some Golden Core Realm warriors who were fighting in the surroundings. They all had the same complicated expressions. Gu Hai scanned the crowd but did not express his opinion. Then Gu Hai looked at the Black Tortoise who was not far away. The battle of the Xuanwu clan was not that intense. Perhaps because they were of the same clan they did not kill. Only Miao Chen and Cui Tong fought ferociously. Your Majesty. Miao Chen's face suddenly lit up with joy. Gu Hai looked at Cui Tong coldly and narrowed his eyes. When I am not at home, you people dare to cause trouble in the Dahan. Today no one can leave. Gu Hai glared, his cold gaze turning even colder. Jiao Ming revealed a cold smile. Hiding behind a woman? What a joke. Do you think that Bingheim can protect you? Jiao Ming thought that Gu Hai was going to let Bingheim deal with him. Hence, his eyes were full of mockery. However, Bingheim did not say anything. She stood behind Gu Hai and only looked at Jiao Ming with disdain. Your Majesty, do you need to hide behind me? You just came from the Solar Divine Palace, right? You are Gu Hai? You killed my younger brother, Cui Tai. Cui Tong suddenly glared. Boom. Cui Tong's figure flashed as he charged toward Gu Hai. Stop. Miao Chen's expression changed as he chased after Cui Tong. Although Miao Chen believed in Gu Hai's ability, he did not know how strong Gu Hai was. After all, Gu Hai had only been in the cultivation world for a few years. Cui Tong charged over aggressively. In the distance, Jiao Ming revealed a cold smile. Perhaps Cui Tong alone was enough. If he captured Gu Hai, he would be able to capture Ao Shan easily. Cui Tong charged over with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai's expression turned gloomy. Miao Chen, did that person hurt my people just now? Miao Chen, who had chased over, was slightly stunned. Why was the emperor not hiding at this time? However, since the emperor asked, Miao Chen could only nod. Earlier, when Cui Tong attacked on the ground, the shockwaves were huge. In that direction, at least 100 people died at his hands. I lured him into the sky to fight, so it was better. Your Majesty, be careful. Although this Cui Tong's strength has declined like mine, he is still at the Sky Palace realm. Furthermore, he is slightly stronger than Cui Tai. Miao Chen was anxious. Miao Chen followed Cui Tong. Cui Tong must have reached the flying ship first. Gu Hai looked in the direction Miao Chen pointed and saw a small town in the distance. Indeed, half of it had been washed clean. There was a large amount of blood on the ground. At the same time, a large number of people rushed over, crying as they hugged the broken corpses on the ground. Father. Father. Don't die. Don't die. Sup. Sup. My son. With the death of a close relative, these people could not care about the danger at all. They cried miserably. Even from far away, Gu Hai felt like he could hear them. Gu Hai's expression turned sinister as he looked at the charging Cui Tong. Good. 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 My people are just weeds in your eyes? Gu Hai said in a cold tone. As Gu Hai spoke, he tightened his grip on the life-killing saber's handle again. They are not weeds, just ants. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself, Gu Hai. Why are they your people? If they were not your people, they would not have died. Only 100 people died. Is that not enough? Since you killed my younger brother, I will exterminate your entire clan. Cui Tong said with a ferocious expression as he glared. Miao Chen felt horrified. Bingheim, quickly. Quickly protect His Majesty. Quickly. What are you in a daze for? Miao Chen felt very anxious. However, Bingheim continued standing behind Gu Hai, showing no intention of stepping forward. As Cui Tong approached Gu Hai, the horrifying aura of the lower heavenly palace spread out, stirring up a storm in the air. Cui Tong stretched out his hand to grab Gu Hai. Your Majesty, be careful. The countless Dahan officials on 9-5 Island exclaimed. However, Jiao Ming's expression turned sullen. That should not be the case. Why does Gu Hai not have any intention of dodging? Why is his gaze turning increasingly cold? The lives of my people are 1,000 times more valuable than yours. Gu Hai suddenly took a step forward. When Gu Hai took that step, his aura suddenly soared. The Yuanying state? Jiao Ming felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai reached the Yuanying state so quickly? Didn't he just enter the cultivation world a few years ago? So what if it is the Yuanying state? How ridiculous. Cui Tong's palm had already closed in. Zhoutian-san. Whoosh. Like a purple sun, Xiao Qin instantly released a dazzling purple light. The boundless purple light burst out, so bright that countless people could not open their eyes. Only Jiao Ming, Miao Chen, and Cui Tong could vaguely see a large amount of saber chi around Gu Hai. The saber chi gathered at the life-killing saber in his hand. Then, he chopped down at Cui Tong's manifested palm with the might of commanding a large army. His aura suddenly erupted several times? Jiao Ming goggled. What saber technique is that? Miao Chen's expression changed. However, Cui Tong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The threat of death made the hair on his back stand on end. This This is not real. Chui Tong's eyes widened in despair. Honk. A loud sound rang out and the purple light instantly vanished. The life-killing saber returned to its original position. Miao Qin froze in midair, his eyes wide open. Below, Jiuming Ao Shun, the 800 Island Masters, and the group of Xuanwu showed incredulous expressions. No, impossible. Ao Shun exclaimed, his eyes wide open. However, he saw a large amount of blood mist and shattered corpses exploding between Miao Qin and Gu Hai in the air after Gu Hai sheathed his saber. Chui Tong disappeared, leaving behind only the shattered corpses. Shattered corpses? Why did Chui Tong disappear? Everyone shuddered at his words. In a head-on clash, Gu Hai chopped Chui Tong, who opened the heavenly palace, into pieces with one saber strike? No wonder Ao Shun goggled in disbelief. This is impossible. How many years has it been? A few years ago, Gu Hai could only act mysterious in front of me. A few years later, Gu Hai chopped open the heavenly palace with one saber strike? Although that Chui Tong's strength was only at the initial stage of entering the heavenly palace, he still opened the heavenly palace. No wonder Bingheim did not move when she stood behind Gu Hai. It turned out that she knew Gu Hai's strength and was not worried at all. Jiuming's eyelids twitched. This is impossible. Chui Tong. Chui Tong. The surrounding angels widened their eyes. In the distance, the 500 island masters who had just betrayed the Han dynasty felt a chill in their hearts. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The surrounding officials shouted excitedly. After chopping apart Chui Tong with one saber strike, Gu Hai looked around coldly. Earlier, Gu Hai's gaze was only cold. However, now Gu Hai's gaze turned sinister in the eyes of the surrounding experts. That was a gaze that said, "Kill whoever you catch." Chapter 444. He killed Chui Tong with one slash. The eyelids of the island masters, who had turned against Jiuming, twitched wildly. They suddenly realized that they had done something wrong. In the distance, Chui Tong's Xuanwu subordinates all widened their eyes in disbelief. The surrounding angels did not know what to do. They all looked at Jiuming. Jiuming's face was gloomy. How could he have known that Gu Hai's strength had reached such a level? Emperor? You. Miao Qin widened his eyes in shock. Chui Tong's strength was on par with his. If it were me, the Emperor would only need one slash to deal with me, right? No wonder Bingheim did not make a move. What had the Emperor experienced in the past few years? How could his strength have reached such a level? Gu Hai raised his head and looked at the angel in the sky. He extended his hand and took out a marionette pole. Total annihilation? No, it's a replica. That. Jiuming widened his eyes. He saw Gu Hai reach out and swing his hand. Swoosh. Suddenly, more than 2,000 thin strings shot out from the marionette pole. In the blink of an eye, they rushed toward the angels. Oh no, stop. Jiuming widened his eyes and soared into the sky. Ah. The angry screams of more than 2,000 angels came from all directions. With a swing of the marionette pole, all the angels were under control. There were more than 2,000 of them in the Yuanying state. Humph, you came to my Dahan and hurt my people? I already said that none of you can think of leaving today. Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, a huge flame rushed out from his hand. Eternal divine fire. Boom. It followed the thin strings of the marionette pole and rushed toward the angels. Ah, this is bad. Leader, help. What kind of flame is this? It can't be extinguished. Eternal divine fire? Is this the eternal divine fire? All the angels were anxious. Use the holy light flame to block it. Use the holy light flame to block it. An angel shouted. Who? All of a sudden, white flames burst out from the angels' bodies and blocked the undying divine fire. However, the undying divine fire didn't extinguish. It simply burned the angels' bodies and onto the white flames. The angels' expressions changed upon hearing this. Not extinguished? How is that possible? The undying divine fire is burning the holy light aura. Once the holy light aura stops burning, it will burn us. What should we do? Holy flame consumes a lot of energy, I won't be able to hold on for long. The angels looked anxious, but Gu Hai suddenly pulled them back. Boom. All the angels were immediately manipulated by Gu Hai. Like marionettes, they grabbed their swords and slashed at Jiuming, who was charging at them. No. Leader, we're out of control. We're not the ones who want to attack you. The angels' expressions changed. The 2,000 angels surrounded Jiuming, who was flying over, and slashed at him with their swords. Jianghu, who was surrounded by a group of angels, had a change in expression. He snorted coldly and a dazzling white light burst out from his body. Boom! A powerful aura burst out and formed a storm, sending the angels who were charging at him flying. Jianghu's body emitted a sun-like holy radiance, and 2 pairs of wings appeared on his back. An aura that was several times stronger than Chui Tong's was released. Lower Celestial Palace middle stage? Miao Chen's expression darkened as he stood in front of Gu Hai. Oh, it's slightly stronger than that thing just now. Gu Hai said coldly. Don't compare me with that idiot Chui Tong. Yuanying state? How many more slashes can you make with that one slash? Let me tell you the difference between opening the Celestial Palace and not opening the Celestial Palace. Jianghu glared as a holy light sword appeared in his hand. He waved his hand. The world suddenly brightened up. Holy light cage, purify the flames. Jianghu pointed his sword. Boom. A white flame seemed to emerge from the sword. The moment the flame appeared, it emitted a soul-stirring aura that swept toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Holy flame? You actually cultivated the holy flame? No, that's impossible. Only the 6-winged angel can have it. Did you seal it in your sword? Miao Chen's expression darkened. Miao Chen extended his hand and struck at the white flame that was charging toward him. The palm energy collided with the white flame. A loud sound rang out as the palm energy exploded. The white flame rushed toward Miao Chen like a hot knife through butter. Boom. Ah. Miao Chen was instantly sent flying while vomiting blood. His body was instantly burned by the holy flame and blood splattered everywhere. Miao Chen was sent flying, but he did not forget to shout, "Emperor, be careful." Jianghu revealed a cold smile. This is what the 2nd young master gave me. Do you think you can break the 2nd young master's holy flame? With a cold smile, 9 Cries pointed his sword at the ancient sea above the flying ship. Undying divine flame? Ha! Let's see if your undying divine flame is more powerful than my holy flame. Break for me. Jianghu shouted coldly. Boom. A huge fireball with a diameter of 300 meters charged at Gu Hai. Jianghu was confident that the 6-winged angel's holy flame was stronger than the undying divine flame. No one here could block the 2nd young master's holy flame. However, Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. He held the life-punishing saber with one hand and pointed with the other. Whoosh. Suddenly, a small flame emerged from Gu Hai's fingertip. The small flame, which looked like a candle flame, surged toward the 300-meter-tall holy flame. Ah. You overestimate yourself. You want to deal with my holy flame with just a small flame? Do you think you are the Samadhi true flame? Jianghu mocked as he charged over. Jianghu was confident that the 300-meter-tall holy flame would not only destroy Gu Hai but also burn that flying ship. It did not matter if Jianghu killed Gu Hai. Once Gu Hai died, these people would not be in the mood to capture Ao Shun. Moreover, Jianghu was the one who brought Chui Tong here. Although he looked down on Chui Tong, he still had to give those Xuanwu people an explanation. Die Gu Hai. Boom. The huge holy flame swept across. Jianghu did not care about the small flame that Gu Hai pointed out at all. However, at this moment, the small flame collided with the huge holy flame. The moment the small flame and the holy flame came into contact. Bang! The white holy flame suddenly burned. That was right. That strange scene was burning. In just an instant, the white sacred flame was completely burned red. It was as if the white holy flame was the fuel for the small flame. In an instant, the holy flame was burned out, leaving only the small flame flying toward Jianghu. Impossible. How could it be gone? Jianghu widened his eyes in disbelief. How could the 300-meter-tall holy flame disappear just like that? Miao Chen, who was covered in blood from the collision, also looked confused. Fire? That was right. The small flame was the Samadhi true flame. Gu Hai could not absorb it for the time being, but he could throw some of it out. In front of the Samadhi true flame, the holy flame could not withstand a single blow. Gu Hai had never seen a flame that could surpass the Samadhi true flame. The remaining Samadhi true flame reached Jianghu in the blink of an eye. Jianghu still did not believe it and slashed at the flame with his sword. The long sword and the flame came into contact. The long sword suddenly exploded, and the flame instantly burned Jianghu's arm. Boom. The remaining Samadhi true flame suddenly exploded. Ah! Jianghu flew backward in pain. His entire right arm was blown up by the flame. The small flame had used up its last bit of energy, but the destruction it caused almost everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill in their hearts. Jiuming, that was Jiuming at the middle stage of the lower celestial palace. A small flame? Yet it made him so miserable? Zhou Tian-san. However, Gu Hai did not spare him and slashed at him again. The previous scene suddenly repeated itself. The purple light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. No. Bastard. Jiuming cried out. Boom. A loud sound rang out. The purple light dissipated. Jiuming did not die. Zhou Tian-san could kill early-stage lower celestial palace cultivators, but he was not strong enough to kill middle-stage lower celestial palace cultivators. Jiuming already had one arm broken. Now 3 of his 4 wings were shattered. His body was badly mangled as he weakly retreated into the distance. Oh, you are still alive? Humph. With a cold snort, Gu Hai was about to charge forward again. However, Jiuming suddenly shivered, not daring to continue fighting. Boom. Jiuming fled into the distance. Gu Hai, you are dead. You are dead. Second young master will not let you off. Second young master's projection is in the Thousand Islands Sea. You are dead. I will tell second young master. He will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Jiuming roared in grief and indignation. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Jiuming turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew into the distance. Where are you going? Miao Chen glared and gave chase. At this moment, Jiuming was severely injured. It looked like Miao Chen would catch up to him soon. And you, Miao Chen, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. Arg. The badly mangled Jiuming roared angrily. Bang. Jiuming's last remaining wing immediately burned, sending white energy into Jiuming's body. Jiuming's speed suddenly soared. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Jiuming pulled away from Miao Chen and disappeared into the horizon. Humph. Angel's wings burning technique? Consider yourself fast. Miao Chen snorted coldly in dissatisfaction as he flew back. At this moment, the group of island masters Xuanwu Ao Shun and the others goggled in shock. Killing Cui Tong with one saber strike was already unacceptable. However, in the blink of an eye, Shao Qing killed Jiuming with one saber strike. There was also that flame. Is this the Gu Hai in our memories? Did the Dahan Emperor really just enter the cultivation world a few years ago? In the past few years, Gu Hai's strength increased to such a monstrous level. Does this mean that we have been cultivating for hundreds of years for nothing? This does not make sense. Miao Qin, who flew back, also showed a confused expression. However, he felt even more excited. Indeed, a prime chose him. A prime's judgment is indeed better than mine. While everyone was still in shock, the group of angels could not control their bodies and showed expressions of despair. Leader is gone. What should we do? Now it is your turn. Gu Hai showed a cold expression as he looked at the 4 Directions Island Masters. The 500 Island Masters who had turned against Shao Chen suddenly shivered. Chapter 445. Now it's your turn. Gu Hai showed a cold expression as he looked at the 4 Island Masters. The 500 defecting Island Masters suddenly shivered. Shao Chen controlled the marionettes, and the 2,000 angels immediately swooped down, charging at the 4 Island Masters. Quickly run. The expressions of all 500 island owners who had turned against Wuxia changed instantly, as they began to flee in all directions in panic. Cui Tong died and Jiuming fled miserably. The 2,000 angels were controlled like puppets. If they continued fighting, they would just be seeking death. You only want to flee now? It's too late. It's too late. Island Master Jiuming, you chased us so miserably earlier, and you still want to flee now? The group of island masters roared excitedly. Their earlier insistence on siding with the Dahan Emperor was indeed correct. They had won the gamble. It turned out that the Dahan Emperor was so strong. How many years has it been? The Dahan Emperor is already so strong? In a few more years, perhaps no one will care if they side with the Dahan Emperor again. The 300 island masters excitedly intercepted the fleeing people. When the 2,000 angels charged down, the 500 island masters had nowhere to run. On the other side, Cui Tong's subordinates, the 500 Xuanwu state cultivators, showed expressions of despair. Miao Chen, follow me and capture all these foreign enemies and traitors. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Miao Chen answered. Although the holy flame injured Miao Chen earlier, he was still opening the heavenly palace in the end. How could these island masters compare to him? Boom. Miao Chen quickly charged down and sealed up the various Yuanying state island masters. The Golden Core realm traders in the surroundings no longer had any desire to continue fighting. Many tree men surged out. The experts of Gao Xinji's First Legion went over and immediately suppressed the traitors. Soon, the external attack and internal strife were completely quelled. Gu Hai's flying ship circled 9-5 Island. The other parts of the city were fine, but the areas near the Imperial Palace suffered a lot of damage. Countless innocent people died. The flying ship slowly landed in the plaza of the soaring palace hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty." The group of officials greeted excitedly. "Father." Gu Qin shouted excitedly. "So many civilians died?" Gu Hai frowned. Gu Qin smiled bitterly and said, "It's all because of this group of angels. Originally, I had already used the life trap blade to set up the array. In order to break the array, this group of angels killed everywhere. I had no choice but to use the array to suppress them. This gave Jioming the opportunity to break the simplified version of the 29 Great Array. It should be the 10 big holes that Father saw earlier." "Angel?" Gu Hai's eyes narrowed as he looked at the 2,000 angels whose cultivation bases had been sealed. "You better let us go. Otherwise, second young master won't let you go. Gu Hai, if you don't want to die, let us go immediately. Otherwise, my lord will not let you reincarnate. Gu Hai, you're dead meat. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. Only then will my master forgive you." All the angels stared at Gu Hai. At this moment they still had a sense of superiority. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Umph." Gu Hai snorted coldly. He turned his head and looked at the 500 island owners. "Your Majesty, we were wrong. Your Majesty, we were blinded by greed. Please forgive us. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again." The 500 island owners who had defected immediately begged for mercy. Around them, some of the 300 island owners who stood by the Dahan glared at them with hatred, while some wanted to plead for mercy for the 500 island owners. Gu Hai looked at the 500 island owners and said coldly, "I don't care if you have harmed the civilians or not. However, this country has its laws. You didn't resign, but you betrayed the country. This is treason. This is disobedience. Gu Qin, how should we deal with traitors? The country has its own laws. Behead." Gu Qin shouted. "Behead." Gu Hai's eyes widened. "I know. Your Majesty, we can pledge our loyalty to the Dahan and atone for our crimes. We are the Yuanying state," the island owners said anxiously. Gao Xinji led the people to carry out the order. Bam, bam, bam. Suddenly, the broadsword fell, and the heads of the 500 Yuanying state soldiers were sent flying. Blood spurted more than 10 feet high. There was a crushing force on the broadsword that rushed into the corpses and crushed the sealed nascent souls. Bam. The 500 Yuanying state soldiers' corpses fell to the ground. The officials of the Han dynasty were silent as they looked at the 500 people in shock. In the eyes of many, these people were immortals. In the blink of an eye, they were all killed? Those who wanted to plead for mercy frowned and heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts also calmed down. This was not only to convict him of a crime, but also to show everyone that he was guilty of treason and disobedience. He should be executed according to the laws of the country. As for those Golden Core Realm traitors, let Qin Tianshan deal with them. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Qin Tianshan answered. Speaking of which, Qin Tianshan was the one who recruited these people. Qin Tianshan should be implicated in the earlier treason. However, Gu Hai did not blame Qin Tianshan. Instead, he let Qin Tianshan deal with the punishment. Qin Tianshan took a deep breath. He felt extremely vexed over these people's treason. While the emperor did not blame them, Qin Tianshan blamed himself. As he looked at the captured traitors in the distance, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Finally, Gu Hai looked at the 500 Xuanwu soldiers who followed Cui Tong. The group of Xuanwu soldiers also showed worried expressions. Your Majesty, can we exempt these Xuanwu soldiers? I'll subdue them. After all, my Xuanwu race is on the decline. It would be a pity to kill them, Miao Qin immediately pleaded. The group of Xuanwu soldiers looked at Miao Qin. Some felt grateful, some felt disdainful. Furthermore, they did not cause much damage. They did not harm many citizens. It was just some fires, Miao Qin said bitterly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Xuanwu soldiers? Are you sure you can subdue them? Miao Qin felt slightly stunned. Then he smiled bitterly. However, he could not be sure. Elder Miao, since you asked for it today, we will give you face. As such, those who are willing to follow Miao Qin can live. As for the rest, kill them all. Gu Hai said seriously. Miao Qin opened his mouth but could not refute. The group of Xuanwu soldiers goggled. I'm willing. I'm willing to follow Elder Miao. I'm willing as well. For the sake of survival, most of the Xuanwu soldiers chose to follow Miao Chen. However, some were unwilling. Humph? Follow Miao Chen? Dream on. Elder Chui Tong is dead and so is Elder Chui Yin. You all offended Solar Divine Palace. Sooner or later you will die a horrible death. A Xuanwu shouted while glaring. Boom. Gao Xinji attacked, immediately chopping off that Xuanwu soldier's head. That Xuanwu soldier's eyes remained wide open as if in disbelief. You actually killed him just because you said so? After killing one of the troublemakers, the other Xuanwu soldiers immediately obeyed, wanting to follow Miao Chen. At the very least they could survive. When Miao Chen saw Gao Xinji kill a Xuanwu soldier, his eyelids only twitched. However, he did not say anything. Miao Chen could tell that Gu Hai was helping him subdue them. Seeing that all the Xuanwu soldiers were willing, Gu Hai said indifferently, "Since you are willing, then you can be exempted from death. We will not punish you. Now it is time to prove your sincerity." The group of Xuanwu soldiers looked at Gu Hai. "There is a group of angels before us killing the Dahan citizens. To account to the Dahan citizens, we want you all to kill these foreign angels in front of the citizens." Gu Hai said coldly. The group of Xuanwu soldiers goggled. "Gu Hai, you dare? You dare to kill us?" The group of angels immediately looked at Gu Hai in shock and anger. However, the group of Xuanwu soldiers remained silent. This was a clear indication of their allegiance. Kill the angels and completely break off ties with Solar Divine Palace? What's wrong? You are not willing? Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The group of Xuanwu soldiers answered bitterly. After killing these angels there was no turning back. Amplify the sound. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Gu Qin quickly drove the ritual array, and Gu Hai's voice instantly spread to a large distance. Citizens of 9-5 Island, we returned late, resulting in you being attacked by foreign enemies. Some citizens even died for no reason. However, since you dared to harm my citizens in the Dahan, we will take revenge for you all. This group of birdmen called themselves angels and killed countless people. Today we will execute them in front of you in public. Gu Hai shouted. Boom. Gu Hai's voice immediately spread to all parts of 9-5 Island. Several flying ships loaded the black tortoises and angels and escorted them into the sky. Countless citizens could see them when they looked up. Kill. Gao Xinji shouted. The group of Xuanwu soldiers showed conflicted expressions. Then they gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Gu Hai, how dare you? How dare you? If you dare to kill us, you are dead. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The angels shouted in unison. Bam. 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 Heads flew up one after another and blood spurted into the air. Countless citizens looked up and saw the demons that killed their friends and family being executed by the emperor's men. The citizens who had just wiped their eyes dry, started crying again. Father, His Majesty took revenge for you. His Majesty took revenge for you. My son, did you see that? His Majesty killed the demons that killed you. Mother, His Majesty took revenge for us. Cries rang out everywhere. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Sobs rang out everywhere. At this moment, Gu Hai sighed softly. Soon the group of Xuanwu soldiers returned after killing all the angels. At this moment there was no turning back. They could only follow Miao Chen. Miao Chen also felt that the Xuanwu soldiers suddenly looked at him differently. They were no longer so repulsive. Since you are following Miao Chen, you are Dahan's national beasts. You triggered the heavens earlier and caused fires everywhere. Now is the time for you to make up for it. Go treat the injured citizens and repair the damage everywhere. Miao Chen will supervise. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The Xuanwu soldiers answered. At this moment the jackdaws in all directions put out the fire and flew back. Wah wah wah. The jackdaws cried out and quickly flew into Bingheim's sleeve. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 jackdaws disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone was confused. How could Bingheim hide so many jackdaws in her sleeve? Chapter 446. Ao Shun stood at the edge of the soaring palace hall's plaza. As he watched Gu Hai calmly deal with everything, he showed a slightly complicated expression. Today's disaster started because of Xiao Chen. As for the Dahan, he did his best to protect Xiao Chen, resulting in a grudge with the Solar Divine Palace. If the Dahan had handed Xiao Chen over, nothing would have happened. However, the Dahan did not do that. After Gu Hai asked Gu Qin for a while, he turned his head to look at Ao Shun and slowly walked over. When Gu Hai walked over, Ao Shun took a deep breath, and his expression sank slightly. Should I say anything when Gu Hai asks me later? Crown Prince Ao Shun. Gu Hai said with a faint smile. Ao Shun frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Are you frightened? However, don't worry. I promised. Naturally, I will not let outsiders take you away. You can stay on 9-5 Island in peace. Gu Hai said with a smile. After saying that, Gu Hai prepared to ask someone to send Ao Shun back. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Don't ask me why they want to take me away? Crown Prince Ao Shun keeps his guard up against me. I believe you are not willing to say. Since you are not willing, why should I force you? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Was I that obvious? However, does Gu Hai really not care? Crown Prince Ao Shun, everything is fine now. You should go back and rest early. Gu Hai said with a smile. A few attendants immediately walked over to Ao Shun and invited him over. Crown Prince Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Then he looked at the injured people around him and sighed. This time I'm sorry. They came to capture me for the Deqian Celestial Dynasty's 10,000 Sage Assembly that will be held soon. With that, Crown Prince Ao Shun turned around and left with the group of attendants. 1,000 Saints Assembly? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He wanted to ask, but Ao Shun had already left. Obviously, he didn't want to reveal too much. 1,000 Saints Assembly? Gu Hai knew that not long ago, he had gone to the great metropolis to rescue Ram Saint so that Ram Saint could return to preside over the 1,000 Sage Assembly. 1,000 Saints Assembly? Even the people of the Solar Divine Palace were going? Father. Gu Qin frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. He seemed to have something to say. Don't ask any more. With Ao Shun's expression, he won't say anything. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. Gu Qin smiled bitterly. 29-line Heavens Formation? Although it is a simplified version, 9-5 Island does not have that many spirit stones, right? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Father, you forgot about the life entrapment blade. Gu Qin said with a smile. The 29-line Heavens Formation was created by Old Man Guanxi in the first place. However, it uses the Heavenly Go chess set as the array source. In other words, using the Heavenly Go chess set to set up the array consumes much less spirit stones. The Heavenly Go chess set can connect with the power of the world. The life entrapment blade is refined using the Heavenly Go chess pieces. Using them to activate the array naturally consumes much less spirit stones. This time, it only consumes about 10 million superior grade spirit stones. Gu Qin explained. Only 10 million? Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. According to Gu Qin's description, Gu Hai did a rough calculation. Without the life entrapment blade, it would require at least 500 million superior grade spirit stones. However, only 10 million superior grade spirit stones were used. Unfortunately, there are too few Heavenly Go chess pieces in the life entrapment blade. Otherwise, the more Heavenly Go chess pieces there are, the less spirit stones it consumes. Gu Qin said regretfully. The more pieces there are, the less spirit stones it consumes? Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The Heavenly Go chess pieces? This time, Gu Hai had brought more than 200 sets. Among them, the most were the ones he had asked Mo Yike to use Daewon's name to collect when he laid the 30-line pair world ritual array in the capital. Since you can use the life entrapment blade to activate the 29 ritual arrays, it looks like the island's spirit stone arrangements are complete. Can you activate the life entrapment blade now? Gu Hai looked at Gu Qin. Imperial Father, rest assured. It is all done. However, some were consumed in the earlier battle. As long as we replenish them, we can activate the life entrapment blade in 3 days. Gu Qin said solemnly. 3 days? Good. Activate the life entrapment blade in 3 days. We want 9-5 Island to rise to the surface. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai turned his head and slowly walked to the western side of the soaring Palace Halls Plaza. There was a foggy area there with the image of a saber in it. Because there were too few Heavenly Go chess pieces, they only supported the saber's outline, making it look very illusory. Clack. Gu Hai extended his hand and grabbed the life entrapment blade. Gu Qin's eyes lit up. No one could grab this life entrapment blade. Even he could not touch it. It was like a shadow. Only his Imperial Father could touch it. The life entrapment blade. It is time to replenish some Heavenly Go chess pieces. Gu Hai said seriously. Imperial Father obtained a Heavenly Go chess piece when you went out this time? No, Imperial Father must have found more than one. There should be several, right? Gu Qin showed joy on his face. After all, the heavenly go chess pieces were scattered all over the world. Imperial Father had been out for a few years, so it was already pretty good for him to find one. However, he saw Gu Hai's forehead tremble slightly. Suddenly, a fragment flew out of Gu Hai's forehead. Gu Hai had already refined that fragment, so he only needed to infuse it into the life entrapment blade. Buzz. When the fragment touched the life entrapment blade, the life entrapment blade suddenly trembled as if it encountered a great tonic. It immediately released a surging fog. Boom. The fog rushed in all directions. Suddenly, countless transparent thin lines appeared on the life entrapment blade and shot in all directions. The thin lines were faintly discernible, but they soon disappeared. Gu Hai understood that this was the network of a new array. The life entrapment blade has become stronger. Imperial Father, do you have more? Guqin asked excitedly. Buzz. 10 fragments suddenly flew out of Gu Hai's forehead and quickly infused into the life entrapment blade. Boom. The life entrapment blade trembled violently, and the fog became thicker and thicker. In an instant, it filled the entire palace and spread out. 11? Imperial Father, you found 11? Guqin was pleasantly surprised. Gu Hai realized that as long as it was a fragment that he had refined, the life entrapment blade could perfectly absorb it. Perhaps it was because they were originally one. Since there was no rejection, they could go together. Guqin was still in shock over the 11 fragments. Buzz. Suddenly, 100 fragments flew out of Gu Hai's forehead. Guqin. Buzz. Another 100-odd fragments flew out. Guqin. 200-odd fragments infused into the life entrapment blade. Rumble. The life entrapment blade trembled violently. Amid the rumbling, the fog spread in all directions, covering all of 9-5 Island in the blink of an eye. Imperial Father, how many places did you rob? Guqin was shocked. With old man Guanqi's inheritance, Xiaoqin naturally knew some of the details. More than 1,000 heavenly go chess pieces were scattered all over the world. Collecting all of them would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Guqin had already despaired at the thought of this. However, he did not expect his father to return with 200-odd heavenly go chess pieces. Almost 1/5 of the heavenly go chess pieces were collected? At this rate, would Xiaoqin be able to collect all the heavenly go chess pieces soon? Boom. The life entrapment blade released a dazzling green light. Countless threads shot out in all directions of 9-5 Island like meridians connecting heaven and earth. Buzz. Suddenly, the life entrapment blade trembled and all the fog withdrew, strangely sucking it back in. The illusory life entrapment blade now looked much clearer. It glowed with a jade-green light, looking very strange. The life entrapment blade trembled slightly as if it rejoiced at its strength. All the fog vanished. However, a strand of fog remained on its surface, disappearing and reappearing as if it was breathing. Gu Hai grasped the life entrapment blade and slowly closed his eyes. The life entrapment blade seemed to send a scene to Gu Hai's mind. The life entrapment blade showed Gu Hai everything about the life entrapment ritual array. The placement of the spirit stones there is somewhat off in the Dongfang position. Gu Hai said with his eyes closed. Guqin felt slightly stunned. Personally go and correct it. At the same time replenish the spirit stones there. This might be the last replenishment. In the future, the life entrapment blade will use the life entrapment ritual array to extract the spiritual energy in the surroundings and replenish the spirit stones used by the ritual array, Gu Hai explained. Imperial Father, the ritual array already has a spirit? Guqin goggled. Gu Hai smiled faintly and nodded. However, Guqin looked at the life entrapment blade with some shock. Imperial Father, are you going to bring the life entrapment blade to life? Go then. In 3 days the life entrapment ritual array will surface. It is time for 9-5 Island to enter the divine continent, Gu Hai instructed, not explaining. Yes. Guqin answered with some shock. Gu Hai looked at the life entrapment blade in his hand and smiled faintly. Then he returned it to its original position. Buzz. The life entrapment blade trembled before vanishing from its original spot, seemingly merging into the void. The ritual array will rise in 3 days. 2 days later, at Tenjin Island in the Thousand Islands Sea, Tenjin Island opened the innate puzzle world once every 2 centuries. The Sky Chess Pavilion was stationed there. Dark clouds covered the sky above Tenjin Island. Heaven's wrath had yet to subside. As long as the Sky Chess Pavilion's people came out, they would immediately meet with a heavenly tribulation and be destroyed. At this moment, 3 four-winged angels circled Tenjin Island and landed behind a transparent man in the center. That transparent man looked like a person made of water, his entire body transparent. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the former entrance to the innate puzzle world. Second young master, we have already been here for 3 days. Can this entrance still be opened? One of the four-winged angels asked, feeling curious. The transparent man frowned slightly. Unless Father personally makes a move, it will be hard to open. Innate puzzle world? What secret did old man Guanxi leave behind? Another four-winged angel asked, feeling curious. Father once said that old man Guanxi died, but his heart did not, the transparent second young master replied indifferently. My lord said that? Old man Guanxi's heart did not die? The four-winged angels exclaimed in shock. Humph! Old man Guanxi, that wily old fox. Even in death he could not rest in peace. Unfortunately we came too late. The entrance to the innate puzzle world closed. If we had dealt with the Sky Chess Pavilion, we might have been able to find some clues and share Father's burden. The second young master sighed softly. Second young master has already done very well. Although your main body has not come to the Thousand Islands Sea, your projection has already traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers. Furthermore, some time ago we found out that Ao Shun was also in the Thousand Islands Sea. If Jiuming went there and captured the sealed Ao Shun, wouldn't it be easy for him to do so? With Ao Shun around, second young master can share master's burden, that four-winged angel said with a smile. Speaking of which, Jiuming should have returned by now. Why is he taking so long? Another angel said with a frown. Just as the angels were discussing, a scarlet light shot over from the distant horizon. Second young master. Second young master. Jiuming's miserable cries for help came from that scarlet light. Bang! Jiuming, who was covered in blood, landed before everyone. Jiuming? Why are you so miserable? Why are you covered in blood? Where are your wings? Angels' flaming wings? What happened? The expressions of the four-winged angels changed. The second young master suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the miserable Jiuming. Chapter 447. 9-5 Island. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Gu Hai dealt with some matters of the royal court at an extremely fast speed. With Gu Hai's return, all the civil and military officials in the royal court worked with unprecedented enthusiasm. Those who participated in the rebellion were handed over to Qin Tianshan to deal with. However, Qin Tianshan dealt with them mercilessly, killing nearly all of them. When Gu Hai learned of this, he only sighed and did not say anything. On the third day, all the civil and military officials gathered at the Soaring Palace Hall's plaza. Gu Hai held the life entrapment saber as he looked at the clear weather. Many of the Yuanying state's experts flew around 9-5 Island, preventing any problems from happening so that they could remedy the situation as soon as possible. Today was a big day for 9-5 Island. All the citizens of 9-5 Island had just received the news and were shocked. Amplify the sound. Gu Hai said. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Then he waved his hand and activated some sound amplification formations. Citizens of 9-5 Island, this emperor, Gu Hai, is about to start a mystical journey for 9-5 Island. Perhaps there will be dangers, but there will be more of a beautiful future. This emperor hopes that all the citizens of the Dahan can cultivate. All of you no longer have to worry about life, old age, sickness, and death. If there is any danger, this emperor will stand in front of all of you. This emperor will block the wind and rain for all of you. This emperor only wants all the citizens to support this emperor. Because of your support, the Dahan will not fear any storm. Gu Hai shouted. The sound amplification formations instantly spread Gu Hai's voice throughout 9-5 Island. On 9-5 Island, all the citizens put down everything they were doing and looked in the direction of the distant imperial palace. Old Master Gu? No, Your Majesty. Back then, I already knew that Your Majesty was extraordinary. Unexpectedly, you brought us along to cultivate. Your Majesty, you saved this old man's entire family. My son did not starve to death during the disaster and can still cultivate. Many thanks to Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live the Han Dynasty. Long live Your Majesty. The citizens cheered. Next there will be an earthquake. I hope everyone will move to an open space to prevent the houses from collapsing. Gu Hai said again. When the people heard this, they immediately walked out of their houses and into the open space. All city guards and officials take care of the surroundings. If there's a disaster, go and help immediately. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Countless officials and soldiers in the city shouted in unison. They had rehearsed for a long time just for today. After everything was arranged, Gu Hai looked at the sky. He held the life entrapment blade in his hand and gently activated it. The life entrapment saber suddenly released a dazzling jade-green light. In an instant, it looked like countless jade-green threads appeared and covered the entire 9-5 Island. In the eyes of outsiders, 9-5 Island seemed to be enveloped by a dense green net. At the same time, the places around 9-5 Island where the spirit stones were buried seemed to have been activated and released a dazzling green light. Boom! Suddenly 9-5 Island trembled. This tremor caused the surrounding seas to surge with a monstrous tsunami. Suddenly, green threads shot out from the places around the island where the spirit stones were buried and connected to the green net in the sky. Rumble! The entire 9-5 Island shook as the ritual array activated. Suddenly, it felt like countless strong winds came from the surrounding seas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strong winds came from all directions, coming from outside the island and engulfing the entire 9-5 Island in the blink of an eye. Spiritual energy? The spiritual energy increased? A Yuanying State Island owner exclaimed in shock. It's true. The spiritual energy is still increasing. Is it twice as much as before? No, 3 times as much? No, it is still increasing. The density of the spiritual energy is already comparable to that of the divine continent? The island owners who joined the Dahan immediately rejoiced. Why did the people of the divine continent call the Thousand Islands Sea a barren land? The biggest reason was that the spiritual energy in the Thousand Islands Sea was too thin. It could not compare to that of the divine continent. Now, the spiritual energy in 9-5 Island had already reached that of the divine continent? No, it was still increasing. Rumble. Strong winds blew in all directions, and the spiritual energy grew denser. The island owners and officials immediately rejoiced. After a while, the increase in spiritual energy stopped. This amount of spiritual energy is 5 times that of before? Qin Tianshan exclaimed with wild joy. With the spiritual energy 5 times denser, one's cultivation speed here would definitely be faster than outside. This is just the Thousand Islands Sea. When we reach the divine continent, there will be even more. Guqin smiled. The spiritual energy in the divine continent can reach 5 times that of the divine continent? Qin Tianshan exclaimed in shock. It should be possible. Guqin nodded. Surging spiritual energy came from all directions, instantly forming beams of multicolored light that illuminated 9-5 Island. However, the eyes of the island owners who joined the Dahan lit up. That's right. I made the right bet. The Dahan? This is my Dahan? The group of officials looked excitedly at Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai continued using the life entrapment saber to control the life entrapment ritual array. Bus. With 5 times the amount of spiritual energy outside, the life entrapment ritual array connected to the world and continuously absorbed the spiritual energy outside. At the same time, it replenished the drained spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the drained spirit stones were completely replenished. The ritual array completed itself. In the future, there would be no need to rely on spirit stones. Buzz. In the sky, countless green lines suddenly disappeared into the void. Some rosy clouds appeared in the clear sky, along with the smiles of the countless ordinary people below. All right, it's time to break off the island and ascend, Gu Hai said seriously. Then he activated the life entrapment saber again. Hong. A loud sound suddenly rang out in the entire 9-5 Island. Then the ground shook. Countless ordinary people fell to the ground and countless buildings crumbled. Fortunately, Xiaoqian had made arrangements so the ordinary people were not injured. However, the strong force from earlier formed an overwhelming tsunami that threatened to sweep through 9-5 Island's shores. Roar! 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 The surrounding Xuanwu controlled the seawater to prevent the tsunami from reaching 9-5 Island. Everything was under control. However, 9-5 Island did not fly up. What's going on? Imperial Father, 9-5 Island did not fly up. Is there a problem with the ritual array? Guqin said in shock. Did it fail? The surrounding officials immediately showed anxious expressions. Gu Hai shook his head and frowned. That's not it. The ritual array connected to the world. Under the power of the world, the island broke off. However, there seems to be something holding the island back, preventing it from flying up. The officials immediately goggled. Preventing the island from flying up? What could be so strong? Your Majesty, I'll go down and take a look. Miao Chen immediately called out. Right. Gu Hai nodded. Miao Chen immediately charged out and flew off the island. Soon he flew past 9-5 Island. What? Miao Chen dived into the sea to investigate. Everyone on 9-5 Island was anxious. Would 9-5 Island be able to fly today? Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. Overall, Gu Hai felt very satisfied with the ritual array. However, what force could hold up 9-5 Island at this moment? Xiao Chen could only wait for Miao Chen's news. Just as Gu Hai waited for Miao Chen's news, suddenly, a flying ship flew over from 9-5 Island. Boom. The flying ship moved very quickly, arriving above 9-5 Island in the blink of an eye. It was the second young master, Jiao Ming, and the 3 four-winged angels. Second young master, it's over there. It's over there. They are over there. Jiao Ming roared furiously. Jiao Ming had already cleaned himself up. However, he still appeared pale. There seemed to be 4 spots of blood on his back. As he looked into the distance, boundless hatred appeared on his face. The second young master's body remained as smooth as water as he looked at 9-5 Island with narrowed eyes. At this moment, the entire 9-5 Island trembled. Towering waves continuously surged in the surrounding sea. Many Xuanwu cultivators stabilized the surrounding seawater. 9-5 Island? Is it going to crumble? Why is this island trembling? The many 4-winged angels appeared puzzled. Fly over, the second young master said. Boom. The speed of the flying ship was very fast. Soon, it flew to the sky not far from the soaring sky hall. At the soaring palace hall's entrance, Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes as he looked at the flying ship. It's him. Second young master, he is Gu Hai. Jiao Ming said with hatred. Gu Hai, where are my men? Where are my subordinates? Jiao Ming shouted while glaring. The expressions of the officials in the soaring palace hall's plaza sank. Jiao Ming returned? He even called for reinforcements? Your Majesty, that is absolute beginning's second son. People call him second young master Yi Hua. He should be a 6-winged angel, a peak middle-level heavenly palace expert. However, this is not his main body. He used the water of life to form a projection, Bingheim explained. A projection? Gu Hai frowned slightly. A projection should be a technique that only the heavenly palace experts can use. However, Yi Hua used the water of life. It is just a trick. It is slightly different from a normal projection. However, its might should be equivalent to the strength of someone who just entered the middle-level heavenly palace, Bingheim explained softly. Bingheim? Long time no see. Yi Hua said indifferently. Bingheim looked coldly at Yi Hua, not interrupting. However, Yi Hua narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, where are my subordinates? Jiao Ming asked again. You still dare to return? Gu Hai revealed a cold smile as he looked at Jiao Ming. The middle-level heavenly palace? Your Majesty, be careful. Bingheim whispered to Gu Hai. With Gu Hai's strength, he could deal with someone who just entered the low-level heavenly palace. He could even deal with someone in the middle-level heavenly palace. However, he would be in danger if he faced someone at the peak of the low-level heavenly palace. As for the middle-level heavenly palace, he could only do so if he mobilized the power of the Dahan Empire and borrowed the strength of the people. However, the Dahan Empire's providence was currently in Chaoga City. Bingheim was slightly worried. It is fine for someone who just entered the middle-level heavenly palace. This is because I have the invincible Dongfang. Gu Hai smiled coldly. As he spoke, he suddenly activated the Life Ender Saber in his hand. Boom. Suddenly, boundless spiritual energy gathered above the soaring palace hall's plaza from all around 9-5 Island. Rumble. As the spiritual energy gathered, it slowly formed a huge human-shaped cloud beast. The human figure became clearer and clearer. Slowly, it turned into a 30-zhang tall woman. This woman was none other than the invincible Dongfang, who had appeared in the capital. The invincible Dongfang? This is the 30-line pair world formation? Bingheim exclaimed in shock. Chapter 448. Dongfang Invincible? This is the 30 heavens and earth array? Bingheim was surprised. Dongfang Invincible was much smaller, and he didn't need to merge with others. Therefore, Bingheim was sure that it was the 30 heavens and earth array. Gu Hai said calmly, more or less. Gu Hai had completely understood the 30 heavens and earth array and had made some changes. When Invincible East came out, he first looked at himself, then touched the loom in front of him and turned his head to look around. In the distance, Jiao Ming, Yi Hua, and the rest were stunned. When they saw Gu Hai activating the array, they thought it would be very powerful. But it only condensed a woman? What was the use? However, this woman was still quite flirtatious. Dongfang Invincible looked around with interest and finally fixed his eyes on Gu Hai. Isn't this the capital city? Did you condense me again? Man? Jiao Ming's face stiffened. You still remember? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Dong Fang Invincible nodded. Logically speaking, my memory comes from your consciousness simulation. I remember what you remember at the last moment of my life. So, that body of mine is already dead? In the distance, Jiao Ming, Yi Hua, and the rest raised their eyebrows. Alive. Gu Hai had condensed a fake person and was talking to the fake person? What do you think? Gu Hai looked at Dong Fang Invincible and said in a low voice. That's right. There were limited spirit stones at that time and he was definitely dead. You condensed me because you need my help, right? Dong Fang Invincible said in a low voice. A few bastards came. Help me deal with them. Gu Hai nodded and said. A few bastards? Bingheim was speechless for a while. In the sky, the 5 people who were charging at them with menacing looks widened their eyes. Good. Gu Hai, you are courting death. Bastards? How dare you insult the second young master? Today is the day you die. The lifesaver glared and shouted. Ding. Invincible Dong Fang flicked his finger, and a thin needle flew into the sky with a string attached to it. It was so fast that no one could react in time. That thin needle instantly drilled into the space between Jiao Ming's eyebrows and came out from the back of his head. It then turned and nailed itself into the side of Jiao Ming's head. This strange scene caused everyone's expression to change, especially Xuanwu of the 4 Seas. Xuanwu was forced to follow Miao Qin. He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. Now that the second young master arrived, some Xuanwu did not know what to do. Gu Hai made his move. No, the invincible Dong Fang condensed by Gu Hai's formation had made a move. He flicked his finger. Was that Jiao Ming? A thin needle pierced through the brain? How was that possible? He was in the lower celestial palace. Even if he was injured, he was still in the lower celestial palace. How bold. The group of 4 winged angels glared. Invincible Dong Fang turned his head and revealed a charming expression. He smiled coldly and said, Mr. Good said that you are a bastard, so you are a bastard. Even if you are not, you are. Jiao Ming was not dead yet. He only stared at the thin line on his forehead in disbelief. Second young master. Second young master. Jiao Ming cried out in horror. Yi Hua's eyes turned cold as he prepared to make a move. However, Yi Hua saw invincible Dong Fang gently flicking the thin line with his finger. Boom. Jiao Ming's head exploded with a loud bang. A lower heavenly palace expert exploded in the blink of an eye. In a small courtyard not far from the soaring palace hall. Ao Shun goggled at this moment. Earlier, Ao Shun already felt very shocked when he saw Gu Hai control the ritual array to float the entire 9-5 island. Following that, Yi Hua arrived. Yi Hua brought Jiao Ming and the others over to denounce Xiao Qian. Ao Shun understood that the strength of Yi Hua's projection should have reached the level of someone who just entered the central heavenly palace. Others might not understand, but Ao Shun understood that Yi Hua was even more incredible than Xiao Qian after he became a Sin Dragon. Would Xiao Qian not be able to escape being captured by Solar Divine Palace? Ao Shun had already clenched his fists. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai suddenly materialized a giant that was neither male nor female. Yi Hua used a thin needle to explode Jiao Ming's head in front of him. Who is this woman? Ao Shun already stood up. How can this be? How can Gu Hai become so strong in just a few years? If Gu Hai had laid such a ritual array when Ao Shun arrived back then, wouldn't that mean? However, many Dahan officials showed joy on their faces. Clearly, they did not know the strength of the enemy and only felt that they could not withstand a single blow. The Yuanying state experts, especially the former island masters of the Thousand Islands Sea, gaped in shock. This was Jiao Ming. How could he die just like that? 3 days ago I let Jiao Ming escape. It was my fault. Today he came to seek his own death. He deserved it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Gu Hai, how dare you? The 3 four-winged angels suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Yi Hua also looked down with a gloomy face, especially Dongfang Bubi who suddenly appeared. Bingheim, what kind of monster is this? Yi Hua shouted at Bingheim. Bingheim smiled coldly and did not reply. Monster? Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Bubi suddenly laughed coldly. Remember this, bastard. I am Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly. Bang. Dongfang Bubi waved his sleeves, and 100 thin needles shot into the sky like 100 rainbows, heading for the 4 experts in the sky. If it were before, no one would have paid attention to the 100 thin needles. They were just thin needles. There was nothing special about them. However, just now, these thin needles caused Jiao Ming to explode. Jiao Ming exploded. Everyone immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. You are courting death. Yihua suddenly shouted. Yihua waved his hand. Wang. Suddenly, countless figures of infants with wings appeared in the air. Chanting sounds came from them, and a holy intent suddenly filled the entire 9-5 island. The chanting sounds seemed demonic. Anyone who heard it felt their minds blur. Child's play. Even Ren Wuxing's roar could not do anything to me. You think you can? Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly. Boom. The thin needles seemed to turn into billions of thin needles as they flew through the air. They instantly pierced through the countless infant figures and arrived before the crowd. Humph. Yihua thrust his palm forward. Boom. Immediately, a large number of thin needles exploded. After all, the central heavenly palace had its own means to block external attacks. However, at that instant, a thin needle pierced Yihua's abdomen. Yihua's abdomen was transparent. CI. When the thin needle pierced Yihua's abdomen, Yihua's face sank. Break. Dongfang Bubi shouted coldly as his finger trembled. That thin needle suddenly vibrated at a high frequency, wanting to explode Yihua's abdomen like how it killed Jiu Ming. Boom. Indeed, a loud sound rang out as Yihua's abdomen exploded. However, Yihua did not die. Instead, the exploded abdomen slowly healed. That is the water of life. It can heal injuries. No, his projected body is made of water. Unless his consciousness is destroyed, he will not die, Bingheim said with a frown. Dongfang Bubi narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Yihua did not die. He smiled coldly and took out the thin needle from his body. Is that all? Yihua said coldly. Is that so? Dongfang Bubi sneered coldly. They saw that the other 3 angels had been pierced by a large number of thin needles. Their eyes widened in shock. Go and kill him, you 3 little bastards. Dongfang Bubi waved his hand. Boom. The 3 angels charged toward Yihua like marionettes. Second young master, it's not me. Second young master, I can't control it. Second young master, dodge. The 3 of them screamed as they approached Yihua. Yihua snorted coldly. He waved his hand and blocked the 3 4-winged angels. Explode. Dongfang Bubi snorted coldly. The 3 4-winged angels stared at each other. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Boom. 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 The huge explosion caused a superstorm to form in the sky. It swept across the area. At the center of the explosion, Yihua was the first to bear the brunt of the explosion. Yihua's body was distorted by the explosion. He stared at the ground with a ferocious expression. He seemed to be completely enraged. Yihua was about to lose his temper. Ding. 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 Another 3 thin needles shot toward Yihua. 2 of them pierced Yihua's eyes while the last one pierced his mouth. Yihua could not believe that he was in such a sorry state after coming here with such ferocity. Explode. Dongfang Bubi's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. He waved his hand and the thin needles in the distance vibrated at a high frequency. Boom. Yihua felt like his head was going to explode. The sky was filled with waves and the angel's body was torn apart. Yihua's body exploded into a cloud of mist that scattered in all directions. The 4 angels and Yihua were completely annihilated. The flying shuttle slowly descended. Gao Xinji waved her hand and her subordinates immediately went to catch the flying shuttle. Bingheim waved her hand and the mist in the sky condensed into a water ball. Whoosh. The water ball landed in front of Gu Hai. Your Majesty, this is the water of life. Yihua's consciousness was completely destroyed by Dongfang Bubi. This water. Bingheim said excitedly. You can keep it. Gu Hai smiled. Oh, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bingheim said happily. After Dongfang Bubi killed Yihua and the 4 angels with needles, the Xuanwu who were watching from afar completely gave up on returning to Solar God's palace. Gu Hai is a ruthless person. He created Dongfang Bubi. Even more ruthless. Second young master. Even if he was just a projection, he had just entered the central celestial palace. How could he be killed by that woman in the blink of an eye? Killed. The 4-directional black tortoise slowly calmed down. However, Ao Shun, who was in the small courtyard, gaped, unable to calm down for a long time. If there was Dongfang Bubi a few years ago, wouldn't my army of Sin Dragons? Ao Shun smiled bitterly. At the same time, Ao Shun's attitude toward Gu Hai turned increasingly complicated. After Dongfang Bubi killed Yihua, he turned his head to look at Gu Hai. How long can this ritual array last? How much longer can I last? Dongfang Bubi asked with anticipation in his eyes. This time is different from last time. This time there is the life-sinking saber formation. There is an endless supply of spiritual energy. You can keep living here, Gu Hai said seriously. Oh. Dongfang Bubi felt slightly startled. Of course right now it can only keep you alive. Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai cannot appear with you for now. You can watch my 9-5 island float for 5,000 kilometers. Gu Hai said with a smile. That is good. Dongfang Bubi released a long breath. Chapter 449. Dongfang above the vast sea. 10 flying boats were flying at high speed. Around the flying boats there were bursts of white light. On the flying boats, there were angels with wings on their backs. 10 flying boats, there were more than 50,000 angels. There were also some ordinary cultivators standing beside the angels. They looked very ordinary, but the auras around them were extremely strong. On the largest flying boat in the lead, the one standing at the front was the second young master, Yi Hua. However, Yi Hua was no longer a projection doppelganger, but his real body. Yi Hua held the railing of the deck and looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Behind Yi Hua stood 2 rows of powerful cultivators. One row was filled with white-robed people. Their bodies emitted rays of white light and there were about 50 of them. The one at the end of the row had 4 wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, the 2 pairs of wings disappeared. Obviously this row was full of angels. The ones at the end were all 4-winged angels. The other row was full of 4-winged angels. They were dressed differently and gave off different auras. Second young master, Jioming and the others should have finished their investigation in the Thousand Islands Sea, right? An angel said with a smile. Yi Hua's face was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. In the other row, a silver-faced man said with a smile, Jioming and the others have 4 4-winged angels, 2,002 winged angels, and even my younger brother, Cui Tong. They should have finished their investigation long ago. Most importantly, the second young master's projection is there. Even in the Imperial Dynasty he can do whatever he wants, let alone in the remote Imperial Dynasty. Imperial Dynasty? Ridiculous. An emperor who has just entered the cultivation realm for a few years can be called an Imperial Dynasty? After capturing Ao Shun, my lord will definitely be able to shine in the Thousand Saints Assembly. The angels and the powerful cultivators were in the midst of a joyous discussion. Yi Hua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Second young master? Almost everyone's expression changed. What happened? Why did the second young master spit out blood? Yi Hua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face gradually turned ferocious. Gu Hai, how dare you? Gu Hai. Could it be that the second young master's projection? Everyone was worried. I'm not going to Diqian anymore. I'm going to the Thousand Islands Sea to 9-5 Island. Yi Hua said with a gloomy expression. Yes. The person controlling the flying boat immediately responded. Second young master, what happened to your projection? A subordinate frowned. We were ambushed by Gu Hai using the formation. He's dead. Yi Hua's expression was cold. Great array? How could this be? The second young master's projection had the strength of someone who had just entered the central celestial palace. Even if I go all out, I may not be a match for that projection, an angel said with a frown. Everyone looked at the angel. Clearly, for him to be able to say such a thing, the strength of this angel should also be at the early stage of the central heavenly palace. Dongfang is invincible. Gu Hai used the formation to condense a yin-yang man. Dongfang was undefeatable. The strength of the central celestial palace. I'm going to tear him to shreds. Yi Hua snorted coldly and slapped the railing of the flying boat. Boom. The railing of the flying boat shook slightly. Yes. Everyone answered. In another part of the vast sea, another 10 flying boats were rapidly advancing towards the Thousand Islands Sea. The Bat Ancestor, Changsheng, Changming, the Chang clan elders, and many vampires and bat spirits stood on the flying boats. How much longer? The Bat Ancestor asked coldly. Reporting to Primogenitor, based on our speed, we will reach 9-5 Island in about 10 days, a vampire said respectfully. Increase the speed, the Bat Ancestor said coldly. Yes. Primogenitor, we received news that Gu Hai's son is on 9-5 Island. How should we deal with him? The Chang clan's second son asked with a frown. Guqin? Naturally, Guqin wants to bait Gu Hai. However, before that, I want to turn him into a vampire and have Guqin deal with Gu Hai. I want to see the father and son kill each other. The bat ancestor said with a sinister expression. Right, father and son killing each other. It would be best if we capture Gu Hai and turn him into a vampire as well. At that time he will only listen to primogenitor. We will slowly torture him in the future. We will also make him pregnant. The Chang clan's third son said with a ferocious expression. Good. Ah. The bat ancestor laughed sinisterly. Primogenitor, what about the people of 9-5 Island? The Chang clan's fourth son asked. All of them will die. The bat ancestor said coldly. Primogenitor is wise. The vampires immediately cheered. The bat spirits and vampires discussed how to torture the people of 9-5 Island. Chang Xing and Chang Ming, who were at the side, frowned. The bat ancestor and the vampires discussed for 2 hours before dispersing. Only Chang Xing and his son were left on the deck. After everyone left, Chang Xing set up a soundproofing barrier. Chang Xing sighed softly. Father, primogenitor and the others seem to be. Chang Ming said with a frown. You can tell? Chang Xing looked at Chang Ming. Chang Ming shook his head. I don't understand either. I just find it strange. Second uncle, third uncle and fourth uncle seem to have gone mad. Their minds are filled with thoughts of destruction. Chang Xing nodded. That's right. Primogenitor and the others seem to have lost their minds. Chang Ming looked at his father with gaping mouth. Is my father talking bad about primogenitor? If the heavens wish for destruction, they will first go mad. Primogenitor's mind is filled with only killing. Furthermore, he is boundlessly arrogant. I'm worried that, perhaps I'm overthinking things. Chang Xing said bitterly. Father, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? Chang Ming asked after a while. Ming, I hope that you can do one thing on this trip. Chang Xing said with a solemn expression. Father, please speak. You can't see or hear anything. Chang Xing said seriously. Chang Ming did not understand. Don't get involved in the fight between primogenitor and Gu Hai. Don't get involved at any time, Chang Xing said solemnly. Chang Ming remained confused. However, Chang Ming nodded at Chang Sheng's determined gaze. 9-5 Island trembled but could not rise into the air. Miao Qin entered the seabed to investigate and soon flew out of the sea. As he flew out of the sea, he happened to see Dongfang Bubi killing everyone in the distance. Boom! Jiao Ming was blown away by Dongfang Bubi's needle. Miao Qin trembled. How can this be? That is Jiao Ming. How can he kill it so cleanly? Following that, Dongfang Bubi attacked again. The 3 four-winged angels instantly exploded without being able to resist, even distorting Yi Hua's body. Following that, 3 thin needles exploded Yi Hua in the blink of an eye. Miao Qin flew over feeling shocked. He happened to hear the conversation between Gu Hai and Dongfang Bubi. Right now, I can only keep you alive. Zhang Sanfeng and Dugu Qiubai cannot appear with you for now. You can watch my 9-5 Island float for 5,000 kilometers. Gu Hai said with a smile. That is good. Dongfang Bubi heaved a long sigh of relief. The eyes of Gu Qin and the others at the side lit up. With Dongfang Bubi guarding 9-5 Island, they would not be able to cause much damage when they entered the central heavenly palace. Why, your majesty? Miao Qin interrupted everyone's conversation. Oh, how is it? Gu Hai immediately said with a serious expression. There is indeed something at the bottom of the sea. It's like a Go game. The Go game involves 9-5 Island. Miao Qin said with a frown. A Go game? Gu Hai's eyelids suddenly raised. Yes. Miao Qin nodded. Bring me over. Gu Hai said. Whoosh. Gu Hai, Bingheim and Miao Qin quickly arrived at the seaside. With Miao Qin leading the way, they entered the seabed. 9-5 Island was broken in the middle at the bottom of the sea. Large amounts of rubble had collapsed. If Gu Hai had come alone, he would not have been able to see clearly. However, in the sea, Miao Qin looked like he was looking at a clear sky. Soon, Miao Qin led Gu Hai to a pile of rubble. Aside from the parts of 9-5 Island that had collapsed, a large green net covered the rest of the seabed. At the very bottom of the net, there were many thin golden threads pulling 9-5 Island, preventing it from flying up. Lines of thin lines were arranged in a strange manner, with black and white chess pieces strung on top of them. Boom! When 9-5 Island was pulled up slightly, the thin golden threads suddenly lit up brightly. They extended from Gu Hai to the seabed in all directions. This is... Bingheim said in shock. These golden veins extend in all directions of the Thousand Islands Sea. 9-5 Island is connected to these veins. I believe that it is not just 9-5 Island but all the islands in the Thousand Islands Sea that are connected to these veins, Miao Qin said with a frown. Is the Thousand Islands Sea really a Go game? All the islands are Go pieces? Bingheim gaped in shock. Miao Qin nodded and said, that should be right. I heard of it before. Since 9-5 Island is a Go piece, what should we do? This is a super large Go game. There is no way to take it out unless we have the strength to lift all the 1,000-odd islands in the Thousand Islands Sea. Only then can we move this Go game. Bingheim said with a frown. Oh. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. Bingheim and Miao Qin looked at Gu Hai in confusion. The Thousand Islands Sea is indeed a large Go game. However, look at these golden veins connected to 9-5 Island. How many are there? Gu Hai asked with a smile. 62 veins? Bingheim asked, feeling curious. No, it is 31 veins in both directions. Gu Hai said with a smile. 31? That's right. In the past, this emperor guessed that the Thousand Islands Sea was a large Go game. It should be a Go game of the 33 unhindered worlds. I have already studied the arrangement of the islands, but I have not completely determined which islands are white chess pieces and which are black chess pieces. However, the meridians that connect the chess pieces seem to be the perfect 31 heavens and earths formation. 31? This emperor has been searching for it but could not find it. So, it is here. Gu Hai said with a smile. Don't worry. It is not difficult to undo the pull of these veins. However, this 31 unhindered worlds formation is the hard part. This time, this emperor has to properly comprehend it. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. As Gu Hai spoke, he extended his hand and tapped the intersection of the two golden veins. Clack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out at the intersection of the veins. Rattle. Rattle. More than half of the veins immediately separated from 9-5 Island. They separated? Your Majesty, are you going to solve the Go puzzle? Miao Qin exclaimed in pleasant surprise. No, not yet. However, we can release 9-5 Island first. Gu Hai said with a smile. At the same time, when Gu Hai tapped the veins and released a black Go stone, it seemed to affect the entire Thousand Islands Sea situation. Hong. Nearly at the same time, the entire Thousand Islands Sea shook violently. Tsunamis surged into the air from the 1,000-odd islands as if a great calamity was about to descend. Chapter 450. Tenjin Island in the innate puzzle world, Sky Chess Pavilion, Guanxi Palace. The 18th elder sat in the large hall. A coffin sat in the north of the hall, and a Go board with 19 lines floated above it. The Go board was filled with Go stones. At this moment, a black Go stone slowly changed color, turning white. Another black Go stone turned white? An elder said with a smile. A few years ago when the innate puzzle world opened, there were only 200 white Go stones. In just a few years, there are already 280 white Go stones. In just a few years, 80 white Go stones turned white? There are still 80 black Go stones. Does that mean that in a few years this Go board will turn completely white? Another elder said excitedly. 800 years ago, all the Go stones on this Go board were black. Now they will all turn white. Back then, the pavilion master said that when this Go board turns completely white, the Sky Chess Pavilion will re-enter the Divine Continent. So, how many more years? The elders looked at the first elder excitedly. The first elder took a deep breath and said, to be more precise, in the past few months, a large number of black Go stones turned white. Someone should have collected a large number of the pavilion master's treasures in a short time and put in all their effort to refine them and decipher them. First elder, what do you mean? Someone put in all their effort to collect the treasures that the pavilion master scattered. Furthermore, that person deciphered and refined them in an extremely short time. There should be more than 200 of them. That person completely refined them. The first elder said seriously. 200? That's impossible. Who has such strong Go skills? How long has it been? Did one person refine them all? That's impossible. The elders shook their heads. It might not be impossible. Perhaps. The first elder frowned slightly. But Gu Hai. Everyone looked at the first elder. The first elder frowned and shook his head, feeling uncertain. That might not be the case. Could it be that no one has better Go skills than him? Guanxi's 9 sons should not be weaker than him. First elder. Everyone immediately shook their heads. Never mind. No matter what, there is no harm to us. As long as this Go board turns completely white, it will be fine. The first elder shook his head and smiled. Everyone looked at the chessboard. 361 chess pieces. No, to be more precise, there were only 360 chess pieces. One chess piece was missing, but it was the 9 and 5 position. Where was the original chess piece that had exploded? Back then, when Gu Hai played against Old Man Guanqi's puppet image in the innate puzzle world, that puppet wanted to drain all of Gu Hai's Go skills, wanting to copy all of Gu Hai's 100,000 Go puzzles. Unfortunately, it overloaded itself, causing this Go stone to explode. Looking at this empty space, everyone's face darkened. 9 and 5 position? If it's incomplete, does that count as exceeding the pavilion master's expectations? Even a prophet can't predict the future with absolute certainty, let alone the pavilion master's prediction. Back then, the pavilion master calculated the entire world and it was supposed to be foolproof. Perhaps this is a variable that doesn't belong to the entire world. Then, it doesn't matter. The pavilion master should have multiple settings. The white Go stones in the 9 and 5 position have disappeared, but there are other replacements. I only know one setting. 9-5 Island. As long as 9-5 Island still exists, nothing else matters. 9-5 Island? The elders asked, feeling confused. That's right. 9-5 Island is the 9-5 Island of the Thousand Islands Sea. Other things might disappear, but 9-5 Island won't, right? The first elder said with a smile. Of course it won't. How can such a large island disappear? The elders said with a smile. Just at this moment, Gu Hai placed a ghost stone at the bottom of the sea. When Xiao Chun placed this ghost stone, the entire Thousand Islands Sea shook. The floating chessboard in the hall was affected as well. Boom. All the ghost stones on the Go board shook. What? Everyone's expression changed. The image of an island suddenly appeared in the empty 9 and 5 position on the Go board. Is that 9-5 Island? An elder exclaimed in shock. Bring out the map of the various islands. The first elder's expression changed. Soon a stack of maps was brought over. Then the first elder found the map of 9-5 Island. He compared it to the image on the Go board. That's right. This is the map of 9-5 Island. This Go board is indeed connected to the various islands. The first elder's expression changed. Then what's going on? The elders exclaimed in shock. Bring out the peering mirror, the first elder called out. Whoosh. Another magic treasure immediately appeared. This magic treasure looked like a round piece of glass. It faced the image of the island on the Go board. A magnified image appeared on the other side of the mirror. Quick, magnify the bottom of the island, the first elder called out. Buzz. The image on the other side of the peering mirror quickly magnified and zoomed in. Soon the image fixed on the bottom of 9-5 Island. There are 3 people? An elder exclaimed in shock. Miao Qin? It's him? He is destroying 9-5 Island? That's not right. It's Gu Hai. It's Gu Hai. Another elder exclaimed. The sound could not be heard. However, based on the image, it seemed like Miao Chen and the other woman showed respect to Gu Hai. Gu Hai is destroying 9-5 Island? An elder exclaimed in shock. Fortunately, he only destroyed half of it. The other half is impossible. That is the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. The first elder said with a glare. 31? The group of elders immediately sucked in a cold breath. Most of the elders here could not understand the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. Only the first elder could recognize it. Indeed, it cannot be broken. The 3 of them flew back to the island. The first elder exhaled. However, Gu Hai's group returned to the soaring palace hall's entrance. Imperial Father, how was it? Gu Qin immediately asked anxiously. It looks like you can only leave first. Gu Hai said with a deep breath. 9-5 Island is tied up. If we want 9-5 Island to ascend, we can only replace it. In other words, we have to place another Go stone to replace 9-5 Island and be held back by the Thousand Island Sea's Go board, Gu Hai said solemnly. Imperial Father, you are using yourself to replace 9-5 Island? How can that work? Gu Qin immediately said worriedly. Replacing meant that 9-5 Island would leave. Gu Hai would be held back and unable to leave. It's fine. This is the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. We will be able to solve it in a few days. You all leave first. Gu Hai said with a smile. We leave first? But Gu Qin showed some worry. Don't worry. We already gave you the flight route. You will be in charge of the ascension next. You all leave first. We will catch up soon. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. This official will accompany your majesty, right? Bingheim immediately asked. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "You all leave first. This replacement might trigger the entire Thousand Island Seas ritual array. If you stay nearby, you will definitely suffer a backlash. You all leave first." But everyone felt worried. "No buts. This is the ruler's decree." Gu Hai said seriously. "Yes," everyone answered. "Dongfang Bubi, if we run into any troublemakers along the way, I will have to trouble you to help my son Guqin." Gu Hai looked at Dongfang Bubi. "Mr. Good, don't worry." Dongfang Bubi nodded. Gu Hai nodded and said, "Amplify the sound." Whoosh. The sound amplification formations activated in the surroundings. "Citizens of 9-5 Island, listen up. Now 9-5 Island will rise into the air and fly to the Divine Continent. Crown Prince Guqin will be in charge of controlling it. Everything will be fine. Don't worry." Gu Hai instructed the citizens. "Yes." The citizens around 9-5 Island immediately answered. After Gu Hai taught Guqin how to control the life entrapment saber, he flew to the bottom of the sea. Soon he arrived at the bottom of the sea where the 62 meridians were. In Guanxi's palace hall, First Elder, look, Gu Hai is here again. Someone immediately cried out in alarm. Gu Hai. Why is he here again? He can't solve the 31-line pair world Go puzzle. What's the point of him coming? The First Elder said with a cold smile. However, they saw the First Elder in the video. Clack. Gu Hai tapped another meridian intersection point. Voila. All the meridians connected to 9-5 Island left 9-5 Island. The group of elders. Rumble. At 9-5 Island, the golden meridians suddenly left 9-5 Island and instantly formed a large net, trapping half of Gu Hai. After 9-5 Island lost its restraints, it floated to the surface of the sea. On 9-5 Island, the citizens of the Dahan Island goggled. I feel like the ground is flying. Flying. Look, the sea in the distance is sinking. We are really flying. It's floating. It's floating. Countless citizens felt excited. However, Guqin showed an anxious expression. Sure enough, in the distant sky, rolling dark clouds suddenly swept over. It was not just the sky above 9-5 Island but the entire Thousand Island Sea. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath that surrounded Tianyuan Island suddenly expanded and spread in all directions. Thunderous rumbles rang out, covering the entire boundless Thousand Island Sea. Quick, quick, quick. Guqin drove 9-5 Island into the air with an anxious expression. Boom. 9-5 Island flew out of the sea. All Xuanwu, bring the surrounding ships and enter the island immediately. Enter the island immediately. Guqin shouted. Yes. The surrounding Xuanwu and ships all left the sea and entered 9-5 Island. Boom. 9-5 Island left and a tsunami soared into the sky. Quick, quick. Guqin showed an anxious expression. Before 9-5 Island could rise to the sky, it already started moving quickly on the sea. This movement took one day. Only after one day did it leave its original position. The situation was extremely dangerous. The dark clouds in the sky immediately sent down countless lightning bolts. Rumble. The lightning bolts struck 9-5 Island's original position. It seemed like heaven's anger at Tenjin Island shifted to 9-5 Island's original position. Standing on 9-5 Island, everyone watched as the waterfall-like lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Their expressions changed. Oh no, Your Majesty. Bingheim's expression changed as she quickly charged into the sea. Lightning bolts shot out everywhere in the sea. When Bingheim approached, a large amount of electricity entered her body. However, she endured the intense pain and soon saw Gu Hai. Gu Hai seemed to be seated on a circular platform surrounded by golden veins at the bottom of the sea in the distance. When the surrounding lightning bolts approached, they avoided him. Gu Hai sat cross-legged on the circular platform calmly, placing Go stones on a Go board. Your Majesty, are you all right? Bingheim asked worriedly. Miao Qin flew over from behind, showing a worried expression. I'm fine. You all can leave first. Gu Hai said with a smile from the other side of the light. Yes. Everyone released their bated breaths and flew out of the sea. They flew to 9-5 Island and reported to Gu Hai that they were safe. Guqin let out a long breath and nodded. 9-5 Island rise completely. Guqin said as he controlled the life-entrapping saber. Rumble. 9-5 Island slowly soared into the sky, going higher and higher. Soon it even broke through the dark clouds. It soared even higher into the sky. Countless ordinary people goggled as they watched the ground under their feet soar into the clouds. Perhaps they would never forget this moment for the rest of their lives. Everyone showed a smile on their faces. Except for the Sky Chess Pavilion's 18th elder. In the scene, 9-5 Island had already vanished, leaving the ritual array. The group led by the first elder remained silent for a long time. After some time, the first elder said hatefully while feeling conflicted, "Gu Hai." Chapter 451. The 9-5 Island floated 5,000 kilometers in the air. The air appeared thin, and the ordinary citizens found it hard to breathe. Activate the ritual array. Guqin activated the life-trapping ritual array. Buzz. A barrier suddenly encased the surroundings of the 9-5 Island, restoring the air to its original state. Furthermore, some clouds formed to protect against the blazing sun. Furthermore, a large amount of clouds and water vapor surrounded the 9-5 Island. From a distance, it looked like a white cloud drifting in the sky. This incredibly vast white cloud slowly flew in the direction of the divine continent. Dongfang Bubi stood at the edge of the 9-5 Island, looking at the sea of clouds around him with narrowed eyes. What a wondrous world! Dongfang Bubi sighed. Compared to the Blackwood Cliff in his memories, this world was already too wondrous. The more this was so, the stronger Dongfang Bubi's desire to become a real person. As the 9-5 Island flew, it became increasingly stable. Soon, the countless ordinary citizens could no longer feel the ground moving. The 9-5 Island is already balanced. The Dahan citizens can return to their normal lives. Officials, do your best to assist in the restoration of the citizens' residences. Guqin instructed. Yes, the surrounding officials answered. Everyone started working like a raging fire. However, Guqin and the others kept looking at the churning dark clouds below, their eyes filled with worry. Dark clouds covered the sky as surging lightning struck 9-5 Island's previous location. After 2 days, the dark clouds slowly scattered. However, that sea region still churned with surging waves. However, it slowly calmed down. The lightning is gone. Imperial Father should be safer now. Guqin sighed. Miao Qin and Bingheim nodded. The Emperor said that there would be a huge commotion when changing and breaking the Go puzzles. Previously, only 9-5 Island was changed. There would be a huge commotion when the 31-line pair world Go puzzle was solved. Although these people wanted to remain, Gu Hai already gave them orders. They could only follow the 9-5 Island Go puzzle array to the divine continent. After another day, the 9-5 Island vanished completely from the horizon. In Guanxi's palace in the Sky Chess Pavilion, the 18th elder watched the scene with a sullen expression. The 9-5 Island in the scene disappeared, leaving only Gu Hai playing Go. 31 Heavens and Earth Great Array? Can Gu Hai really solve it? The group of elders looked at the great elder. If that was the case, did something happen to the second setting of the Pavilion Master? That's impossible. Gu Hai can't possibly break the 31 Heavens and Earth chess game. The great elder clenched his fists and stared at the screen. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him step out back then. An elder said hatefully. But even if he was depressed, it was useless. Gu Hai placed his piece on the seabed. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged on a round platform. In front of him was a 31 vertical and horizontal chessboard. Gu Hai looked at the chessboard carefully. On the other side of the chessboard, the blurry image of a white-robed elder slowly condensed. The white-robed old man stared at Gu Hai and said, "You have great chess skills. Have you condensed the chess soul?" Gu Hai raised his head and looked at the old man in white. It was an image left behind by old man Guanxi. "It is not complete," Gu Hai said with a smile. When old man Guanxi saw Gu Hai play his Go stone, he did not get angry. Instead, a light flashed in his eyes as he said, "This is the 31 Heavens and Earth chess game. The main body uses it to lock the Go stones. I hope it will be useful to you." "You are not angry that I solved the 31 Go stones?" Gu Hai looked at old man Guanxi in confusion. Old man Guanxi smiled faintly and said, "Angry? No. If it were me, would you be angry?" Gu Hai looked at old man Guanxi in confusion. "When no one in the world is qualified to play Go with you, will you still love Go?" Old man Guanxi asked with a smile. "No one in the world is qualified to play Go with me?" Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai had experienced this before. Back then, no one on 9-5 Island could compare to his Go skills. At that moment, he yearned for an opponent. Unfortunately, no one could play Go with him. He could only play Go with himself. "I still love Go. However, I understand how you feel. However, if my Go skills increase while you are no longer there, what is the point?" Gu Hai said with a frown. Who said that I am at the peak? Haven't I already lost in Go? Old man Guanxi said with a bitter smile. Your final Go game is against heaven? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Old man Guanxi smiled faintly and did not say much. Let's play. I'll help you solve the Go. Oh. Gu Hai looked at old man Guanxi with narrowed eyes. Old man Guanxi maintained his amiable appearance. He pointed at the Go board as though he wanted to give Gu Hai some pointers. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before shaking his head. There's no need. I don't need anyone to give me pointers when I solve the Go puzzles. Old man Guanxi showed some surprise. You don't need to take care of me. Use your strongest Go skill as a remnant thought to stop me. Gu Hai extended his hand and bowed. You don't need to take care of me. Just use your strongest Go skill as a remnant thought to stop me. Gu Hai extended his hand and bowed. All right. Old man Guanxi smiled faintly. Then he picked up a white Go stone. Clack. The white Go stone landed on the Go board. Gu Hai stared at the situation that changed with one move and started to think quietly. At the same time, the 100,000 Go puzzles under the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal on Gu Hai's forehead merged. Now only 10,000 Go puzzles remained. A Gu Hai image sat on each of these 10,000 Go puzzles. When Gu Hai's main body placed a Go stone, all the Gu Hai images opened their eyes and focused on analyzing the world of the Go board. Compared to the 31 ritual arrays, these 31 Go puzzles were much more complicated. Some of the 10,000 Go puzzles had already merged last time. This time they merged even faster. Boom, boom, boom. Go puzzles merged one after another. In the blink of an eye, only 8,000 Go puzzles remained. As Gu Hai's main body placed a Go stone, more Go puzzles merged. Gu Hai immediately gained a lot. Gu Hai continued like this for 5 days. Boom. Of the 10,000 Go puzzles, 8,000 Go puzzles merged and condensed into 2,000 extremely complicated Go puzzles with 19 Go puzzles. Among them, 8,000 Gu Hai images also merged into 2,000 clearer Gu Hai images. 31 is actually so much more complicated than 30? Gu Hai's main body sighed. However, old man Guanxi, who sat across from Gu Hai, frowned as he looked at the Go board before him. Your comprehension ability is really incredible. In just a few days you managed to decipher the Go puzzles to this extent? Old man Guanxi looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai took a deep breath and continued looking at the Go board before him. The 2,000 Go puzzles that just merged and condensed started matching up with the 2,000 most complicated Go puzzles that did not merge. However, the further one went, the more difficult it became. The 4,000 Gu Hai images continued to stare at the 31 Go puzzles, analyzing and absorbing nutrients. At this moment in the Sky Chess Pavilion, the first elder showed an extremely unsightly expression. It had already been several days, but Gu Hai was still playing Go puzzles. Although he was playing Go puzzles very slowly, he was not done yet. First elder, didn't you say that as long as he lost, the 31 Go puzzles would crush him? Gu Hai is still fine. Could it be that Gu Hai is not showing any signs of losing? An elder asked worriedly. The first elder showed an unsightly expression as he shook his head. I don't know yet. But everyone felt anxious. On the screen, Gu Hai paused while holding a black Go stone. Then he stared at the Go board, waiting to solve it. The sea region where 9-5 Island used to be had already calmed down. 10 flying ships quickly flew over from the distance. A large number of vampires and bat spirits stood on the flying ships. The Bat Ancestor and the Chang clan elders all showed excited expressions. Primogenitor, we are almost at 9-5 Island. Ah, we are almost there. The Chang clan's second son said excitedly. The Bat Ancestor showed a ferocious expression. Indeed. Primogenitor, I've thought about it. Can we not kill the people of 9-5 Island immediately? We can turn them into vampires and blood mercenaries, not letting a single one off. We can torture them properly. The Chang clan's third son said excitedly. Alright, let's do that. Don't let a single one escape. Who told them to be Gu Hai's people? We can't let them off easily. The Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. There is also that Gu Hai's son Guqin. Primogenitor, at that time, we will turn him into a vampire and let him eat the hearts and livers of the people. How about that? Ha ha ha. The Chang clan's fourth son said with a ferocious expression. Let them eat each other, the Bat Ancestor roared excitedly. Not far away, Chang Sheng and Chang Ming showed extremely unsightly expressions. This was because the conversation between the Bat Ancestor and the Chang clan elders was turning increasingly bloody and perverted. The two of them looked at each other but did not say anything. Chang Xing understood that the Bat Ancestor and the others hated Gu Hai so much that they were hysterical. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, they naturally wanted to explode 10 times or even 100 times more. Unfortunately, those people were going to. Chang Xing sighed helplessly. Are we there yet? The Bat Ancestor asked excitedly as he looked at the vampire controlling the flying boat not far away. The vampire's expression froze. Almost there. Didn't you say that we would arrive in 2 hours at most? It's been 3 hours. Why aren't we there yet? The Chang clan's second son said with a glare. Aye. The vampire's expression turned ugly. The Bat Ancestor glared. We might be lost. The vampire revealed an expression that was even more unsightly than crying. The Bat Ancestor. The Chang clan elders. We talked for a long time just now, got excited for a long time, and thought of many ways to torture people. You're telling me you're lost? Lost? You can die now. The Bat Ancestor was furious. No. Ancestors, spare me. Boom. The vampire exploded with a loud boom. Lost? What a joke. Who knows 9-5 Island? Who else? The Bat Ancestor said with a glare. A Bat Demon said with an ugly expression. Ancestor, we are on the right path. I have taken this route in the past, but what? 9-5 Island is gone. The Bat Demon said with a bitter expression. What do you mean 9-5 Island is gone? How can an island be gone? Are you kidding me? The Bat Ancestor said coldly. It's true. It's really gone. It should be around here, but it's gone. Why don't I go to the nearby islands and ask the people there for the location of 9-5 Island? The Bat Monster said in a terrified voice. Then what are you waiting for? The Bat Ancestor glared. Soon, the Bat Ancestor and the Chang clan elders captured the natives of the surrounding islands, 9-4 Island, 9-6 Island, 8-5 Island, and 15th Island, and asked them for the location of 9-5 Island. Everyone pointed to this place. However, the place before them was a vast sea. The waves were calm and the seawater was as still as a mirror. This is it? The Bat Ancestor looked coldly at the experts from the surrounding islands that it had captured over the past 2 days. Solemnly, the surrounding experts nodded. Are you kidding me? This boundless sea is 9-5 Island? Chapter 452. In Guanxi Palace Sky Chess Pavilion, the 18th Elder had a very gloomy expression. On the screen, Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi's image were playing Go. However, there was still no clear victor. Gu Hai? How strong is his Go skill? An elder said with an unsightly expression. First Elder, can Gu Hai solve the 31-line pair world Go puzzle? Another elder asked worriedly as he looked at the first elder. The first elder took a deep breath and shook his head. Impossible. Back then, when the pavilion master played Go with the heavens, there were only 33 Go games. 31? Although it is slightly weaker than 33, it is still impossible for anyone to solve it. Gu Hai is only in his 70s? How is that possible? But everyone anxiously looked at the screen. On the screen, Gu Hai held a black Go stone and narrowed his eyes at the complicated Go board before him. Life and death in one thought. How would you like to place your Go stone? Old Man Guanxi's image smiled at Gu Hai. As the Go stones continued to be placed, the Go game became more and more complicated. At this point, Gu Hai could see that all the Go stones on the Go board were jumping around rapidly. However, as Gu Hai focused on the Go stones, those moving Go stones slowly calmed down. The more Gu Hai looked, the clearer it became. Meanwhile, in Guanxi Palace, the elders had been waiting for Gu Hai to make a fool of himself. After waiting for several days to no avail, they began to look at the Go board in boredom. Since these people could become elders of the Sky Chess Pavilion, they naturally had extraordinary Go skills. As they watched, they immersed themselves in the Go board. Why are these Go stones jumping around? I can't see them at all. That's right. All the Go stones are jumping around. How can I place a Go stone? 31. I'm getting dizzy just looking at it. All the elders had unsightly expressions. At the same time, they slowly immersed themselves in the Go board. However, the more they immersed themselves, the more mentally drained they became. Suddenly, the person at the end of the line opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. 18. What's wrong with you? Everyone looked at the elder in surprise. That elder 18 coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Everyone immediately surrounded him worriedly. The first elder glanced at him and said solemnly, If you don't have go skills, don't force yourself. Great Elder, has 18 exhausted all of his mental strength? An elder asked in astonishment. The Grand Elder nodded. Just by watching this game of Go, 18 vomited blood and fainted. This Gu Hai's Go skills are stronger than 18's? That elder said in astonishment. Everyone's expression turned ugly. Do you still want to watch? An elder asked in a deep voice. Look, I don't believe that an outsider can be stronger than us. Although we have not seen the 31 Go puzzles before, we might not lose if we run into them, another elder said sullenly. The group of elders looked over again. This time, they entered the depths of the Go puzzle with an unwillingness to admit defeat. On the screen, Gu Hai placed another Go stone. Old Man Guanxi's image smiled as he placed another Go stone. At the same time, on the sea where Gu Hai was, the Bat Ancestor and the others were stupefied. After killing several experts from the various islands, they confirmed that 9-5 Island was here. However, for some reason it was gone. It was gone just like that? That's impossible. It was a perfectly fine island. Can't be gone just like that. Search. Spread out. Search. Search. You must find it. The Bat Ancestor roared. Yes. The vampires and bat demons immediately scattered. Rumble. Rolling bats flew in all directions. The Bat Ancestor and the Chang clan elders nearly went crazy. They had been excited the entire time, imagining how to torture 9-5 Islands people. However, when they arrived here they were told that it was gone. After spending so much time in humiliation, they were just waiting to avenge themselves. Unexpectedly they received another slap in the face. The bat spirits and vampires searched everywhere in a frenzy. They searched the sky and the sea. They had to find it. Chang Sheng and Chang Ming sighed softly as they looked at the crazed Bat Ancestor and the others. Father, what should we do? Chang Ming asked with a frown. We won't do anything. However, we can't make it too obvious. Let's hide at the bottom of the sea first. We'll come out after the primogenitor and the others vent their anger, Chang Sheng said sullenly. Oh. Chang Ming nodded. Plop. The two dove to the bottom of the sea. Gu Hai was at the bottom of the sea. However, how big was 9-5 Island back then? It was as big as Earth's landmass. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack for these 100,000-odd bats to search for one person on Earth. There were countless ravines at the bottom of the sea. How could they find Gu Hai? However, there was always some particularly strange luck in the world, such as the current Chang Ming. Chang Ming, the person favored by the heavens. He and his father wanted to hide in the sea for a period of time, so they deliberately went to a remote place to hide. However, in such a remote place, when the two dove to the bottom of the sea, Chang Ming suddenly showed a strange expression. What's wrong? Chang Sheng looked at Chang Ming in confusion. Chang Ming pointed into the distance and saw a light ring stage in the distance. It was very inconspicuous in a trench. If others wanted to find it, they wouldn't be able to find it even after 8 to 10 years. However, the two of them found it so strangely. At this moment, the illusory figures of Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were sitting on the light ring. The two of them were playing Go. Moreover, there were only the two of them. Chang Sheng opened his mouth. They found it just like that? He turned to look at his son. The person favored by the heavens was indeed strange. Father, should we tell the primogenitor? Chang Ming asked excitedly. Chang Sheng glanced at Gu Hai in the distance. Gu Hai, who was playing Go, seemed to sense something and turned his head to look. Gu Hai happened to see Chang Sheng and Chang Ming. He frowned slightly. Go over then, Chang Sheng said. After saying that, Chang Sheng led Chang Ming to the light ring where Gu Hai was. Chang Sheng and Chang Ming greet Mr. Good. Chang Sheng suddenly bowed slightly. Chang Ming felt slightly stunned. Was there a need to bow to Gu Hai? He was about to die at the primogenitor's hands. Lord Chang? Gu Hai said with a frown. Why are Chang Sheng and Chang Ming here? Mr. Good, the primogenitor is angry. He led the entire Chang clan to 9-5 Island to destroy it and take revenge for the past. Chang Sheng explained solemnly. Chang Ming opened his mouth, not knowing if he should stop him. Oh, the Bat Ancestor is here? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Lord Chang, why are you telling me this? Aren't you going to report to the Bat Ancestor? Chang Sheng and his son have no intention of participating in the feud between Mr. Good and the primogenitor. Today we see Mr. Good because we want to form a good relationship with Mr. Good. We hope that Mr. Good won't reject us. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Gu Hai looked at Chang Sheng skeptically. Then he finally nodded. If that's the case, we won't disturb Mr. Good. Chang Sheng said with a smile. Guhai nodded. At this moment, the Go game with Old Man Guanxi had reached the most critical moment. Naturally, he did not want to be disturbed. Changxing led Changming and slowly retreated. As they retreated, Changxing smiled from the bottom of his heart. Father? What are you doing? Why are you so polite to him? If we tell the primogenitor, Guhai is dead. He's alone. Changming said blankly. Changxing said with a serious expression. But what good will it do us to tell the primogenitor? Changming's face stiffened. Ming, you're blessed by the heavens. Most of the time you're luckier than anyone else. You don't have to think and everything goes according to your heart. But have you ever thought about it? What if one day your luck is gone? What if your opponent is luckier than you? Changxing said in a low voice. When you were young you were quite smart. When we put the second generation of our families together, you were smarter than Mo Yike. But why is it that Mo Yike is getting smarter and smarter, and you're getting dumber and dumber? Changxing said in a low voice. Changming looked depressed. This was his father's scolding and he had no way to refute it. What good will it do us to report to the primogenitor? Changxing said in a low voice. The primogenitor will only praise us. Changming said with a bitter smile. Then what if we don't report to the primogenitor? Changxing said in a low voice. If we don't say even if we help Guhai, will Guhai be grateful? Changming said somewhat uncertainly. Whether Guhai is grateful or not, we help Guhai. Whether Guhai is willing or not, he owes us a favor. Whether he returns it or not, he owes us. Right? Changxing said. Yes. If there's one time you offend Guhai again or offend someone else and Guhai happens to save you, this favor will save your life. Right? Changxing said in a low voice. Seems like it. But why would I offend him again? I don't need him to save me either. Changming immediately shook his head and said. Last time Mo Yike caught you. Who let you go? Changxing said in a low voice. It's Guhai. Changming said gloomily. That's why I made you use your brain. Moreover, right now Chen and Yuan are fighting, Guhai is sandwiched in the middle. There are many opportunities for you to offend him. Remember, you didn't see anything. Changxing said in a low voice. Yes. Changming said gloomily. Father, but we really don't tell the primogenitor? After all, we were created by the primogenitor, we should. Changming said with a frown. The primogenitor created us for himself too. Changsheng's eyes flashed with a helpless look of hatred as he said. What? Changming said in puzzlement. If you know the truth you'll despair. Sigh. I hope that day will never come. Changxing sighed slightly. Changming did not understand what it meant and was about to ask. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound came from above the sea. A huge shock wave surged to the bottom of the sea. Even Changming and Changsheng could feel the crazy waves of the seawater. Furthermore, a pure white holy light shot out from the surface of the sea and into the depths of the ocean in all directions. What's wrong? Changming's expression changed. Holy light? Is this the holy light of the angels? Changsheng's expression immediately changed. Bat ancestor? Old thing, you are not dead yet? Let me ask you, where did 9-5 Island go? Where is Guhai? A cold, sinister shout suddenly came from the sea. Yihua. Changsheng's expression changed. Chapter 453. Bat ancestor? Old thing, you are not dead yet? Let me ask you this. Where is 9-5 Island? Where is Guhai? A sinister, cold shout suddenly came from the sea. Yeah. Changsheng's expression changed. Whoosh. Changsheng and his son charged towards the sea. Bang. The two quickly charged out of the sea. At this moment all the vampires and bat spirits flew back. Half of the calm sea had holy light soaring into the sky. Many angels flew about, and there seemed to be countless infants flying with wings on their backs amid the holy light. As for the other half, black energy soared into the sky. Countless bats covered the sky, and a large number of vampires and bat spirits occupied the sky. On the angels' side, Yeha took the lead. All the experts on the 10 flying ships waited sternly. On the dark bat side, the bat ancestor took the lead. All the experts on the 10 flying ships also waited sternly. Changsheng and his son immediately flew behind the bat ancestor and coldly looked at the other side. Yeha showed a sullen expression as he looked around. Where is 9-5 Island? Where is 9-5 Island? Yeha shouted coldly as he stared at the bat ancestor. Why are you looking for 9-5 Island? The bat ancestor countered with a sullen expression. Yeha narrowed his eyes. Not long ago 9-5 Island was here. That could not be wrong. At that time Yeha personally came here. However, when he returned it was gone? Were these bats the only ones left? Were these vampires the reinforcements that Guhai called in? The bat ancestor showed a sullen expression. It was already depressed enough that it could not find 9-5 Island. Now there were more to add to its troubles? Yeha narrowed his eyes. Why am I looking for 9-5 Island? 9-5 Island would not disappear into thin air. Old thing? What are you doing here? I'm asking you a question. The bat ancestor retorted coldly. Yi Hua and bat ancestor seemed to have known each other for a long time, but they also seemed to have a grudge against each other. The two of them looked at each other coldly, each on alert. No one could say what they were thinking. However, the two felt curious. The other party's expression seemed to show some resentment for 9-5 Island. It was not just a trace, but because both of them had restrained their expressions, they did not completely reveal it. No matter what, killing Guhai with their own hands was what the two of them wanted the most. Therefore, at this moment, no one was willing to back down, let alone cooperate. Yeha, go back to where you came from. This is not a place you can meddle in. Bat ancestor said coldly. How old thing, the one who should scram is you. Wasn't the lesson from the Solar Divine Palace last time enough? Yi Hua said coldly. I'm letting you go because of Tai Chu. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being impolite. There is no Tai Chu here and there is no 10-direction destruction here. If you don't want to die, scram immediately. Bat ancestor shouted coldly. The two of them had a deep grudge against each other, so they were unwilling to cooperate. Furthermore, they were confident that they could deal with Guhai, so they did not need the other party. If the other party stayed, he would only be a hindrance. Yi Hua narrowed his eyes and sneered. How old thing, you want me to scram? Even if Shiyu the Great were here, he would not dare to say that to me. Boom. As Yi Hua spoke, he extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Bat Ancestor. Buzz. A huge white manifested palm suddenly condensed in the air. When Yi Hua threw a palm strike, the world instantly lit up. A vast might swept toward Bat Ancestor with a towering wave. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? You're courting death. Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Bat Ancestor threw a palm strike. Surging black energy instantly erupted, and a huge black palm collided with Yi Hua's white palm. Hong. The full-powered attack of a peak celestial palace expert sent a huge shockwave in all directions. The surrounding sea was suddenly pressed down and then rebounded into the sky, forming a towering tsunami. Squeak, 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 squeak. Countless bats swarmed out. Squeak, squeak. Countless illusory images of baby angels surged out. Rumble. The angels and bats from both sides collided with a loud bang. For a moment, the sky darkened, and a storm swept across the land. At the same time, the powerhouses on the flying ships also charged forward. Kill them. Chongqing shouted. Rumble. The 4 elders of the Chang family were all at the celestial palace level. They immediately unleashed an unprecedented aura and charged forward. The powerhouses on the opposite flying ship also charged toward them. Bam. 2 of them even spread their wings, revealing 3 pairs of wings. 6-winged angels? Their wings haven't hardened yet, have they? They just entered the celestial palace. Chongqing sneered. You're neither human nor ghost. How dare you make an enemy of Solar Divine Palace? A 6-winged angel charged toward Chongqing with a holy light sword in his hand. Humph. We're from the Blood Clan. We demonized Bat Ancestor. You angels? Isn't it the same? You're just a seagull demonized. You're still a demonized human. How dare you talk to us like that? What a joke. Chongqing snorted coldly and slashed with his saber. Boom. Chongqing's saber slammed into the 6-winged angel's sword with a bloody light. Bloody light and white light instantly lit up the surroundings. The 2 celestial palaces immediately radiated ferocious might. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders of the Chang family had just entered the celestial palace, but the other side also had powerhouses of the same level. For a moment, the entire sea was in chaos. Old thing, old bat, you weren't my match back then and you're even less my match now. Today I'll kill you here. Yi Hua glared. Dazzling white light shone from his hand. 3 pairs of huge white wings appeared on his back, illuminating the surroundings. Old thing? Your little thing? Seagull demon? You overestimate yourself. The Bat Ancestor snorted coldly. Boom. Black and white energies clashed ferociously. Endless tsunamis appeared in the surrounding sea. Violent undersea storms swept up in all directions. At the bottom of the sea where Guhai was, a huge impact was felt. Guhai also received a huge impact. Fortunately, he sat on the light ring platform so he did not receive any interference. Guhai raised his head and looked up. The sea rippled as if it was the end of the world. Loud roars came from the sky. Yihua's main body is here? The bat ancestor is here as well? Ah, you're actually fighting? Light and darkness? This is so similar to the fairy tales I read when I was young. Unfortunately, Yihua, you are not Jehovah. Bat ancestor, you are not Cain either. Guhai sneered. Guhai narrowed his eyes as he sneered. Chongsheng? You're a wise man. Chongsheng? Amo Yak? And that blind Qin Yun? Shiyu the Great, you have a good hand of cards. I wonder how good you are at it? Guhai sighed slightly and ignored the battle outside. He continued looking at the chessboard in front of him. Life and death in a single thought. Be careful, sir. Old Man Guanxi's phantom placed a piece and laughed. As Old Man Guanxi placed his piece, the entire chessboard's layout changed dramatically again. In Guhai's eyes, the pieces jumped again. In between his eyebrows, 4,000 Guhai's phantoms stared at the pieces as if they were trying their best to solve them. The 4,000 phantoms were the crystallization of Guhai's wisdom. Moving all of them together was naturally very effective. In the blink of an eye, the wildly jumping pieces slowly calmed down. Guhai placed another piece. At the same time, in Guanxi's hall in the Sky Chess Pavilion, 5 elders were already sitting to the side with blood seeping out of their mouths. Cough, cough, cough. This is ghost strength. Be careful. I can't take it anymore. What a terrifying 31 worlds chessboard, warned an elder who vomited blood. Pwah. Another elder was drained of his mental strength as he fell to the ground while vomiting blood. The elders were already immersed in the game. As Guhai placed his pieces, their mental strength followed suit. The deeper they sank, the more mentally drained they became. Before long, only 3 elders were left staring at the chessboard with an uncertain expression. The Grand Elder and the other 2 elders. However, even though they were drained of their mental strength, the 3 continued staring intently. This was not only a game of chess but also a learning process. No one had ever seen the 31 worlds chessboard before. Now that they finally had a chance, who would let it go? Guhai? His face isn't flushed at all? He even has the mood to pay attention to the churning of the seawater outside? Exclaimed an elder who had collapsed to the ground while clutching his chest. Since he had already vomited blood, he naturally didn't dare to look at the chessboard anymore. He could only look at some external things. Say, how do you think Guhai's ghost strength compares to the 9th young masters? An elder asked with a frown. The 9th young master? The elders raised their eyebrows. On the chessboard, Guhai suddenly placed his pieces faster and faster. Pa, pa, pa. The faces of the last 3 elders immediately flushed red. Pwah. Another elder vomited blood and fainted, leaving only 2 elders. They were the Grand Elder and an ordinary-looking elder. The 12th elder? His ghost strength isn't the strongest among us. How did he last until now? That's right. Cough, cough, cough. The last time we played, the 12th elder couldn't beat me. This time he actually lasted as long as the Grand Elder? That's not right. Look, the Grand Elder's face is twisted, but the 12th elder's face is only flushed red. The elders stared in shock at the last 2 elders. The Grand Elder and the 12th elder. On the chessboard, the ghost stones seemed to have reached the end. 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. If you get the final ghost stone right, you win. The old man Guanxi said solemnly in the chessboard. Guhai pinched a black ghost stone and paused there for 1 incense stick's worth of time. As the 4,000 go puzzles on his forehead trembled, a beam of light suddenly flashed in his mind. Then 4 of the go puzzles suddenly approached each other. Boom. The 4 go puzzles finally merged. Guhai instantly comprehended. Just as he did so, the remaining go boards, which had been stuck for a long time, seemed to erupt with energy. They quickly merged into 4 pieces at an extremely fast speed. Boom, 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 boom. The 4,000 go puzzles merged in just 5 breaths of time, forming 1,000 large go puzzles. Phew. Guhai let out a long breath. 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. Ah. So that is what it means. I nearly walked into a dead end earlier. No, you gave me a dead end. It is not 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. It is 1 thought to live, 1 thought to die. 31? I understand now. Gu Hai smiled faintly. As he smiled, the black ghost stone in his hand landed. Clack. When the black ghost stone landed, the old man Guanxi's image on the other side suddenly raised his eyebrows. Rattle. Rattle. Large numbers of white ghost stones immediately appeared on the go board. Congratulations on breaking 31. Old man Guanxi sighed. In the Sky Chess Pavilion Guanxi Hall, blarg. The first elder vomited a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. That's impossible. How could Gu Hai break 31? The first elder fell to the ground, and his body withered as if his essence was severely injured. He showed a horrified expression. 12th elder, are you all right? The other elders looked at the only elder who did not vomit blood in disbelief. That elder turned his head to look at the others. They all showed confused expressions. When my consciousness entered the Go puzzle, it was on the black Go stone's side, so. The 12th elder smiled bitterly. The group of elders. Are you a disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion? To think that you are on the enemy's side. Chapter 454. Pa. After Gu Hai placed the last chess piece, a large number of white chess pieces were removed from the chessboard. Congratulations, you have solved the 31st chess piece. Old man Guanxi exclaimed. Gu Hai lowered his head and looked at the chessboard. At this moment, Gu Hai's chess skills seemed to have improved significantly. When he looked at the 31st chessboard again, it was a flat expanse of land. 31st? What a 31st? I want to play 32nd? I wonder where the 32nd is? Gu Hai looked up at Old Man Guanxi's illusory figure. Old Man Guanxi's illusory figure smiled faintly and slowly disappeared. The chessboard that was completed suddenly emitted bursts of white light and slowly merged with the countless golden veins in the surroundings. Gu Hai solved the chess game. Once the 31st chess game was solved, it seemed to have completely changed the structure of the Thousand Islands Sea. Rumble. The plates on the seabed immediately moved crazily. In the outside world, the battle between the angels and vampires caused an undersea storm. Now that the Earth's crust was moving, it caused an even bigger undersea storm. Boom. At this moment, one of the 1,000 large chessboards suddenly condensed. The 4 illusory figures of Gu Hai slowly merged. Within the chessboard, a large number of chess pieces were removed. Slowly, it condensed into a chessboard with 19 vertical and horizontal pieces. The illusory figure of Gu Hai also became clearer. Is this the chessboard of Zhou Tianwu? A chess soul clone? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The Earth's crust trembled more and more violently. Gu Hai looked at the condensed illusory figure. His consciousness sank into the chess soul clone of Zhou Tianwu. The small illusory figure suddenly opened its eyes. Oh, it has already formed a soul body? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. It was the Zhou Tianwu illusory figure. Gu Hai actually felt that it had a corporeal body and was no longer the light illusory figure from before. If that is the case, can I? Gu Hai suddenly squinted his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a coffin appeared in front of him. It was the corpse of His Holiness. Gu Hai looked at His Holiness's corpse. His eyes narrowed as he tried to control the 5 heavenly cycles phantom on his glabella. The 5 heavenly cycles phantom strangely stepped out from between Gu Hai's brows and entered between His Holiness's eyebrows. He really went in? Gu Hai's face lit up with joy. Buzz. The great slaughter divine lord's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. The moment it opened its eyes, a murderous aura rushed out. Corpse control? Originally it was enough to attract the heavenly thunder, so I didn't need you. Since you can control the corpse, it's even better. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. Get up. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. His Holiness Great Slaughter's corpse wriggled but could not sit up. That's right. The chess soul doppelganger is not a complete chess soul. If I want to control this corpse, I need to experiment a lot. Gu Hai's face darkened. At the same time, in the outside world, Yi Hua and Bat Ancestor were fighting fiercely. Within 100,000 miles, tsunamis and water filled the sky. 3 pairs of wings had already sprouted from Yi Hua's back. When he struck Bat Ancestor with his palm, his strength suddenly increased. Boom. The two were evenly matched before, but suddenly Yi Hua's strength overpowered Bat Ancestor and sent Bat Ancestor flying. What? How did your strength suddenly increase? Bat Ancestor's expression changed as he cried out in surprise. He looked up and saw the shadow of a pair of wings on Yi Hua's back. 8 wings? Heavenly Palace? No, your 4th pair of wings is illusory. What Dharma treasure did you use? Bat Ancestor's expression changed as he said coldly, "Umph. Why do you care what I do? As long as I can kill you," Yihua said coldly, just as the two were about to fight again. Boom. All of a sudden, an even larger tsunami soared into the sky, knocking the waves that everyone had raised into the sky. In an instant, the impact caused all the vampires and angels to tremble violently. What's going on? Why is there such a powerful force coming from the bottom of the sea? Yihua's face darkened. As he spoke, Yihua waved his hand. Boom. The sea suddenly split in the middle, revealing the shaking of the seabed. An earthquake is happening at the bottom of the sea? Everyone said in shock. Following the tremors of the earthquake, they found the place where the tremors were the strongest. Instantly, they saw a ring of light that was gradually shrinking. Guhai had solved the game. The remaining chessboard was integrated into the Thousand Island Sea Array. 9-5 Island, the chess piece, was completely removed from the Thousand Island Sea Array. The traces of the chessboard were slowly disappearing. The ring of light was slowly disappearing. Guhai stood on the ring of light. As long as he stepped out, the ring of light would instantly disappear. Guhai stood on the ring of light. Beside him was a huge flying ship that Guhai took out. Standing on the ring of light, Guhai coldly looked at the experts in the sky. With Yihua splitting the sea, Guhai's whereabouts were immediately exposed. Guhai? The Bat Ancestor suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Guhai, so this is where you were hiding. The Chang clan elders also roared with ferocious expressions. Ha ha. Guhai, so you are here. You came without any effort. Where is that Dongfang booby of yours? Yihua also revealed a ferocious expression. At this moment, everyone looked at Guhai hatefully. It was as if they would all pounce on Guhai and tear him to shreds in the next moment. Guhai was alone, but he was facing peerless experts. The gods and demons in the sky were suddenly united against Guhai, as if they wanted to tear him to shreds. Guhai revealed a cold smile. Bat Ancestor? Yihua. Hey, you came really quickly. Guhai sneered. Of course we came quickly. Humph, don't even think about escaping from the humiliation of the past. Yihua said coldly. Guhai, I will turn you into a vampire and let you suffer the humiliation of empty city, the Bat Ancestor said coldly. Old thing, you dare to compete with me for the person I want to kill? Yihua immediately glared at the Bat Ancestor. Little thing, today Guhai is mine, the Bat Ancestor also said coldly. The angels and vampires seemed to be about to fight again. Ha, a bunch of reckless fools? Guhai suddenly said coldly. The sneer made Yihua and the Bat Ancestor's faces turn cold, and they turned to look at him. Do you really think that I will let you slaughter me today? Guhai said coldly. Yihua and the Bat Ancestor's faces suddenly darkened. Today, if the senior didn't ask me to give you a way out, do you think you can walk out of this sea alive? Guhai said coldly. As he spoke, Guhai glanced at the airship beside him. Senior? Yihua and the Bat Ancestor raised their eyebrows. There was someone in the airship? Senior? What senior? Humph, Guhai, you have already pretended to be a ghost in Empty City once and you want to do it again? Do you think you can fool me? The second son of the Chang family glared. The Bat Ancestor suddenly raised his eyebrows. That's right, Guhai pretended to be a ghost last time and fooled His Holiness. This time he wanted to do it again? Thinking of this, the Bat Ancestor sneered. Guhai, what kind of senior are you? Let him come out. The Bat Ancestor didn't believe Guhai. Yihua looked at the Bat Ancestor and didn't believe Guhai either. He sneered and seemed to want to rush up and grab Guhai. Everyone showed a ferocious look, and only the Chang father and son showed a trace of anxiety. The two of them had seen Guhai before and there was no senior at all. If there was one, it was the shadow of old man Guanchi, but that was just a shadow. Guhai turned his head to look at the flying boat and said with a smile, Senior, look, they don't want your kindness at all. Guhai laughed. In a hall in the flying boat there was a coffin lying flat. In the coffin, His Holiness's body was lying, and it suddenly opened its eyes. Humph! A cold snort came from the flying boat. With a cold snort, the rolling murderous aura soared into the sky. Boom! Just the murderous aura alone immediately expanded the surrounding sea and the waterless area more than 10 times. The aura of the powerhouse of Heavenly Palace suddenly burst out, and it was stronger than the aura of His Holiness's soul. Boom! As soon as the huge murderous aura came out, the cold chill instantly froze the seawater that was forced out. At a glance, thousands of miles were frozen. It was the murderous aura that came from killing countless people. It rushed out, and the Bat Ancestor and Yi Hua, who were about to rush down, suddenly changed their expressions. Was there really a powerhouse? How was that possible? Who is it? Yi Hua shouted with his eyes wide open. All the peerless powerhouses in the world instantly flashed through his mind. This aura was definitely the aura of a powerhouse from Heavenly Palace. Even if it was not the peak, it was still a powerhouse in the middle stage of Heavenly Palace. How was that possible? How did Gu Hai get to know such a powerhouse? The Bat Ancestor and the elders of the Chang family were stunned. At that moment, everyone was going crazy. They had overcome all difficulties and mountains to deal with Gu Hai's people, and now that they finally saw Gu Hai, there was actually a powerhouse behind him supporting him? It's not true. It can't be true. Ancestor, this must be fake. The second elder of the Chang family suddenly said anxiously. Yi Hua did not say anything because Yi Hua somewhat believed that there was a peerless powerhouse below. For a moment, Yi Hua's eyes were uncertain. Since this group of vampires was going crazy, he should test it out first. Fake. The Bat Ancestor frowned and said, "Yes, Ancestor. Don't you remember last time? At that time he used the formation to create an illusion. This is also an illusion. If there was a powerful Heavenly Palace powerhouse, why would he hide in the flying boat? Let him out, this is all fake. Gu Hai is right in front of you. Ancestor, don't be fooled by him again." The second elder of the Chang family shouted. "Yes, Ancestor. Gu Hai must be pretending to be a ghost. This is the effect of the formation." The fourth elder of the Chang family also shouted. The father and son of Chang Xing did not say anything. Both of them were convinced that Gu Hai was pretending to be a ghost, but they did not want to expose him. The Bat Ancestor once again confirmed the judgment of the elders of the Chang family. Yes, if there was a powerhouse, why would he be afraid to stand up? You're lying to me again? Gu Hai, you have no way out today. You have no way out. The Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the Bat Ancestor once again grabbed at Gu Hai. At that moment, the Bat Ancestor seemed to be going all out. Gu Hai smiled coldly and even took a step forward, stepping out of the light circle stage. "Come on. Why don't you try and catch me?" Gu Hai sneered. With one step he stepped out of the halo stage. The halo stage suddenly shrank and disappeared. With the halo stage gone, Gu Hai could be considered to have completely broken through. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath not long ago once again felt the traces of old man Guanxi. Rumble. Rolling dark clouds spread out from Tianyuan Island in an instant, exploding and covering the entire Thousand Island Sea. In an instant the sky darkened. Moreover, a bolt of lightning charged in the direction of Gu Hai. Directly above Gu Hai was the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor was about to grab Gu Hai when a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly struck down from the sky. The Bat Ancestor's expression changed. He turned his head and punched at the lightning. Boom. The Bat Ancestor instantly shattered the lightning, but his expression changed. At that moment, the cold voice of the senior came from the flying boat below. "You don't know what's good for you. Thunderstorm, come." The cold voice made the expressions of the people above change. The lightning was summoned by the senior? Yi Hua turned his head to look and his expression changed drastically. Dark clouds? Endless dark clouds. With Yi Hua's eyesight he could see 1,000,000 miles away. No, it was more than that. However, there were still rolling dark clouds. An overwhelming dark cloud. How was this possible? Rumble. As expected, endless lightning suddenly fell from the sky like a waterfall. The dark clouds of heaven's wrath felt the traces of old man Guanxi here. Naturally they were furious and struck down with lightning. However, who dared to resist a bolt of lightning? Was this a sign of rebellion? The dark clouds of heaven's wrath became even more furious. Just as the senior said, the thunderstorm swept over. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon sounded in the sky. Streaks of lightning transformed into dragon shapes and whizzed toward the Bat Ancestor and the others. The last time it was not powerful because it was just a trick. What about this time? With such a huge thunderstorm, would it still be a trick? This time it's real? The second elder of the Chang family was dumbfounded. The Bat Ancestor? Yi Hua. Chapter 455. Boom. As the first bolt of lightning struck Bat Ancestor, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. As expected, after 9-5 Island ascended, I observed a thunderstorm for a period of time. The thunderstorm was fierce, but each bolt of lightning had a pattern to it. It was like a game of chess. Old man Guanxi played chess with the heavens. Heaven's anger had not yet subsided, so he set up a thunderstorm to monitor the Thousand Islands Sea? Perhaps heaven was also immersed in the game of chess back then and left a thunderstorm to monitor it? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Last time, I only saw the thunderstorm in the middle and late stages. This time, the first bolt of lightning must be at the divine prime position? Gu Hai looked at the sky. After fixing the position of Tianyuan, the world in Gu Hai's eyes seemed to instantly draw out a boundless line of latitude and longitude. When the line of latitude and longitude appeared, it immediately covered the world. Rumble. Rolling lightning bolts covered the sky and earth. In the eyes of the angels and vampires, the lightning bolts had no pattern. They were like a waterfall that could destroy the world. However, in Gu Hai's eyes, the lightning bolts were very orderly. They even accurately struck a fixed position. Roar. Roar. Dragon roars resounded in the sky. The lightning bolts turned into dragon shapes and charged at Bat Ancestor and the others. Last time it was not powerful because it was just a trick. What about this time? With such a huge thunderstorm, would it still be a trick? This time it's real? The Chang family's second master was dumbfounded. Bat Ancestor. Yihua. The lightning dragons were ferocious and ferocious. Before they arrived, they already felt like they could destroy the world. This thunderstorm was much stronger than the one when 9-5 Island ascended. Absolute Ascension Palace? Middle and late stages of Ascension Palace? How is that possible? Bat Ancestor's eyes widened in shock. Oh. This thunderstorm should be a heavenly phenomenon? Xuanwu? Dragon race? No, the Xuanwu race has already collapsed. Only the dragon race remains? Yihua's expression changed. Dragon race? Who was it? Yihua immediately thought of someone. The Dragon King, who was also the father of Crown Prince Ao Shun. That's right, I want to catch his son, so it's normal for him to come here to vent his anger for his son. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Senior Ao, my father, Tai Chu, has offended you before. Please forgive me. Yihua immediately cried out. This wasn't the time to show off. The dragon race's supremacy was a peerless powerhouse on the same level as absolute beginning. If he really killed him today and erased all traces, even his father wouldn't know. For a moment, Yaha looked at Gu Hai gloomily. How could this bastard be so lucky? Even though the second son of the Chang family had confirmed it, the Bat Ancestor still had some doubts about who was in the flying boat. However, at this moment, when he heard Yihua's words, he suddenly quivered. There was no other way. Yihua had already confirmed it, so it couldn't be wrong. The one in Gu Hai's flying boat was the Supreme Dragon? Bat Ancestor opened his mouth and looked at Gu Hai gloomily. He couldn't accept it. Along the way, he had imagined so many ways to torture Gu Hai's people, and so many savage scenes of revenge against Gu Hai. Now, Gu Hai was right in front of him, but he didn't dare to touch him? Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of lightning had arrived, and the vampires and angels were the first to be attacked by the thunderstorm. Ah. Second young master, help. Ancestor, help. Rumble. The powerhouses from all directions immediately charged at the thunderstorm. The thunder dragon roared and rushed toward the Bat Ancestor, Yihua, and the others. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. The elders of the Chang family said anxiously. In their anxiety, they had no choice but to face the thunder with their swords. Boom, boom, boom. The wrath of the heavens was no ordinary phenomenon. It represented the greatest authority in the world. The thunderstorm's power was naturally extraordinary, and the thunder dragon's power was even more ferocious. Rumble. The elders of the Chang family and the six-winged angels blocked the thunder dragon's attack. Get behind me. Chang Xing shouted at Chang Ming. Chang Ming also looked in Gu Hai's direction with a complicated expression. There wasn't anyone there before? Why was there a senior here? Break. The Bat Ancestor struck a thunder dragon with his palm. Roar. Boom. The thunder dragon roared and exploded, and the impact forced the Bat Ancestor to retreat. A large bolt of lightning exploded on the surface of the sea, incinerating many bats and angels in an instant. Ah! Screams rang out continuously. Boom. Yihua also smashed a thunder dragon with his fist. Supreme Ao, we've already apologized for our lack of manners. Yihua said anxiously. The lightning did not stop, and each wave of thunder dragons was more ferocious than the last. The bats and angels in the sky were in trouble, but at this moment no one dared to approach Gu Hai. Another 3 thunder dragons flew toward Gu Hai's airship. The bat ancestor and Yehua were stunned. Why were the thunder dragons still rushing toward Gu Hai? Was it not what they thought? Gu Hai stepped onto the airship and slowly flew up. Thunder dragons were violent? However, they were not worth mentioning in Gu Hai's eyes, because the thunder dragons' paths were fixed. At least they were fixed in Gu Hai's eyes. The chess pieces on the chessboard, which had just experienced 31 days of chess, were jumping crazily, just like what was in front of him. Everything was an illusion. It was only because his chess skills were not enough that he could see the chess pieces jumping crazily. Gu Hai's chess skills had already reached the peak. From the moment the thunder dragons appeared from the dark clouds, Gu Hai could see their swimming paths clearly. It was just a game of chess, and the thunder dragons were the chess pieces on the chessboard. As long as he went around the chess pieces, he would not be attacked by the thunderstorms. The airship slowly flew up and slightly deviated. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder dragons crashed into the seabed's crust. In front of Yehua and the bat ancestor, it was as if the thunder dragons were deliberately avoiding Gu Hai's airship. That's right. The thunder dragons are avoiding the airship. This thunderstorm must be caused by the Dragon Lord. Yehua's expression changed. The bat ancestor was also very anxious. He was trembling in fear. The aura coming from the airship was even more violent than that of His Holiness in the Great Massacre. Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? Senior, please forgive our rudeness. The bat ancestor also roared. Rumble. However, the thunder dragons in the sky did not care about their apology at all. They kept crashing into the crowd. Among the bat demons, vampires, angels, and ordinary solar divine palace cultivators, most of the weaker ones had already died. Most of them were charred black and they were in despair. The expressions of Yehua and the bat ancestor were extremely ugly, but they did not dare to turn around and run. Although the senior had triggered the celestial phenomenon, he did not seem to have done it himself. What if they angered the senior by running away? As the airship flew, only a few ordinary thunderbolts hit the airship's array formation. They were harmless, but the thunder dragons strangely avoided the airship. The airship slowly flew in front of Yehua and the bat ancestor. Gu Hai stood at the bow and looked at the bat ancestor and Yehua. The two of you, are you here to capture me? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Seeing Gu Hai's smile, the faces of Yehua and the bat ancestor froze. Anger. Boundless anger. They wanted to skin Gu Hai and pull out his tendons to vent their anger. In my eyes, I have never seen you as an opponent. Gu Hai smiled. Ha. Yehua and the bat ancestor were slightly stunned. Never seen us as an opponent? If it were before, the two of them would only laugh disdainfully. You think Gu Hai is worthy of being our opponent? You overestimate yourself. But now, listening to Gu Hai's words, it was the opposite. You think you are worthy of being my opponent, Gu Hai's opponent? Slap. Slap. At that moment, it was as if Gu Hai had slapped them twice. But they found that their hands were amputated and they could not pull them back. You are courting death. Yehua glared. I'll kill you. The bat ancestor glared and roared. Gu Hai's expression suddenly turned cold as he said, Why don't you try touching me? The two of them raised their fists but did not dare to attack. Humph, I said I don't see you as an opponent because I have no intention of making you my enemy. Think about it. Where did our enmity come from? Did I start it or did you? Gu Hai said in a low voice. The two of them looked sullen. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If the two of you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude next time. Even if you have Shiyu the Great and Tai Chu behind you, it won't do anything. It's useless. Gu Hai said with a gloomy expression. After saying that, the two of them suddenly felt a chill in their hearts for some reason. Gu Hai snorted. He reached out to control the flying boat and slowly flew into the distance. Yehua and the bat ancestor looked at Gu Hai swaggering away with a gloomy face. Yes, they were the ones who looked for trouble with Gu Hai and got snubbed in the end. That was why they had the resentment today. However, how dare you, a small Yuanying state, act so presumptuously in front of me? If it weren't for the Supreme Dragon backing you up, I would have crushed you to death just now. Gu Hai's flying boat slowly flew away. Along the way, the bat ancestor and Yehua did not dare to stop it. When they saw the endless thunderstorm and thunder dragons roaring in the distance and the flying boat avoiding them, the two of them became more and more convinced that it was the Supreme Dragon. The two of them snorted unwillingly, until the flying boat completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did the Bat Ancestor and Yehua feel that something was amiss. Why was the weather still going on? Didn't the supreme being of the Dragon Clan already leave? Why isn't the thunderstorm stopping? Everyone was anxious. Let's go and try to get out of here first, Yehua shouted. As he spoke, he waved his hand and formed a light shield to protect his subordinates. The Bat Ancestor did the same. They quickly flew out in two different directions. The thunderstorm did not stop. The two sides quickly flew out of the thunderstorm and the doubts in their eyes grew. Soon they each arrived near a small island. There were some residents on the small island. The residents looked up at the thunderstorm in the distance with curious expressions. It happened 10 days ago and now it's happening again? I don't know why the weather is like this. It's so inconvenient for us to fish. A fisherman said gloomily. The Bat Ancestor and Yehua were slightly taken aback. Yeah, it's the same as 10 days ago, but this time the thunder is stronger. Dark clouds cover the sky and cover the earth. Another fisherman shook his head. Suddenly, Yehua and the Bat Ancestor seemed to realize something. 10 days ago there was already one? 10 days ago, the Supreme Dragon couldn't have been so angry, right? Again. Could it be that the Supreme Dragon didn't trigger the weather? If it wasn't the Supreme Dragon, then just now? Just now. Were we fooled by Gu Hai? The Bat Ancestor suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Gu Hai, you liar. Yehua also glared at him. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 456. The lightning continued to strike the sea where 9-5 Island used to be. Even though all the vampires and angels had left, and even Gu Hai had left, the thunderstorms continued. Coupled with the descriptions of the fishermen on the nearby islands, Bat Ancestor and Yeha instantly realized that they had been tricked by Gu Hai. If he wasn't the Supreme Dragon, then just now? Just now. Tricked by Gu Hai? Bat Ancestor suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Gu Hai, you liar. Yeha's eyes widened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Boom. Bat Ancestor and Yeha rushed into the thunderstorm almost at the same time. They began to look for Gu Hai. Tricked? Gu Hai was right in front of him, standing right in front of him, and he didn't dare to touch him? And he was scared to death? That Supreme Dragon was not a person at all. It must be an illusion created by Gu Hai? Why was he still standing there? Even though he had been ridiculed by Gu Hai, he didn't dare to fart? After realizing this, Bat Ancestor and Yeha felt like they had been slapped by Gu Hai again. After the slap, they still couldn't fight back? Bat Ancestor and Yeha were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Gu Hai, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Bat Ancestor roared with a ferocious expression. Bat Ancestor was about to go crazy. What the fuck was going on? Gu Hai, get out here. Yeha also had a ferocious expression. At this moment, all his elegance disappeared. He was an existence that countless cultivators looked up to in Solar God Shrine. In this small thousand-island sea, how many times had he been tricked by a small dynasty? Bat Ancestor and Yeha searched the thunderstorm area crazily, but Gu Hai's flying boat was already nowhere to be found. He had long since disappeared. Boom. Soon the two flew out of the thunderstorm. Find him. Find Gu Hai for me. Find him. Bat Ancestor roared at his subordinates. Yes. The vampires and bat demons immediately scattered in all directions. They circled the thunderstorm area and quickly searched. Find that liar Gu Hai for me. Quick, quick. Yeha was also going crazy. Yes. The angels also quickly circled the thunderstorm area to search. For a moment, the thunderstorm area was filled with anxiety. Unfortunately, Gu Hai had already left. How could they search for him? Chang Sheng and Chang Ming quickly flew in the thunderstorm area. Father, how did Gu Hai do that? That aura. Chang Ming looked confused. Chang Sheng frowned. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Gu Hai? What a powerful person. Is to kill him to be to kill to kill to kill to kill to kill to kill. However, he is the only one who can fool everyone. Chang Sheng sighed. Yes. Chang Ming nodded and fell into deep thought. The one favored by the heavens? Ming, if it were you, would you be able to resolve this crisis? Chang Sheng looked at Chang Ming. Huh. Chang Ming was slightly stunned. From the beginning to the end, Chang Ming could not figure out how Gu Hai did it. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. No. Hearing his son lower his head, Chang Sheng was relieved. It's good that you can understand. I still don't understand how Gu Hai did it. Chang Ming frowned and smiled bitterly. This is the power of wisdom and courage. All these years, you gave up your biggest advantage because of a little bit of luck. Ming, use your brain more in the future. Chang Xing sighed. Yes. Chang Ming bit his lip. By the way, what do you think of Gu Hai? Solemnly, Chang Xing suddenly looked at Chang Ming. Chang Ming was slightly stunned. What does he mean by Gu Hai? If one day you follow Gu Hai, what do you think? Solemnly, Chang Xing said. Father, don't joke, follow him? How is it possible? I am already giving him face by not finding trouble with him. Chang Ming suddenly cried. However, Chang Xing stared at Chang Ming. Putting aside your past grudges, if one day I ask you to follow Gu Hai, can you do it? Father, don't make such assumptions, we are day one subjects. How can I be loyal to Gu Hai? Besides, how capable is he? Chang Ming said disdainfully. How capable is he? He is only one person, yet he can play with Bat Ancestor and Yehua in the palm of his hand. He is only one person, yet he conquered the Han dynasty. He is only one person, yet in a few short years he conquered 24 cities of the divine continent amidst the competition of heroes. He is only one person, yet he destroyed the Luoyang of Gojoseon of Ing province. He is only one person, yet he stirred up a storm in the capital city, and he even escaped unscathed in front of Shiyu the Great, and made Shiyu the Great promise him not to harm his people. He is only one person, yet he destroyed His Holiness and the 5 million divine blood army of Kaitian Palace. Do you still think he is not capable? Chang Xing said. But he is only in the Yuanying state. I have already gone to the Celestial Palace. Chang Ming's tone weakened. Yes, he is only in the Yuanying state. You have already gone to the Celestial Palace, and you are still a person favored by the heavens? But haven't you realized that what you have done in these years can compare to Gu Hai's? Your luck is just a small matter. Which one can compare to Gu Hai's in the past few years? Chang Xing asked sullenly. Father, you don't need to belittle me and elevate Gu Hai, right? Chang Ming smiled bitterly. I am only correcting your mindset. Your enmity with Gu Hai is actually one-sided. Gu Hai has never cared about you. He even casually saved you from Mo Yike last time, right? Chang Xing said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming said gloomily. He disliked Gu Hai, but he did not care about him at all. This was the most depressing thing. If one day I ask you to follow Gu Hai, what will you do? Chang Xing asked solemnly. Me. Father, let's not talk about this. Chang Ming said gloomily. Clearly, he was still very repulsed by his father's assumption. Sigh. Chang Xing sighed slightly. He clearly understood that wanting to change Chang Ming's attitude all of a sudden was virtually impossible. Father, you don't have to worry. If I don't follow Gu Hai, I will still live very well. Chang Ming saw his father sigh and comforted him. Chang Xing shook his head and looked into the distance. He sighed slightly and said, You don't understand. If one day we are no longer around, you, a person blessed by heaven, will be targeted by many forces. You are a moving treasure. Even if they refine you into a puppet, others also want to get you. At that time you can't control yourself. I took a fancy to Gu Hai because of his ability, character, courage, and vision. He might be able to protect you. Father, why are you guys no longer around? You will definitely be fine. Even if the sky falls, there is still the ancestor to hold it up. Chang Ming said in puzzlement. Ancestor? Chang Sheng's face revealed a trace of resentment. After a day and a night, the thunderstorm slowly subsided. The sky returned to its clear state, but at this moment, Gu Hai was nowhere to be seen. They couldn't find him at all. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the distance. What's wrong? Chang Ming glared. Chang Sheng and Chang Ming immediately looked over and saw a black and white light colliding in the distance. The ancestor and Yeha are fighting again. Chang Sheng's expression changed. Go, let's go. Chang Sheng's face darkened. In all directions, the angels and vampires who couldn't find Gu Hai flew towards the center again. Unable to find Gu Hai, the previous battle started again. Boom. 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 It's all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you, how could Gu Hai have escaped? Yeha glared and roared. Little thing, it's all your fault. You said something about the Supreme Dragon. If you didn't say it, how could Gu Hai have escaped? Bat Ancestor glared and roared. Rumble. The two powerhouses fought again. Light versus darkness. For a moment, the resentment of not being able to find Gu Hai was vented on the other party. Buzz. Behind Yeha's 3 pairs of wings, a holy light suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the shadow of a fourth pair of wings appeared. 6 solid and 2 illusory. The power suddenly increased by countless times. Boom. With a slap, Bat Ancestor was sent flying. Buff. Bat Ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Yeha. Your power increased again? What's going on? What's that extra pair of wings? Heavenly Palace? Your power has reached the Heavenly Palace? It's good that you know. Old man, you're no match for me. I have the power of 8 wings now. Back in Solar God Shrine I could have killed you but you escaped. My father once calculated that the kindred you created and the angels my father created have the number of retribution. It's either you retribution to us or we retribution to you. To avoid future trouble, I'll leave you here today. Yah shouted. As he spoke, he pressed down on Bat Ancestor again. At the center of his palm, there seemed to be a dazzling cross-shaped light. As the cross pressed down, it immediately formed a blazing holy flame that reached Bat Ancestor in an instant. Bat Ancestor's expression changed and he reached out with his palm. Rumble. Bat Ancestor's black palm melted under the holy flame. Bat Ancestor was immediately suppressed. Bat Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Yeha with wide eyes. Number of retribution? What number of retribution? The kindred I created and the angels' retribution? How is that possible? Go to hell. Yeha's expression was ferocious as he exerted more force. Ancestor. The elders of the Chang clan immediately rushed over. Rumble. The 6-winged angels and the elites of Solar God Shrine immediately blocked their path. The holy flame surged as if it was going to burn Bat Ancestor completely. Bat Ancestor? This is your limit. You're dead meat. Yeha glared at him and said coldly. Ha. Bat Ancestor suddenly roared. Boom. Under the tremendous force he was suddenly separated from Yeha. Puff. Bat Ancestor spat out another mouthful of blood and looked at Yeha in surprise. Ha, you're going to separate from me at the risk of being seriously injured? What's the use? You won't be able to escape today. Yeha said with a ferocious expression. Ha ha ha, little thing, do you really think you can kill me today? Bat Ancestor's expression suddenly became ferocious. Oh, you are already severely injured. What else do you have to rely on? Yeha sneered. Bat Ancestor showed a ferocious expression as he revealed a cold smile. Did Absolute Beginning not tell you why we want to create spirit-assimilated people? Why create spirit-assimilated people? To create spirit-assimilated people, we need to expend our essence blood. Are we wasting our essence blood to create something that we do not need? Bat Ancestor revealed a cold smile. As Bat Ancestor sneered, he suddenly extended his hand and grabbed. Boom. Suddenly, Bat Ancestor grabbed the distant Chang clan's 4th son. Ancestor, what are you doing? Chang clan's 4th son exclaimed in shock. However, he saw Bat Ancestor looking ferociously at Chang clan's 4th son. Then he suddenly opened his mouth. Ancestor, what are you doing? Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Ancestor, I am your most loyal servant. Don't eat me. Don't. Chang clan's 4th son suddenly cried out. I've raised you for so long. It's time, my servant. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Whoosh. Bat Ancestor swallowed Chang clan's 4th son in one gulp. Buzz. Everyone in the surroundings, be it the angels or the vampires, fell silent as they watched this scene in horror. Bat Ancestor ate Chang clan's 4th son? Boom. The instant Bat Ancestor swallowed Chang clan's 4th son, black energy surged out of its body. An aura that was countless times stronger than before suddenly erupted. Nearby, Yeha's expression changed. Chapter 457. The Capital. In Shiyu the Great's study. At this moment, there were only 2 people in the study, Mo Yike and Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, I've heard about the joint attack of the 5 major powers on the Deqian Celestial Empire, but I've only heard about it recently. I've been flipping through all kinds of information over the past few days. I've been reading and reading. Today all that's left is fear and trepidation. Mo Yike said with a frown. Oh, fear and trepidation? Is this the reason for your request to see me today? Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike as he sipped his tea. Yes, Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to stop. Mo Yike said solemnly. Stop. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Yes. At this time, it's unwise to attack the Deqian Celestial Empire together. The 5 major powers don't have enough strength yet. Moreover, if we're in a rush to join forces, are we going to head north together? This isn't a joint attack, it's a mob. Mo Yike said firmly. How dare you? Xiu the Great glared at him. Your Majesty, I know that my words today are harsh, but why is this joint attack so fast? We've just stopped fighting with the Deqian Celestial Empire and haven't had time to rest yet. Now we're fighting again? What will the people think? Your Majesty, the people's hearts are the heavens' hearts. Mo Yike pleaded. Mo Yike, you've indeed contributed to the Day One Celestial Empire in Yingzhou. Indeed, I haven't had the time to recuperate and build up strength. But my Dayuan's national strength is already strong and prosperous. The 5 million zombie army has already arrived at the top of the 5 great powers, so what's wrong with sweeping through the numerous cities of the Darqian dynasty? Emperor Xiu spoke in a low voice. What's strange is that it's so fast. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Oh. Too hasty, too hasty. Your Majesty, why are the other 4 forces so hasty? Mo Yike shook his head. We're not in a hurry. We've been preparing for 1,000 years. Xiu the Great said calmly. Hasty, too hasty. We don't know enough about Deqian. We don't know enough about our own strength. At a time when nothing is enough, send out troops? It was unwise. Through continuous battles, the people were at peace and the people were at odds with the people. This is the sign of a defeated army. Mo Yike said anxiously. Betrayal of the people? Mo Yike, you're being too alarmist. There's no need for civilians in war. Xiu the Great said in a low voice. No, in war we need the hearts of the people. You must be righteous. The excuse for our northern expedition is too weak. Mo Yike shook his head. You're thinking too much. As for Deqian? How do you know that you don't know enough? Do you really think we know so little about Deqian? Do you know how many people we've set up over 1,000 years? How many of our people are in Deqian? Xiu the Great smiled faintly. Spies. Your Majesty, the 5 major powers have arranged for spies to enter Deqian? And now they're in high positions? Mo Yike looked at Xiu the Great. Xiu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike didn't feel relieved. Instead, he was even more worried. These spies, are they still loyal to us? Or is it that Deqian doesn't know that there are so many spies? Moreover, we thought of spies, but didn't Deqian think of spies for us? That's why I've only given power to the people I trust the most. Xiu the Great said faintly. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. When 2 countries go to war, it's not only a battle of military strength, but also a battle of many factors. So, I still feel that it's not the right time. Secondly, I'm worried. What are you worried about? Xiu the Great said faintly. You don't know yourself well. Mo Yike lowered his head and complained. Xiu the Great looked coldly at Mo Yike. The 5 major powers sent their emperors and Taoist lords. Your Majesty, are you so confident that you can just send Bat Ancestor? How can he show Daewon's might wherever he goes? How can he inspire the soldiers' ambitions? Mo Yike said worriedly. Xiu the Great wasn't angry this time. He smiled faintly. Bat Ancestor? Do you think he's only at the peak of the Middle Celestial Palace? Huh? Isn't that so? Mo Yike was surprised. Xiu the Great shook his head. He's not doing well these days, but if that's all he's got, why would I let him be Daewon's national beast? Oh. Mo Yike was slightly taken aback. Bat Ancestor is the ancestor of vampires. But do you know why he created vampires? Xiu the Great asked in a low voice. I don't know. Mo Yike immediately shook his head. To create a vampire, you need to part a drop of your own blood essence. It's exhausting, but this drop of blood essence can strengthen itself. When you take it back in the future. Xiu the Great smiled faintly. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. Take it back? Take it back? The Chang family? That's right. Xiu the Great nodded. That's bad, Your Majesty. The Chang family, Changxing? Your Majesty, this time, sigh. Mo Yike's expression changed drastically. What? You'll lose the hearts of the people if you keep fighting. You'll lose the hearts of your subjects if you raise a demon with your subjects. Although the Changxing family is loyal to Day One, they'll definitely reject him in their hearts, especially Changxing. I know that he's proud and far-sighted. Raising a demon with Changxing is like casting pearls before swine. Mo Yike said bitterly. Xiu the Great glanced at Mo Yike. I know, but Changxing was willing to do it. Mo Yike said blankly. In the waters around 9-5 Island. The moment the Bat Ancestor swallowed the Chang family's 4th brother, black gas surged out of its body. An aura that was countless times stronger than before burst forth. Yihua's expression changed. The expressions of all the vampires also changed abruptly. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were aghast. The ancestor ate the fourth brother? The ancestor became even stronger after eating the fourth brother. What about the fourth brother? The Chang family's second and third brothers looked at the bat ancestor in horror before looking at Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng seemed to have known about this long ago. He only watched indifferently, not saying anything. This was because Chang Sheng understood that there was no way to resist. From the moment the bat ancestor's spirit transformed them, all vampires fell under the bat ancestor's control. If it wanted them to live, they would live. If it wanted them to die, they would die. Chang Ming, who was at the side, suddenly felt his scalp tingle. In this instant, Chang Ming completely understood what his father meant by teaching him so much in the past. Vampires would suffer retribution sooner or later for recklessly slaughtering others. Even if retribution did not come from external enemies, it would come from the bat ancestor. It was unavoidable. In the past, Xiaoqian was proud of becoming a vampire and grasping the power of the bat transformation. The bat ancestor gave them power, so they should respect it. He had never understood why his father complained about the bat ancestor. At this moment he understood everything. A spirit transformed human? Vampires were just a force raised by the bat ancestor. The more powerful a vampire was, the more powerful it would be when it devoured other vampires in the future. We were just food for the bat ancestor. It was just a matter of time. Chang Sheng suddenly trembled and despair appeared on his face. Kikikik. Not bad, yeah. Come again, try again. The bat ancestor suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. Billions of black gas erupted from its body as it looked at Yeha with a ferocious expression. This time, its aura was no weaker than Yeha's. Boom. The two clashed palms with a loud boom. Under the clash of palms, a strong air current surged in the void, causing the sea below to explode violently. Impossible. How can your strength be about the same as mine? Yeha cried out in shock. After devouring the Chang family's fourth brother, the bat ancestor's strength had soared to such an extent. There was more than one vampire here. Yeha's expression changed and he seemed to want to retreat. Above the vast sea, Gu Hai drove the flying boat away from the bat ancestor, Yeha, and the others, and quickly flew along the route they had agreed on. Whoosh! The flying boat pierced through the clouds and disappeared in front of everyone. Gu Hai was sure that the bat ancestor and Yeha could not catch up. After adjusting the flying boat's direction and setting it to fly automatically, Gu Hai entered the main hall. Inside it was still the same coffin. The incomplete chest soul was controlling His Holiness's corpse. The aura emitted by it was so strong that no one dared to act rashly. However, it was not easy to control this body. Let's try again. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The incomplete chest soul continued to control His Holiness's corpse. Slowly, His Holiness's corpse sat up. However, the body was extremely uncoordinated. Oh, it's not easy to control. Let's take it slow. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The flying boat flew for about a day. The flying boat immediately stopped. It had already flown to 9-5 Island. After all, 9-5 Island was too large. Naturally, the flying speed was slow. After flying for more than 10 days, Gu Hai caught up to the flying boat in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty. Bingheim immediately welcomed Xiaoqian happily. Imperial Father. Guqin also called out excitedly. Now that Gu Hai could return safely, everyone relaxed. Continue flying. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for some time. Do not disturb me unless there is something important. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, everyone answered. Gu Hai had a feeling that nothing was more important than familiarizing himself with His Holiness's corpse. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai entered closed-door cultivation. The flying boat slowly flew towards the divine continent. In the sea region where 9-5 Island used to be, let's go. Yeha shouted gloomily. Rumble. The flying boat carrying the angels and the solar divine hall experts quickly flew away. The bat ancestor stood on the surface of the sea, looking coldly into the distance. At this moment, the group of vampires was extremely silent, not daring to say anything. Clearly, they had not recovered from the shock of the Chang clan's fourth son being eaten. After becoming a vampire, everything was under the control of the bat ancestor. They could not live or die freely and could only wait to be eaten. Only Chang Sheng maintained his original attitude. Ancestor, it is good that you let Yeha go. The nation war is near. If we involve the solar divine hall, it will be disadvantageous to us. Changxing said sullenly. Yes, the Bat Ancestor answered coldly. Ancestor, where are we going now? Changxing asked solemnly. Guhai? I will not let him have an easy time. Even if 9-5 Island is gone, there is still Chaoga City. The Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Ancestor, but His Majesty has promised not to touch the Han Dynasty for 10 years. If we go, won't we be going against Daewon's will and making Daewon bear the infamy of treachery? Changxing said respectfully. The Bat Ancestor's expression turned cold as he looked at Changxing. Moreover, before we left, we promised His Majesty that no matter the result of this trip, we must immediately head to the army and join forces with the other 4 major forces. Ancestor, you will be in charge of everything. This is an important matter for the country and we cannot neglect it here. Changxing tried to persuade him. The Bat Ancestor stared at Changming for a while before finally nodding unwillingly. Let's go and join forces with Qin Zibai, the Bat Ancestor said coldly. Yes. All the Bat Demons and Vampires answered. Chapter 458. Deqian Celestial Empire, Heavenly Court City. Inside the court hall. The officials stood in 2 rows with their heads lowered at this moment, so they couldn't see the appearance of the Emperor of the Great Qin Dynasty. At this moment, the only thing they could see from the corner of their eyes was the Emperor's feet. His Holiness, what crime did Assistant Minister Zhang of the Ministry of War commit? Why did the Divine Dragon Guards arrest him without distinguishing between right and wrong? A minister stepped forward and reported impatiently. His Holiness, news just came from Huizhou that several city lords were arrested. Why is that? His Holiness, now that the 5 factions in the south are coming, why haven't our Deqian troops deployed at the border? Once the 5 factions invade our Deqian Celestial Empire, the people at the border will be plunged into misery and suffering. His Holiness, we are worried about the enemy in the south. We are willing to put on our armor and defend the Deqian. We are willing to go to war and destroy the rebel army. We will raze Qin City to the ground. In the court, the officials stepped out one after another, worried about the battlefield at the front lines. The 5 factions each had a declaration to the world. Heavenly Court City, as the center of Deqian, naturally received the news immediately. During this period, many officials were worried. If it was just one imperial dynasty, the officials would not be worried. Now, the 5 factions had formed an alliance, which was equivalent to 5 imperial dynasties. Moreover, the 5 factions' national strength had skyrocketed recently, especially the Daewon Imperial Dynasty, which had obtained a heavenly dynasty treasure. Now, the 5 great powers had come in a menacing manner, gathering together to destroy Qin City. They were like the sun in the sky. The great emperors and Dao lords were all peerless experts. At such a critical moment, His Holiness was unmoved. He was not in a hurry to mobilize troops. What should they do? The officials were anxious, and some of them even began to clamor in the court due to their fiery tempers. Knock, 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 knock. A light tapping sound came from the dragon throne. It was Deqianxing sitting on the dragon throne. He did not move, only his right finger gently knocking on the dragon throne. It was not loud and could not be heard in the noisy court. However, this soft knocking sound slowly and strangely suppressed the clamor of the officials. Everyone gradually quieted down and returned to their seats. Gradually, only the soft knocking sound was left in the court. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was very soft, but it was like thunder. It was so suppressive that the officials did not dare to breathe. After half an hour, the faint voice of the Emperor of the Great Qin Dynasty came from the dragon throne. Since the Deqian Celestial Empire was established, I've always been free to speak my mind. I allow dissenting voices, and I even allow voices that voices opinions. I allow voices eyes emperorses. I allow s's allow s said was. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to raise their heads. But some people are taking my salary, but they're doing things against emperors. Deqianxing's tone suddenly became cold. The officials felt their hearts tighten. His Holiness's tone was not right today? Perhaps some people came here to go against emperor's will. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it? Some people even had the intention to go against emperor's will? The crime of treason should be punished with 9 exterminations. Deqianxing said coldly. The officials did not dare to speak because everyone could hear that His Holiness had the intention to kill. I've arranged for the 5 forces to gather in Qin City. I want those people who are taking my salary, but doing things against emperors, to come out on their own. Dai Qianxing said lightly. Boom. The words of the emperor of the great Qian dynasty were like a sudden clap of thunder. It was more shocking than his intention to kill. What? The 5 forces gathered in Yeqian City? It was His Holiness's arrangement? Huff huff huff. Almost at the same time, a large number of officials raised their heads in surprise. The 5 forces against the Qian were controlled by His Holiness? How was this possible? Those were the 5 forces. Their territory and military strength were not weaker than the Qian Celestial Empire. These 5 forces were controlled by His Holiness? The officials only raised their heads, but they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look at His Holiness. At this time, the leader of the officials, an official wearing a marten robe, slowly stepped out. This official looked about 50 years old. He had a serious face and was quite tall and sturdy. This old official, Sima Zongheng, is willing to cut His Holiness's blade to prevent the blood from staining His Holiness's hands. The old official bowed respectfully to Dai Qianxing, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Permission granted. The emperor of the great Qian dynasty said calmly. Thank you, His Holiness. Sima Zongheng bowed respectfully. The officials immediately looked at the official who stepped out. The head of the Sima family, Sima Zongheng, Grand Preceptor Sima? He knows. Many officials were puzzled. Sima Zongheng stepped out and looked at the officials. The 5 forces gathered to destroy Qian City. Do you spies think that you can get away with it? His Holiness raised you, but you betrayed the Qian Empire? During the Luoyang of Gojosian rebellion, His Holiness gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it? Sima Zongheng sneered. Why was the assistant minister of the Ministry of War arrested? Why were the city lords arrested? The 5 forces came fiercely and you are starting to be restless? Don't think that you can get away with it. Traitors will have their entire family executed. His Holiness gathered the 5 forces to destroy Qian City. The real purpose was to expose all of you and let the Qian Celestial Empire have a big change. King Lingyang, am I right? Sima Zongheng suddenly smiled and looked at an official not far away. That was also an old man. He looked at Sima Zongheng with a gloomy face and said, Grand Preceptor, what do you mean? What do I mean? I singled you out. Don't you understand? Do you want me to point out all the evidence of you betraying the country? Sima Zongheng glared. King Lingyang's expression changed. Sima Zongheng, don't slander me. This old official has been loyal to the Qian Celestial Empire. I have never done anything to betray the Qian Celestial Empire. But Sima Zongheng threw out a scroll which King Lingyang immediately caught. See for yourself. Sima Zongheng said coldly. King Lingyang's expression was cold as he opened the scroll and read it carefully. The group of officials whispered to each other, their faces full of shock. King Lingyang's expression changed as he read, Impossible. How do you know? How do you know? The 5 forces came fiercely. Indeed, you didn't do anything, but your line moved. Sima Zongheng said indifferently. King Lingyang's expression changed. There are spies from the Qian Celestial Empire in the 5 forces? Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to know about this. Sima Zongheng looked at King Lingyang coldly. His Holiness Celestial Empire said that the 5 forces gathered because His Holiness Celestial Empire arranged it? Then, the destruction of Qian City was just a trap? A trap set by His Holiness Celestial Empire for the 5 forces? Waiting for them to jump in? King Lingyang's eyes widened. Sima Zongheng didn't say anything and only stared at King Lingyang. No wonder His Holiness Celestial Empire wasn't in a hurry to send troops. This was all a scheme. No wonder the 5 forces northern expedition was brought forward. So it was all because of His Holiness Celestial Empire. Ah! King Lingyang's eyes were filled with shock as he laughed. The 5 forces came fiercely and were all under His Holiness Celestial Empire's control? King Lingyang, His Holiness Celestial Empire has treated you well and gave you what you deserve. Why did you ally with the Day One Celestial Empire? What's in it for you? Even if your plan succeeds, you won't lose as much as you gain. Sima Zongheng frowned. Ha ha ha, you won't lose as much as you gain? That's right. But now I have hope of establishing an empire. Why did Liu Yang rebel? He was only below one person and above all others. Why did he rebel? Because he didn't want to have someone above him. King Lingyang looked up at Dai Qianxing's Celestial Empire. His Holiness Celestial Empire gave you a chance during the battle with the Luoyang of Gojosian. Sima Zongheng said. Chance? Humph, the winner takes all. Since I was discovered by you, then I have lost. The Deqian Celestial Empire? I was once proud, but the human heart can never be satisfied. His Holiness Celestial Empire? Back then you were like me or even worse. Why can you rule the world while I can only be your servant? I can't accept this. I want to fight. Ha ha ha. What a pity, what a pity. King Lingyang suddenly said bitterly. King Lingyang, please. You know that your sins are unforgivable. Sima Zongheng said. King Lingyang looked at Deqiansheng Celestial Empire. At this moment he didn't even have the courage to fight. Slowly he took off his official hat. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward and sealed King Lingyang's cultivation with magic treasures. Let's go. They're waiting outside the court, Sima Zongheng said. King Lingyang's eyelids twitched. He guessed who was waiting outside. He looked at His Holiness Celestial Empire and shouted, His Holiness Celestial Empire, I've done my best for the Deqian Empire. Deqiansheng Celestial Empire said indifferently, that's why I allowed you to reincarnate. King Lingyang's expression froze. In the end, he laughed bitterly and stepped out of the court. Ah! Outside the court, there was a commotion. I'm King Lingyang's son. What are you doing? Who dares to capture me? My lord is King Lingyang. If you dare to capture me, His Holiness Celestial Empire won't let you go. Spare me, I don't know anything. Outside the court, the cries of King Lingyang's family could be heard. Only when King Lingyang was escorted out did all the cries stop. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A series of shouts sounded. Execute. A loud shout sounded. Bang. It was the sound of a knife cutting through flesh. What? Gurgle? The sound of blood splattering and heads rolling sounded outside the court. In the court, the officials immediately trembled. King Lingyang's family was wiped out? He was King Lingyang. There was complete silence in the hall. Don't count on destroying Qian City. Now they've started to fight among themselves, right? Next, I'll plead with His Holiness Celestial Empire in exchange for the lives of your families. Do you want to stand out or do you want me to point it out? If I point it out, King Lingyang's end will be your end. Sima Zongheng said coldly. Among the crowd of officials, a few of them shuddered. Chapter 459. Destroy Qian City. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, Deqian Imperial Dynasty, Deqian Imperial Dynasty, Heaven-Shaking Sect, and Floating Cloud Sect. The 5 factions had gathered to destroy Qian City and were about to head north to divide up Deqian Celestial Empire. Each imperial dynasty had the ambition to become a celestial empire. Territory, population, and luck were all indispensable. If Deqian was not destroyed, it would be difficult for the imperial dynasties to improve. Heaven-Shaking Sect and Floating Cloud Sect were middle-level sections. Similarly, if they wanted to improve, they would become high-level sects and become the Holy Land of the world. At this moment, the 5 factions had gathered and their morale was high. The various armies were stationed everywhere. They were all paying attention to a hall in the center. In that hall, the leaders of the 5 factions were talking. They were discussing the various arrangements for this trip north. Boom. Suddenly, the door of the hall opened. Peerless experts walked out one after another, each leading a group of subordinates. Floating Cloud Sect, you are dreaming. Think about it carefully. Deqian Imperial Dynasty? You are the leader? What a joke. We will work hard and you will reap the biggest fruit in the end? Deyi Imperial Dynasty? We will deal with the most difficult and suffer the most losses, and you will reap the benefits? The 5 factions had internal strife. Although they did not fight, their opinions were different and the differences were huge. This meeting ended on a sour note. Just like what the Deqian Imperial tutor, Sima Zongheng, had said, everything was under the control of the Deqiansheng. Not only did he dig a hole to gather the 5 factions, but he also dug out the restless elements in the Deqian Imperial Dynasty. Moreover, from a distance, it was as if he was manipulating the 5 factions. He wanted them to fight amongst themselves and they fought amongst themselves. How could the Emperor of the Celestial Empire, who was able to reach the position of the ruler of the world from the mortal world, be a muddle-headed old man? His scheming had already reached perfection. The 5 factions left on bad terms. The representatives of Day 1 were the Bat Ancestor, Qin Zibai, and the elders of the Chang clan. The Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy as he slowly walked back to his own camp. Once he reached the main hall of the camp. Bang! Bat Ancestor slammed his palm on the table. Intolerable. What do you mean my Day 1 Imperial Dynasty is not honest? Because Her Majesty didn't come, Day 1, was ranked last? What a joke, His Majesty is coming, what business do you have? Beat me if you can. Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Bat Ancestor, I keep feeling that something is wrong. Qin Zibai frowned. The Bat Ancestor looked at Qin Zibai. I don't know why, but I feel like someone is trying to pick a bone in today's meeting. No, they are trying to sow discord. Qin Zibai said with a frown. Sowing discord? You want to disrupt the Five Alliance conference? The Bat Ancestor's expression darkened. Yeah, don't you think so, Bat Ancestor? They had already agreed on it, so why did they suddenly have to redistribute it? The battle hadn't even started yet. If we can't unite our wills as a stronghold, there's no meaning to the 5 great factions meeting at all. Qin Zibai said with a frown. Bat Ancestor nodded. On the side, the Chang clan elders did not speak. Ever since the Chang clan's 4th brother was eaten, the vampires were in a state of fear. Let's ease things up today and continue the meeting tomorrow. I'd like to see who is trying to sow discord. Bat Ancestor said with a glare. The next day, the 5-party meeting continued. In the end, they once again parted on bad terms. Not only did the internal strife not resolve, it became more and more serious. As for who was trying to sow discord, no one could tell because some of the topics were even raised by the leaders of the 5 great factions. On the 3rd day, the internal strife intensified. On the 4th day, the internal strife intensified, and they almost parted on bad terms. Bat Ancestor returned. Chang Xing, Qin Zibai, and the others all had ugly expressions. It's going to collapse, the 5-party meeting is going to collapse. Bat Ancestor said with a gloomy expression. Yeah. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Ancestor, since this matter is not feasible, we should prepare to return to the capital. Everything is unfavorable, we can't rashly head north. Changxing advised. No. Bat Ancestor suddenly narrowed his eyes. Oh. The 5 great factions are pushing each other away. The most important thing is that they are worried about Daiqianxing. No one dares to be the first to face Daiqianxing, so they are pushing each other away. The emperor of the Great Chen dynasty was a hurdle that could never be avoided. Whoever is the vanguard may lead Daiqianxing to be the first to counterattack. No one is willing. Bat Ancestor said coldly. No one is willing to take the lead, then what should we do? Changxing frowned. Bat Ancestor smiled coldly and said, Day 1 can. Changxing was slightly stunned. His Majesty's spies have already found out that Long Wanyu is in Chaoga City at this moment. Only Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji are with her. As long as we catch Long Wanyu, Daiqianxing won't dare to target us. Bat Ancestor sneered. Gu Hai's Chaoga City? But His Majesty has already promised Gu Hai that he won't harass Chaoga City for 10 years. Changxing frowned. It's just Chaoga City. What are you worried about? Don't you know that nothing else matters when it comes to national interests? Bat Ancestor said coldly. But His Majesty has already promised. If he goes back on his word, won't he be breaking his promise to the people? Changxing was worried. Breaking my promise? What's the point of breaking my promise? My Day 1 will be at the height of his power. Bat Ancestor sneered. But this is your idea. His Majesty won't agree, will he? Changxing frowned. Whoosh. Bat Ancestor suddenly took out an imperial edict. Changxing's face changed. His Majesty agreed and gave me an imperial edict. His Majesty knew that today's infighting wouldn't go so smoothly, so he left this imperial edict in case of emergency. Bat Ancestor sneered. His Majesty's imperial edict? Changxing said in shock. Changxing slowly received the imperial edict and carefully read it. When he confirmed that it was written by Shiyu the Great, Changxing showed an incredulous expression. That's impossible. How could His Majesty do this? Oh. Alright, Changxing. Cut the crap and get ready to set off for Chaoga City. 9-5 Island escaped, but Chaoga City can't. Why? I want to finish what I did not finish at 9-5 Island and Chaoga City. Bat Ancestor glared. Changxing suddenly raised his head. Bat Ancestor, are you saying that you want to kill all the people of Chaoga City? Kill all? How can we let them off so easily? Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Clearly, Bat Ancestor wanted to take revenge on Chaoga City. On the side, Qin Zibai felt anxious. In the end, he could only sigh. Changxing's eyes flickered. Finally, his expression changed. No. Bat Ancestor looked at Changxing coldly. Changxing seemed to have made a decision. He took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Ancestor, I don't think this is appropriate." "What? Long Wanyu?" "After the battle at Day 1, Daiqianxing will definitely send experts to protect Long Wanyu. It will not just be Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji. Ancestor, if we go rashly we might return empty-handed," Changxing said solemnly. After Changxing said that, the Bat Ancestor frowned slightly. After thinking for a while he nodded. Daiqianxing had to oversee Heavenly Court City and could not be there. However, Long Wanyu would definitely be protected. Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji? It was impossible for only the two of them to go. "But I have to go," Bat Ancestor said coldly. "No, it's not that I don't want you to go, but you can't go like this." Changxing shook his head. Bat Ancestor looked at Changxing. "Bat Ancestor, actually, it doesn't matter who goes first among the 5 forces. Deqian has not been destroyed yet. Isn't it too early to talk about how much Deqian will be divided?" Changxing smiled bitterly. "Yes, I also think it's too early. However, they are fighting among themselves," Bat Ancestor said with a frown. "So, let's talk about it after we destroy Deqian. As for who controls Long Wanyu, it doesn't matter. As long as we can destroy Deqian. So, if Ancestor wants to go to Chaoga City, you can definitely encourage the leaders of the 4 forces to go together," Changxing solemnly said. Bat Ancestor narrowed his eyes, considering the feasibility. 2 great emperors and 2 Dao lords will go with Ancestor. What can't they do? When the time comes to capture Long Wanyu, it will be a piece of cake. It will be foolproof. At that time, it won't matter how Ancestor deals with Chaoga City. Tomorrow, I will go with Ancestor to persuade them to go to the 5-party talk to ensure that nothing goes wrong, Changxing solemnly said. Bat Ancestor pondered for a while and finally laughed. "Ah, good Changxing. No wonder His Majesty values you so much. You are indeed far-sighted. No, all of this is Ancestor's consideration. I just listened to Ancestor and made some modifications." Changxing smiled. Good, good. Tomorrow you will go to the 5-party talk with me. Humph, this time it will be foolproof. Bat Ancestor said coldly. Yes. Everyone answered. Qin Zibai frowned and looked at Changxing, but in the end he could only feel helpless. The 2nd and 3rd brothers of the Chang family did not think much of it and went back to rest. Changxing returned to his residence. "Father, why did you say that just now?" Changming found it strange. Just now, Changxing was obviously flattering Ancestor. It had never been like this before. Changxing reached out and set up a soundproof formation. His expression turned solemn. Changming. Changming looked at Changxing, who suddenly became serious in confusion. "Now I have something for you to do. I hope you won't disappoint me," Changxing solemnly said. "Father, tell me." Changming did not understand. "As for the others, I can't save them. Now there is an opportunity. I fought for this opportunity with great difficulty. You must grasp it well. You must do well," Changxing said solemnly. "What? The Bat Ancestor is going to Chaoga to deal with the Dahan? Capturing Long Wanyu and taking revenge on the people of Chaoga is a disaster for the Han dynasty. However, it is an opportunity for you. After the 5-party talk tomorrow we will consider going to Chaoga. There is still 1 day left. Take my letter and go to Chaoga immediately," Changxing solemnly said. "Report? What report?" Changming was slightly surprised. "Send a message to Chaoga, and then send a message to Gubwa as soon as possible. That's a huge favor to you. You must seize it." Changxing glared. As he spoke, Changxing quickly went to the desk, grabbed a brush and began to write. "Report? Father, you're not joking, right?" Changming said in shock. "Yes, go as fast as you can," Changxing said with a hint of excitement. "Father, are we committing treason?" Changming looked at Changxing blankly. Changxing paused and looked at Changming. "Treason? Ha, I am indebted to His Majesty. That is why when the Bat Ancestor wanted to raise a family to increase his strength, I agreed when His Majesty told me. However, since the moment we became vampires, I have already repaid His Majesty. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and the others will definitely die. Perhaps I will also die. Now you can't die. The country has already abandoned us. What treason is this?" Changming was stunned. He was silent for a while, digesting what his father said. After a while, Changxing finished writing 2 letters and put them in 2 envelopes. "Chaoga City is now under the control of Shangguan Hen. Give this letter to Shangguan Hen," Changxing solemnly said. Changxing gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Give this letter to Gu Hai personally. Chang Xing solemnly said. Give it to Shangwanhen, I can do it. After all, he is in Chaoga City. But where is Gu Hai? How can I give it to him? Chang Ming was at a loss. I guess Gu Hai should be on the way back to Chaoga City from the Thousand Islands Sea. As for how to find him, it is up to you. You are a person blessed by the heavens. You have great luck in those unimportant things in the past. This time, I hope your luck will not fail you. Chang Xing solemnly said. But Chang Ming smiled bitterly. Go do as I say. Chang Xing solemnly said. Chapter 460. Annihilate Qian City. Chang Ming left. Chang Xing, on the other hand, found the second and third brothers of the Chang clan and gave them a simple explanation, telling them that Chang Ming should return to the capital city to seek refuge. He told them not to be too serious in front of the Bat Ancestor. Before the Chang clan's fourth brother was eaten, the second and third brothers would definitely disagree with Chang Xing. However, after the Bat Ancestor ate their fourth brother, the two suddenly realized that their eldest brother was more trustworthy than the Bat Ancestor. They nodded in agreement. The next day, the five-party conference was held again. Chang Xing was the one who fought hard in the five-party conference. Originally, they could have reached an agreement very quickly, but Chang Xing insisted on it for a long time, delaying it again and again. In the eyes of the Bat Ancestor, Chang Xing was fighting for more benefits for him, so he let him do as he pleased. Just like that, another 3 days passed. The two great emperors and two Dao lords finally agreed to the Bat Ancestor's unfair conditions. All right, Bat Ancestor, we've already agreed. Why aren't you taking us there yet? A great emperor in dragon robes said coldly. That's right. Until now, none of you have been willing to tell us where Long Wanyu is. What if she runs away? Hurry up. A Dao lord in Daoist robes said coldly. All right, since everyone has agreed, I hope that everyone will work together this time. Prepare your flying boats. We'll set off in 2 hours. The Bat Ancestor smiled confidently. Umph. Everyone snorted. After another 2 hours, Chang Xing and the others boarded the Bat Ancestor's flying boat. The other 4 factions also boarded their own flying boats and slowly left Annihilate Qian City. 5 flying boats flew towards Chaoga at an extremely fast speed. Qin Zibai stayed behind to continue leading the troops. The Bat Ancestor and the Chang clan elders all went. On the Daewon's flying boat, Chang Xing stood alone at the bow of the boat, looking into the distance with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. It's been 4 days. Tomorrow you have to work hard. The Qian Celestial Empire. Heavenly Courts. Daiqianxing Study. A curtain divided the study into 2 parts. On the other side of the curtain, Daiqianxing seemed to be sitting in front of a desk, writing something. It was hazy and his face could not be seen clearly. On the other side of the curtain, a group of officials led by Sima Zongheng stood respectfully outside the curtain. Reporting to His Holiness, almost all the spies in the court have been found. Sima Zongheng said respectfully. Yes, the Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty answered calmly. His Holiness, Yang Qi said, all of these spies were willing to help us deal with their masters. His Holiness was the wisest of all. He was able to see through the fog and scare them into submission. There were some people we never would have expected to be killed by King Spirit Ocean. None of them had any hope left. Sima Zongheng said with a smile. The 5 forces should have all come to Jianghu City by now, shouldn't they? Daiqianxing put down the brush slowly. It should be about time. Princess Wanyu's whereabouts have been revealed for some time. An official beside him said respectfully. Behind the curtain, Daiqianxing tapped his fingers on the desk and said faintly, since it's about time, let's get ready to harvest. Yes. The people outside the curtain responded. Separated by countless distances, every move of the 5 forces was within the grasp of Daiqianxing. Chang Ming left 4 days before Bat Ancestor. Along the way his speed was already at its maximum. These days he had carefully explored all the people in his mind. The more he explored, the more Chang Ming realized that the people he had looked down on before were actually so powerful. Whoosh! The flying boat was very fast. After half a month they finally arrived outside Jianghu City. Boom! In an instant the flying boat flew to the city gate. Stop, stop! Who is it? Stop! Outside Jianghu City there was an angry shout, stopping the flying boat. Chang Ming's flying boat stopped outside Jianghu City and looked at the vast destiny in front of him. This time it was different from before. In the past half a month, Chang Ming had carefully studied Gu Hai's life. He used to think that Guhai was lucky, but now looking at this sea of destiny he felt Guhai's ability. Was I wrong in the past? Chang Ming smiled bitterly. Not far away, some city guards surrounded them. After all, this flying boat came too suddenly. When the guards came closer, their expressions changed. It's him, that vampire? Suddenly, a guard exclaimed. Chang Ming's face could be said to be a household name in Jianghu City. The last time he came to Jianghu City with an army to destroy the entire city, he was almost poisoned to death by Shangguan Hen. The second time he came, he was slapped twice by Chang Sheng in front of the entire city. Hence, the guard immediately recognized Chang Ming. Alert! Be on guard. Close the city gates. The guard shouted. The expression of the guard at the back immediately changed. Boom. The distant city gates closed, interrupting Chang Ming's thoughts. Chang Ming waved his hand. Rumble. Suddenly, a large swarm of bats appeared behind Xiao Qin. Countless blood-sucking bats burst out, dyeing the southern sky black in the blink of an eye. Vampire? It's the vampire again. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the city. Inside the city, Long Wanyu looked at a white-robed monk. Baldi Liuanyin, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation? Long Wanyu immediately said happily. The white-robed monk was Venerable Lun Yen. Venerable Lun Yen pressed his palms together and smiled faintly. Cluster Lord, how have you been? Of course I'm fine. Some time ago, I even went to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty with my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu said happily. You went to Day 1? Are you fine? Venerable Lun Yen raised his eyebrows. Clearly, Venerable Lun Yen understood the sensitivity of Long Wanyu's identity. Of course I'm fine. My brother-in-law is incredible. In the capital city he wrote poems. That he made go sweep. After that, he wrote something like Taiji Zhang Sanfeng and Dongfang Invincible. Long Wanyu said happily. She wished that she could tell Venerable Lun Yen all about Gu Hai's abilities to show him how incredible her brother-in-law was. When Venerable Lun Yen heard that, he felt stunned. Making go sweep? Mr. Good knows how to compose? Of course. My brother-in-law knows everything. Long Wanyu said excitedly as though she was talking about herself. Just as Long Wanyu was about to continue describing, squeak, squeak, squeak. In the distant sky, countless bats suddenly appeared, covering the sky and covering the earth. Venerable Lun Yen's expression changed. Vampire. It's a vampire. A commotion broke out in the city. Bang! Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji arrived at Long Wanyu's small courtyard at about the same time. The vampires are here. Protect the princess. Yi Shenzhen said in a low voice. Vampire? Long Wanyu showed some doubt. At Shangguan Hen's residence. Normally, Shangguan Hen would not interfere in Jianghu City's affairs. However, Gu Hai gave Shangguan Hen the greatest authority. Whenever there was a problem, Shangguan Hen could decide with a single word. Quick. Report to Mr. Shangguan. The vampire is here. Quick. Why is Mr. Shangguan not coming out yet? Quickly inform Mr. Shangguan. A group of officials anxiously surrounded the large hall where Shangguan Hen was. My master is in closed-door cultivation. No one is to disturb him. A servant stopped everyone. But my Chaoga is in danger again. That Chang Ming is here again. A group of officials was very anxious. The servant still didn't let them come forward. In the large hall, Shangguan Hen showed a painful expression on his face. What's going on? The will of the Supreme Master Xuanwu of the previous generation? Aren't you already dead? Shangguan Hen said with a hideous expression on his face. Buzz. Shangguan Hen exuded a black air around him. No, it's not the energy of the previous generation's Supreme Master Xuanwu. It's an evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? And you can mobilize the power of the god of Xuanwu in my body? Shangguan Hen said with his eyes wide open. Who am I? Young man, you have protected the god of Xuanwu. I'll remember you. Now it's time for you to step aside. A strange voice came out from Shangguan Hen's body. You are courting death. God, listen to my call. Destroy this evil energy. Shangguan Hen waved his hand. Buzz. A large amount of white light came out from between his eyebrows and filled Shangguan Hen's body in an instant. Immediately, the black air was purified. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The strange voice gradually weakened. After a while, the energy disappeared completely. When he couldn't feel it anymore, Shangguan Hen stood up, sweating profusely. What's going on? It's been half a year. It appears once every month and it's getting stronger and stronger. Why is there such a thing in my body? Shangguanhen said in shock as he wiped the sweat off his body. With a gloomy face, Shangguanhen slowly opened the door. Quang. The moment the door was opened, countless officials outside shouted anxiously, Mr. Shangguan, the vampire is here again. Is that Changming? Shangguanhen's face darkened. Raising his head, he saw that the sky was filled with countless bats at this moment. These bats didn't attack Chaoga City. They just flew around Chaoga City. It seemed like they were waiting for someone. Shangguanhen, where are you? Changming's shout suddenly came from outside the city. Chapter 461. Chaoga City. Changming released tens of thousands of bats, attracting the attention of the entire city, and finally met Shangguanhen. Huangfu Palace entrance. All the officials looked at Changming as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Only Shangguanhen was brave enough to let Changming stand in front of him. Why should I believe you? Shangguanhen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. It's none of my business whether people die or not. This is a letter from my father. Read it yourself. I'm leaving. Changming said gloomily. I came all the way here to deliver the letter and save you, but you don't believe me? Shangguanhen took the letter and opened it in front of Changming. He read it carefully. After reading it, Shangguanhen's expression suddenly changed. After a moment of silence, Shangguanhen bowed solemnly to Changming. Not far away, Long Wanyu and the others who had hurried over were confused. Shangguanhen? Bowing to Changming? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Last time, Shangguanhen's poisonous light had poisoned Changming. Why was he bowing to Changming today? Something happened? Long Wanyu was slightly startled. Yi Shenzhen narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly gloomy. Many thanks to young Master Chang for coming to deliver the letter. Shangguanhen, on behalf of the people of Chaoga City, thanks Grand Duke Chang Sheng for his righteousness. Many thanks to young Master Chang for your trouble. Shangguanhen said solemnly. Changming opened his mouth, his gloomy expression becoming more and more profound. Just now, Shangguanhen didn't believe him. Now, with a letter from my father, you believe it? Wasn't he looking down on him too much? All right, I'm leaving. Do as you see fit. Changming flew up gloomily. He flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. Swish. Steering the flying boat, Changming flew into the distance in a depressed manner. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Shangguanhen watched as Changming left. His eyes were filled with uncertainty. Changsheng? Why did he choose to leak information? However, this was not the time to think about it. He held onto the envelope as if it weighed 1,000 caddies. Shangguanhen? What happened? Long Wanyu suddenly jumped over curiously. Shangguanhen looked at Long Wanyu and took a deep breath. Princess, perhaps you should leave this place immediately. Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. The Bat Ancestor has brought 2 great emperors and 2 Dao Lords to Chaoga City to capture you. They'll be here in a few days, Shangguanhen said solemnly. The news from Changming? You believe it? Li Xinji raised his eyebrows and looked at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen ignored him. Instead he looked at Long Wanyu. Princess, please leave immediately. They're coming for you. Before the emperor comes back, nothing can happen to you. Long Wanyu was slightly stunned. Princess, don't worry too much. Changming's words may not be trusted. Besides, aren't you waiting here for Mr. Good to come back? If you leave, you won't be able to wait for Mr. Good immediately. Yi Shenzhen said with a smile. Shangguanhen looked at Yi Shenzhen with a slight frown. Does he not believe me? I'll leave. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in surprise. As long as the luck is there, my brother-in-law will be safe. As long as he's safe, everything will be fine. If my brother-in-law trusts Shangguanhen, then I trust him too. Leave with me immediately. Don't cause trouble for my brother-in-law. Long Wanyu immediately shouted. But. Yi Shenzhen's expression was bitter. His Holiness had already thought about it. You can't leave. But what? I said I'll leave, so I'll leave. Long Wanyu said with a glare. Princess, do you feel danger? Yi Shenzhen asked one last time. No. Long Wanyu shook her head. Since you don't feel danger, then there's no need to. Yi Shenzhen said with a bitter smile. I can seek luck and avoid calamity, but will it be accurate? Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Long Wanyu glared at Yi Shenzhen and ignored him. Fine. By the way, take Ziwei and Changxing with you. Shangguan Hen said. I will. My brother-in-law asked them to protect me. They'll follow me wherever I go. Long Wanyu nodded. Shangguan Hen nodded. Long Wanyu left obediently. Shangguan Hen, on the other hand, read the letter in his hand again. Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said to the officials behind him after a moment of silence, tell the people to leave Chaoga as soon as possible. The enemy is right in front of us and will be wiped out. What? The officials opened their eyes wide. Go now. Shangguan Hen glared at them. Mr. Shangguan, do you mean all the people? An official asked in confusion. That's right. All the people are to leave Chaoga and hide in other cities until the emperor returns. Solemnly, Shangguan Hen said. Shangguan Hen. But this is the capital of the Dahan. You want the people to leave? They definitely won't want to. Also, this news is too strange. Could it be fake? An official said worriedly. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the official, if it's fake, I'll take all the responsibility. You just need to drive the people out of the city. Drive them out? What if they don't want to and resist? We can't kill them to scare them, right? Then drive them out with all your might. In the name of the imperial court, ask them to leave Chaoga City. All the soldiers will cooperate. Shangguan Hen said seriously. The officials still didn't believe it, but after a moment of silence, they nodded. The imperial court had told them that Shangguan Hen could make all the decisions in Chaoga. The officials could only feel helpless. Indeed, when the news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. I'm not leaving. What kind of storms have I weathered? Didn't I still survive? I want to stay in Chaoga City. 5 peerless experts are coming? What a joke. How can we trust the words of those vampires? I'm not leaving. Since the imperial court said so, it must be true. Let's leave as soon as possible. 2 voices rang out in the city. Some were willing to believe it and some did not. They were unwilling to leave Chaoga City. There were more than 100 million people in the city. There was no time to organize them quickly. The city was too large. Cranes and flying boats quickly transported the willing people away. The entire city bustled with activity. Long Wanyu packed up her things and led Ziwei, Longevity, Venerable Lunyan, Yi Shenzhen, and Li Xinji on a flying boat flying out of the city. In a small courtyard in the city, a group of azure-robed men stood in the small courtyard. All of them showed extremely solemn expressions. The leader was none other than Crown Prince Ao Shui's younger brother, the current Dragon Crown Prince Ao Xing. Ao Xing led the group to stand respectfully outside a room. He looked at the tightly shut door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of fingers tapping on the desk came from the room. Shangguan Hen? Ah, not bad. He has the boldness of the previous Xuanwu Supreme. A middle-aged man's voice came from the study. Royal Father, His Holiness planned for the 5 major factions to come to Chaoga City. Everything was under our control. Unexpectedly, Changming appeared and messed up our plans. It messed up our plans. Crown Prince Aoxing said with a frown. Never mind. This is fine as well. If Cluster Lord Wanyu does not leave, Chaoga City will be razed to the ground. Chaoga City citizens will suffer heavy casualties. I already informed Yi Shenzhen to leave behind traces when he leaves. This will make it easier for the 5 major factions to find the Cluster Lord, the middle-aged man in the study said seriously. Yes. Everyone else come with me. Crown Prince, you stay behind. The middle-aged man said again. I'm staying? Ao Xing asked, feeling confused. In the end, Guhai saved Ram Saint. This is considered a great achievement in the Deqian. You stay behind. If there is anything you can do, help out. The middle-aged man said seriously. Yes. A complicated look flashed in Ao Xing's eyes as he nodded. Above the vast sea, a white cloud was flying at an extremely fast speed in the sky. 9-5 Island flew through the white cloud. This white cloud moved extremely fast, much faster than when Guhai chased after it. It already reached the speed of an ordinary flying ship. At the soaring palace hall, Guqin controlled the life entrapment saber and looked at the vast land in the distance. Crown Prince, we are about to enter the divine continent. Should we speed up? At this speed we will arrive in about 4 days. An official said excitedly. No, reduce the speed. Guqin said seriously. 9-5 Island is not suitable for sudden braking. Slow down slowly. When it is time for the morning song, stop completely. Guqin said seriously. Then won't this drag on for a long time? I know. Start slowing down then. Inform the people in charge of pushing the ritual array. Guqin said seriously. Yes. After one incense stick of time, boom. 9-5 Island shook slightly, and its speed slowly decreased. In a small courtyard not far from the soaring palace hall, the former dragon race's crown prince Ao Shun was currently playing Go with Gu Hai. A figure clad in black staggered about at the side, pouring tea for Gu Hai and Ao Shun. When Ao Shun saw this staggered, black-robed figure, he appeared confused. Is this a zombie? Even zombies walk more nimbly than him? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Him? He's already much better. The black-robed figure was His Holiness's corpse. Now he could walk under Gu Hai's control. However, his movements were still somewhat stiff. Crown Prince Ao Shun, how has your stay on 9-5 Island been over the past few years? Gu Hai asked with a smile. How has my stay been? What do you think? What is there to talk about when you are just a lowly prisoner? Ao Shun retorted coldly. Sometimes stopping for a while is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun frowned as he looked at Gu Hai, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Until today, no one from the dragon race has come to talk to me about you. Ao Sheng did not, the De Qian did not, and the dragon race's primes did not either. Gu Hai shook his head. Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. What are you trying to say? I came to look for you today to tell you that you are free. Gu Hai said after a deep breath. Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Gu Hai extended his hand and pointed at Ao Shun's chest. That was a seal. It did not require great strength to undo it. Gu Hai could do it now. Suddenly, an explosion came from Ao Shun's body. Ao Shun cried out in pain. Boom. After Ao Shun's seal was undone, a vast aura of a heavenly palace burst out of his body. Chapter 462. Beside the sea, Changming steered the flying ship around, feeling depressed. Is the world that big? How am I supposed to find Gu Hai? Father thinks too highly of me. Do you think that I can find whoever I want? Changming looked around, feeling depressed. Xiaoqun had flown all the way here from Chaoga. However, he had not seen Gu Hai along the way. In front of him was a boundless sea. This meant that one would feel a sense of despair just by looking at it. As the flying ship flew high in the sky, Changming showed despair in his eyes. There was only the blue sky and white clouds in this vast sea. Where should I fly? A huge white cloud flew towards him from the distance. Changming did not think much of it. It was just a white cloud. He had seen many of them along the way. This was just a clump of fog. He would enter it soon. Changming turned his head and looked at the land behind him. The primogenitor and the others should have reached Chaoga by now, right? What's the point of finding Gu Hai? Changming smiled bitterly. Never mind. I won't search anymore. I'd better go back and take a look. My report must have been exposed. I wonder if father will be in danger. Changming sighed softly. Xiaoqun turned his head and turned the flying ship around, preparing to fly back. Suddenly, the gigantic white cloud came crashing over. Changming still did not think much of it. Prepare to leave then? Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Changming's flying ship instantly broke apart. The white cloud crashed into Changming, causing his face to deform. Is this a white cloud? Aren't all white clouds fog? My flying ship. Changming exclaimed. White clouds were not completely white clouds. However, 9-5 Island was wrapped in white clouds. At the soaring palace hall's entrance, Crown Prince, there was a loud sound in front. Did we crash into something? An official asked in shock. Let's go take a look. Guqin shouted. Changming was sent flying by the white clouds. No, Changming saw it clearly. This was a transparent barrier. Outside the barrier was white clouds, but inside the barrier was a piece of land? It was a huge piece of land. Changming's mouth was wide open as he looked at the land in shock. 995 Island? Changming said in shock. Not long ago, when Changming was preparing to exterminate 95 Island, he had done his homework and knew the shape of 95 Island. However, the 95 Island of the Thousand Island Sea was gone? Who goes there? A guard shouted from afar. Changming looked at the guards in shock. I was hit by an island? I know him. I saw him last time in Jianghu City. He is that unlucky guy. A guard yelled in surprise. Unlucky bastard? Am I unlucky? Changming's face instantly darkened. It was only in the Han Dynasty that no one dared to call a person favored by heaven an unlucky bastard. Quick, report to the Crown Prince. That unlucky vampire is here. The guard shouted. Quickly go and report this to the emperor. The guards immediately shouted. The emperor? Guhai. Changming's eyes lit up. Guhai is here? I want to see Guhai. Jianghu City. The flying boats carried groups of civilians out of Jianghu City. However, there were too many civilians in Jianghu City, and Jianghu City was too big. In addition, many civilians were unwilling to leave. Even after 4 days and 4 nights of non-stop transportation, nearly half of the civilians were unable to leave in time or were unwilling to leave. Nearly 50 million civilians were still resentful of Shangguanhen for dragging so many people. Huangfu Palace. The officials looked at Shangguanhen anxiously. Mr. Shangguan, we have tried our best, but they are unwilling to leave, the officials said bitterly. Life and death are predestined. Perhaps I am wrong? Shangguanhen shook his head and sighed. The officials did not speak. It was obvious that they were convinced that Shangguanhen was wrong. Shangguanhen looked at the chaos in the city. Because of the forced eviction, there were riots in many places. There were even some conflicts everywhere and fires broke out everywhere. The city was full of smoke and fire and it was a mess. However, Shangguanhen did not regret it. At least half of the civilians were saved. Mr. Shangguan, it has been 4 days. There is no danger like that vampire said. This. An official even looked at Shangguanhen with complaint. Just as everyone looked at Shangguanhen with complaint, Shangguanhen's pupils contracted. In the distant sky, 5 flying boats were approaching quickly. On the 5 boats there were many large flags. The words on the flags were Yuan, Yi, Xian, Hantian, and Yunfu. The people from the 5 forces are here. Quick, activate the formation. Shangguanhen's expression changed as he shouted with his eyes wide open. Ah ah ah. The officials who were about to complain about Shangguanhen froze. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 flying boats stopped abruptly outside Jianghu City along with a gust of wind. On the flying boats, a group of peerless powerhouses stood on the deck. Your Majesty, we are here. Sect Master, we are here. Ancestor, we are here. Bat Ancestor and the others had already walked to the front. A dynasty? It was nothing to a group of great emperors and Dao lords. What was a dynasty that could not even form the golden dragon of luck? Bat Ancestor, is this the place? A man in a dragon robe looked coldly at Daewon's flying boat. Yes, this is the place. Long Wanyu is here. Bat Ancestor looked excited at this moment. Chang Xing suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because there were still many people in Jianghu City. Changming did not come? Chang Xing showed a trace of anxiety on his face. No, the last time I was here there were a lot fewer people. There are not many people left, a vampire said in shock. Chang Xing was slightly stunned. Indeed, there were a lot fewer people in the city. Did that mean that Changming had been here? In the city, the moment the city guarding formation was activated, the people who had been swearing and complaining about Shangguanhen making a fuss suddenly trembled. That's impossible, right? Countless people showed a look of horror when they saw the 5 huge flying boats. Is it true that there are big flags on them? Is it true? The people in the city immediately showed a look of despair and regret. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do now? The officials of Huangfu Hall also looked anxiously at Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen's eyelids twitched wildly. He came. Whoosh. Suddenly, a man in red flew out of the city. Who is that? Shangguanhen's face changed. He saw the man in red rushing straight to the 5 flying boats. Sect Master, are you looking for Long Wanyu? The man in red shouted. The people on the 5 flying boats looked over at the same time. Among them, on the flying boat with the 2 words Hantian, a man in a purple robe suddenly said, "This is my Hantian sect's disciple. A month ago, I arranged a group of people to go to the 4 Directions city." Everyone was slightly stunned. You have seen Long Wanyu? In the city? Hantian sect master said coldly. No, they left 4 days ago, but we have sent people to follow them. It's not far, I know where they are. In that direction, the man in red shouted. Everyone's expression changed. They all showed a trace of joy. Are you sure? Hantian sect master said coldly. This subordinate guarantees with his head. Sect master, quickly, I will take you there. The man in red shouted. Everyone's eyes were uncertain, but they finally nodded. Okay. The man in red boarded Hantian sect's flying boat and was about to leave together. Bat Ancestor raised his eyebrows. Everyone, since you know where Long Wanyu is, you go first. I still have some personal grievances to settle here, so I will be back soon. Bat Ancestor shouted. Up to you. Everyone said lightly. Several bat monsters were sent to follow them, but Bat Ancestor turned to look at Chaoga City. Huff huff huff. In the blink of an eye, the people of the four forces left, leaving only Daewon's people who looked at Chaoga City together. Daewon? Chaoga Chaoga. Bat Ancestor suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Rumble. Suddenly rolling bats covered the sky and earth in all directions. The four forces left? Leaving Bat Ancestor's side? But still. Shangguan Hen showed a worried expression. The officials were already dumbfounded. Complaining about Shangguan Hen? No, now they were only left with deep regret. Why didn't they listen to Shangguan Hen? The people who stayed behind also showed a look of despair. It's okay. We have the city defense formation. They can't break it. Some people comforted themselves in fear. Boom. However, they saw Bat Ancestor hit the barrier of the formation with his palm. Under the huge force, the barrier exploded instantly, and even more than half of the city towers collapsed. Surround Chaoga City. Today no one will leave. Bat Ancestor said with a ferocious expression. Yes. All the vampires and bat monsters shouted. In a small courtyard in the city, Dragon Prince Ao Xing narrowed his eyes at Bat Ancestor and the others outside the city. Crown Prince, should we make a move? A dragon subordinate asked. Ao Xing smiled coldly. My father only said that we can help if we can. Bat Ancestor's palm strike just now has the power of someone who just entered the Heavenly Palace, right? It is already beyond what I can do, so there is no need to worry about it. Yes. Ao Xing did not intend to interfere. There was almost no power in the city that could resist Bat Ancestor. On 9-5 Island, Gu Hai reached out and undid Ao Shun's seal. Ao Shun's aura instantly erupted. However, Ao Shun only relaxed for a moment before he withdrew his aura and sat down again. Ao Shun understood that Gu Hai dared to let him go because he was no longer afraid of his strength. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Go to the Heavenly Palace? In the past, my strength was not obvious, so I did not understand the meaning of opening the Heavenly Palace. You were the former Dragon Prince. Go to the Heavenly Palace? You are too weak, right? Furthermore, you brought thousands of dragon race cultivators with you back then. Those dragon race cultivators were too weak, right? The Yuanying state? Ao Shun took a deep breath and shook his head. We are Sin Dragons. Go to the Heavenly Palace? How can I only go to the Heavenly Palace? It is just like Miao Chen. He was at the peak of the Middle Heavenly Palace in the past. Now he just entered the Lower Heavenly Palace. He did so because Xuanwu died. However, I sealed my divinity because of Sin Dragons. My former subordinates were Sin Dragons. The Yuanying state? You are lucky. If you had not sealed your divinity back then, 9-5 Island would have been destroyed long ago, Ao Shun said seriously. Sealed your divinity? No wonder. Gu Hai nodded. Why did you release me? Ao Shun asked with a frown. Because I discovered that the dragon race primes were using me to detain you. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. My father? Ao Shun felt slightly stunned. Why did no one from the De Qian side come to speak up for you? Why did no one from the dragon race come to save you? Why did Ao Xing not come to save you either? Perhaps they were happy to see you detain. Furthermore, it seems that they finally achieved their goal of detaining you. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. What do you mean? Ao Shun asked, feeling confused. Do you still remember your temper in the past? In the past. Ao Shun asked with a frown. Impetuous, extremely impetuous. I don't know how you lost your position as Crown Prince. However, I know that after you lost your position as Crown Prince, you became so impetuous that you wanted to take revenge and reclaim your position as Crown Prince. You did not even care if Luyang of Gojoseon could help you, so you agreed to let him work with you. Isn't that impetuous? Gu Hai smiled. Ao Shun fell silent. Supremacy of the Dragon Clan, let me use my hand to suppress your temper. No matter what, you are very different from before, aren't you? Gu Hai sighed slightly. Perhaps. Ao Shun nodded with a complicated look in his eyes. Just as the two were talking. Father. Gu Qin rushed over anxiously. Behind him was Chang Ming, who was at a loss. You found her? Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai strangely. What's wrong? Gu Hai turned to look at him in confusion. Something happened to Chaoga. Gu Qin said with an ugly expression. Phew. Gu Hai stood up immediately and stared at Chang Ming. Chang Ming didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately told his father what he knew and handed him the letter. Gu Hai immediately opened the letter and read it. His pupils shrank as soon as he read it. Daiqianxing go. Gu Hai's face turned cold. What? What does it have to do with Daiqianxing? Changming asked blankly. The people of Deqian are people. Are the people of Dehan not people? Gu Hai looked gloomy. Father, how is it? Gu Qin asked worriedly. Continue flying as planned. I'm going to leave first. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Bingheim and Miao Qin, who had rushed over, were also confused. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Bingheim immediately stepped forward. Your Majesty, I'll go with you. Miao Qin immediately called out as well. There's no need. It's useless for all the greater heavenly martial emperors and Tao lords to follow. Protecting 9-5 Island is the key. You all remain on 9-5 Island. Changming, come with me. Gu Hai said seriously. After saying that, Gu Hai flipped his hand and grabbed His Holiness's corpse. Then he walked out of Ao Shun's courtyard. Dongfang Bubi and 9-5 Island are safe. I'll have to trouble you. Gu Hai called out to a pavilion not far away. At the entrance of that pavilion, Dongfang Bubi nodded. Don't worry. Gu Hai nodded. By the way, I have already undone Ao Shun's seal. Whether he wants to leave or stay is up to him. Gu Hai said to Gu Qin as he turned his head. Yes. Gu Qin nodded. Changming, let's go. Gu Hai led Changming onto the flying ship and immediately headed for Chaoga. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the flying ship reached the horizon, vanishing from everyone's sight. Everyone watched as Gu Hai left, their eyes filled with complicated emotions. The one with the most complicated emotions was Ao Shun's. Now he was free? Free. This should be something to be happy about. However, why could he not feel happy? On the flying ship, Changming looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Go. Mr. Good, it has already been so long. We still need a few more days to return. It might be too late by then. Gu Hai looked into the distance, ignoring Changming. Chapter 463. On Gu Hai and Changming's flying boat. Changming looked at a black-robed man practicing his knife skills. The black-robed man was extremely strange. His body was stiff as if it had rusted, and his movements were very slow. However, with each practice he seemed to be more familiar with it. This Mr. Good, is this a zombie? Isn't this zombie too stiff? How can a set of knife skills be so slow? Changming looked at Gu Hai curiously. The flying boat was speeding. Although Gu Hai was anxious, he had no choice but to grab the letter sent by Changsheng and carefully read it over and over again. Changming, is your father going to die? Gu Hai frowned and looked at Changming. Your father is going to die. Changming immediately glared, as if he was blaming Gu Hai for cursing Changsheng. Gu Hai was not angry. Instead, he stared at Changming and said, Your father's letter seems to be entrusting him to me. Changming was slightly startled, and his face was filled with horror. Tell me what's going on. What danger is Changsheng in? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Changming's expression was ugly. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded and described the Bat ancestor's plan to eat vampires to increase his strength. Since it's so dangerous, why did Changsheng ask you to tell him? And to give me such a big favor? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's necessary, Changming said in a fit of pique. Gu Hai stared at Changming for a while and sighed slightly. It's a pity that Shiyu the Great did something wrong. Your father is so talented, but he let him lead a family for the Bat ancestor? Ha ha ha, what a pity, what a pity. What a waste of God's gift, buying the casket and returning the pearl. Don't say any more. Changming was very depressed at the moment. Even a single sentence from Gu Hai made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Changsheng said that you used to be very smart? You were smarter than Mo Yike when you were younger? Gu Hai looked at Changsheng with suspicion. Humph. Changsheng snorted gloomily. I'll give you a question. Let's see if you can answer it. Gu Hai said after some thought. Question. Changsheng was slightly stunned. Zhuge Minghong's younger brother counted the number of siblings and found that he had one more brother than sister. Then how many more brothers did Zhuge Minghong have compared to her sisters? Zhuge Minghong is a woman. Gu Hai asked. This was a very simple logic question. There was no question of academic qualifications. It all depended on the flexibility of one's brain. Changming stared blankly at Gu Hai. Are you really going to test me? However, why was this question so strange? Answer quickly. Gu Hai shouted coldly. 3. Changming said immediately. Oh. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Then he revealed a surprised smile. Not bad. Although the question is simple, you didn't do anything wrong. Let me give you some more questions. They are Mensa intelligence test questions. I hope you are really like what your father said. Guhai took a deep breath. Guhai reached out and took out a study table. He dipped some ink and sprinkled it on the paper on the table. Instantly, questions were formed. Changming? Guhai made an inviting gesture. Let's see how many questions you can answer in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Changming looked blankly at Guhai. However, when it came to IQ testing, Changming did not reject it. Changming wanted to get an explanation for his IQ. Soon, Changming began to answer the questions. Guhai also put up an incense stick. Changming looked at the questions with a strange expression on his face. These questions were too strange, weren't they? And these pictures? Find the similarities? Find the differences? Even an ordinary person could do it. However, there seemed to be a lot of strange traps hidden in the questions. Guhai looked at him quietly. These questions were all Mensa intelligence test questions that Guhai once searched on the internet when he was bored on Earth. They were questions to test a person's IQ. Those with high IQ would score high, but they did not have high requirements for experience. Soon the incense stick's time was up. Don't accept it. I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet. Changming suddenly said with a bitter face. He only finished half of the questions in the time it took to burn a stick of incense? Was his IQ really that low? He could not even answer such a simple question? Only half. Guhai was already satisfied. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that a person's IQ was high enough. However, in front of him, Changming actually completed half of the questions? He hoped that he did not write blindly. Guhai began to mark the papers. She looked through the questions from beginning to end and ticked all the right answers. It was only halfway through that she finally crossed a question. Wrong? How could it be? I know. This question, how could I get it wrong? How could I get it wrong? It should be the first choice, it should be the first choice. My IQ. Changming was devastated. Could it be that his IQ really made people anxious? He only completed half of the questions and he actually made a mistake? Looking at Guhai, Changming lowered his head in shame. He was too embarrassed to say that his IQ was high. Guhai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Because in Guhai's eyes, Changming's IQ was unusually high. To be able to complete 1/3 of the questions meant that his IQ was high enough. And in this 1/3, as long as he could complete 80% of the questions correctly, he would be the best of the best. But Changming not only completed half of the questions, but also got 99% correct. The only wrong answer was immediately realized. Changming's face was full of regret. Guhai stared at Changming. He also had a general understanding of Changming. Turning his head, Guhai put away everything and ignored Changming. But Changming looked at Guhai as if he had completely given up on himself. Changming was speechless. Was he really that bad? The flying boat continued to fly toward Jianghu City. Jianghu City. The bat ancestor smashed the entire enchantment of the city with one palm, and countless bats flew in all directions. Ha, today none of you can escape. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor, blame Guhai for causing this endless disaster, ha. The bat ancestor laughed. Boom. The aura around the bat ancestor suddenly erupted. Suddenly, boundless black gas enveloped the entire Jianghu City. Mr. Shangguan, what should we do? Emperor, where are you? We were wrong, we should have left. The people in the city showed a look of despair. Oh. The people with high cultivation immediately rushed out, wanting to break out and escape. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a large number of bats rushed straight down. Let me go. What? Help me help. The strong people who had just rushed out were immediately caught by countless bats, and all of their blood was sucked dry, and they fell from mid-air, including the strong people of the Yuanying state. No one can escape? The people in the city showed deep despair in their eyes. I said no one can escape. The bat ancestor sneered. In a short while, nearly 1,000 people had turned into dried corpses. The entire Jianghu City was filled with great panic. Chang Sheng looked anxious, but he could not intervene at this moment. The bat ancestor's strength, since he swallowed the fourth son of the Chang family, had barely entered the heavenly palace, and was not something he could stop. The bat ancestor looked ferocious. I will turn all of you into vampires, and then I will ask you to kill Guhai. I will see if Guhai will kill his people, ha. While speaking, the Bat Ancestor looked at the entrance of the Huangfu Palace. At the entrance of the Huangfu Palace, the officials were also very anxious, and there was despair on their faces. They surrounded Shangguan in the center. Shangguan face darkened. "Oh, you are the Mr. Shangguan they were talking about? Who are you?" The Bat Ancestor snorted and reached out. Suddenly, a huge black palm energy appeared in front of Shangguan. Shangguan pointed his finger, and a green light instantly shot toward the black palm energy. Pist 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 pist. The black palm energy melted with a bang. "Oh, poison? You are from the Xuanwu clan? Supreme Xuanwu is already dead, so what is the use of your poison?" The Bat Ancestor snorted. Buzz. With a force in his hand, the melted palm energy recovered, broke free from the poison, and headed toward Shangguan. Shangguan expression changed and he suddenly jumped. Boom. The right palm of the Bat Ancestor landed heavily on the square of the Huangfu Palace. In an instant, the Huangfu Palace exploded. The power of the Heavenly Palace was extremely powerful. All the officials screamed as they were blown away. Even though Shangguan had fled in a hurry, he was still severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The power of the Heavenly Palace? Shangguan looked at the sky with a surprised expression. You can't even withstand a single blow. The Bat Ancestor sneered disdainfully and ignored Shangguan. After destroying the Huangfu Palace with one palm, it looked coldly at the city. Alright, there is no time to waste. All of you, capture the people of Jianghu City and turn them into vampires, your blood mercenaries. Now. The Bat Ancestor ordered. Yes. Boom. All the vampires dove toward Jianghu City. In a small courtyard in the city, Aoshing narrowed his eyes. As expected of the power of the Heavenly Palace. I thought this Shangguan was capable of something. It seems that Jianghu City is hopeless. Crown Prince, are we really not going to do anything? A subordinate frowned. No. Aoshing said coldly. In the city. Help. Your Majesty, help. I was wrong. I want to leave Jianghu City. I want to leave Jianghu City. Don't capture me. Don't capture me. The desperate voices of the people in the city could be heard. Shangguan wiped the corner of his mouth, and his face darkened. Is it over? Buzz. Suddenly, an evil energy emerged from Shangguan body. Again. Shangguan face changed. I'm here. Do you want to save the people in the city? That little bat is almost at the level of the Heavenly Palace. I'm the only one who can help you. I'm the only one. An evil voice was heard in the evil energy. Who are you? Why are you in my body? What do you want? Shangguan glared at the voice. Lend me your body. I'll help you deal with this little bat. What do you think? Give me your body. The evil voice said again. Who are you? Shangguan asked anxiously. You don't have time. Look, some of the people over there have been bitten by the vampires. They will become new vampires soon. The evil voice continued. Shangguan looked over. As expected, those people couldn't escape at all. They were caught by the vampires and bitten on the neck. Lend me your body. Quick, quick, quick. The evil voice continued. Shangguan eyelids twitched violently. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Take it. Remember what you said. Suddenly, Shangguan let out a resounding, sinister voice. A surging evil aura surged out of his body. Chapter 464. Ka 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 ka. Suddenly, Shangguan let out a loud evil sound, and a surge of evil energy gushed out from his body. The evil energy was also black, but when it rushed out, it was instantly distinguished from the black energy released by Bat Ancestor. It seemed that compared to Shangguan black energy, Bat Ancestor's black energy seemed so righteous. The vampires in all directions were slightly stunned. Bat Ancestor also turned to look. Xuanwu couldn't even withstand a single blow, so what was going on with his aura now? Just as Shangguan was showing a ferocious expression, his aura was soaring at an extremely strange speed. The original aura of the Yuaning state was climbing all the way from the peak of the Yuaning state to the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the lower celestial palace, the peak of the middle celestial palace, and it was still increasing. Boom. All of a sudden the evil aura erupted and dispersed all the bats in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Shangguan aura was no weaker than Bat Ancestor's. How is that possible? In a small courtyard in the distance, Crown Prince Ao Sheng's eyes widened. Who was Shangguan Hen? How did his strength suddenly soar? It was impossible. Wah! Shangguan Hen suddenly roared. Behind Shangguan Hen, a super black snake thousands of feet long suddenly appeared. Shangguan Hen stepped forward and stood on the head of the snake, looking around with a ferocious expression. In the sky, countless bats were flying. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. What kind of monster was this? A snake thousands of feet long? A snake? A snake thousands of feet long? It had already evolved into a dragon, but this black snake hadn't evolved into a dragon? Hiss hiss hiss. The snake spat out its snake apricot and slowly slithered in the ruins outside Huangfu Hall. Pretending to be mysterious, humph. Bat Ancestor coldly snorted and pointed a finger. Squeak 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 squeak. The bats that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly rushed toward the giant snake, as if they wanted to suck its blood dry. Ka-ka. The snake suddenly opened its mouth and inhaled. Whoosh. The bats in the sky were all sucked into the snake's mouth in an instant. What? Bat Ancestor's expression. Was it real? It wasn't a trick this time? In the palace, countless officials clutched their wounds as they looked in shock at Shangguan Hen, who was on the head of the 3-kilometer-long snake. What is going on? Mr. Shangguan is master? Alright, I'll deal with this little bat. I promised Shangguan Hen that I would save all the citizens in the city. If you all do not escape, his consciousness will not rest. Right now, I'll block this little bat. All the officials help the citizens leave. Shangguan Hen said with a cold snort. Yes, master. The officials were ecstatic. Thank you, Master Shangguan. Thank you, Master Shangguan. The despairing people in the city cheered. Kill him. Bat Ancestor pointed at Shangguan Hen. Whoosh. The Chang clan's third young master suddenly swooped down and extended his hand. A huge manifested palm shot toward Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen's eyes turned cold. The snake under his feet whipped its tail. There was a loud bang. Third brother of the Chang family's energy palm exploded. The remaining force of the tail continued toward third brother of the Chang family. Boom. Third brother of the Chang family was sent flying. Crack. The giant snake opened its mouth. Immediately, billowing green gas rushed out. The nearby bat demons were immediately shrouded in the green gas. The ferocious toxins quickly melted their bodies. Bastard. Bat Ancestor snorted. It also sent a palm strike toward Shangguan Hen. Boom. The snake's tail collided. The void trembled. Bat Ancestor's other palm struck again. Shangguan Hen's face turned cold. He sent a palm strike toward the sky. Boom. The two palms of Bat Ancestor and Shangguan Hen collided. Bat Ancestor was knocked away and Shangguan Hen's figure also paused. The outcome of this palm strike was not decided. However, Bat Ancestor knew that it had done its best. Who are you? Who are you? Bat Ancestor screamed with a ferocious expression. Ha, who am I? Little bat, don't you remember who I am? Shangguan Hen smiled evilly. Bat Ancestor's face darkened. It did not remember such an evil person. In Jianghu City, almost everyone was stunned by Shangguan Hen's sudden burst of strength. Was this person Mr. Shangguan? Was he so powerful? In the city, only a few Xuanwu, including Xuanwu who used to follow Miao Chen, showed ecstatic expressions. These 20 Xuanwu who were at the peak of the Yuanying state, were sent by Miao Chen to protect Shangguan Hen. Although they did not know why, they always carried out Miao Chen's orders. So, Mr. Shangguan is also a senior of the Xuanwu clan? That big snake? Is it Xuanwu's mysterious snake? What a big mysterious snake. No, this is a snake created by Xuanwu's god? It can't be. But who is he? Even Elder Miao Chen listens to him? The 20 Xuanwu opened their eyes wide. After Bat Ancestor and Shangguan Hen's palms collided, there was no clear winner. However, they could feel that Shangguan Hen's strength was still increasing. Bat Ancestor was shocked. The surrounding vampires also opened their eyes wide. Their hands stopped moving. Why did you stop? Kill them all. None of the people of Jianghu City can live. Don't turn into vampires. Kill them all. Kill them all. Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Yes. Countless vampires and bat demons answered. Suddenly, a large number of people died tragically in despair. Humph. Shangguan Hen snorted and waved his hand. Whoosh. All of a sudden, countless little snakes appeared out of thin air and charged at the vampires in all directions. I am your opponent now. Bat Ancestor snorted and waved his sleeve. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless bats immediately blocked the small snakes in all directions. Bat Ancestor rushed toward Shangguanhen again. The giant snake roared and swung its tail. Shangguanhen also struck with his palm. Boom, boom. Bat Ancestor was beaten back again. Ha ha ha, little Xuanwu, no one I want to kill can survive. Humph, as long as I'm here you can forget about saving them. You want to protect them? Just watch them die. Bat Ancestor sneered. Bat Ancestor stopped Shangguanhen. Shangguanhen suddenly showed a ferocious expression. Calling me little Xuanwu? Haha, if it weren't for the limitation of this body's cultivation, I could kill you with one finger. Don't you remember who I am? Fine, I'll let you know. While speaking, Shangguanhen suddenly turned his head. Buzz. Shangguanhen's body suddenly emitted countless blue lights. As soon as the lights appeared, they dyed the sky blue. For a moment, Shangguanhen looked extremely sacred. A great radiance suddenly made everyone's expression change. Water God? You're. Bat Ancestor's expression changed. Yes, it's me. Shangguanhen showed a hint of ferocity. Buzz. The divine radiance on Shangguanhen's body suddenly burst out, like a wave of air rushing in all directions of Jianghu City. In Jianghu City, the 20 Xuanwu suddenly opened their eyes wide, and in their eyes, there were tears of ecstasy. Supreme. Supreme Master? Supreme Master, you're still alive? All the Xuanwu shouted in ecstasy. Buzz. The divine radiance filled all the Xuanwu's body, like a flame falling into a barrel of gasoline. All the Xuanwu suddenly burst out with a surge of energy. I've recovered, I'm Xuanwu God. I've also recovered, my divinity, the lower heavenly palace, I've recovered the lower heavenly palace. Ah, Supreme Master is still alive, my Xuanwu God is not destroyed. The 20 Xuanwus all recovered the power of the lower heavenly palace 800 years ago, and in an instant, all of them showed extreme ecstasy, crying tears of joy. When they looked at Shangguanhen, their faces were full of infinite excitement. Supreme Master. All the Xuanwus shouted excitedly. Help the people in the city to leave. Shangguanhen said coldly. Yes. The 20 Xuanwus almost shouted. Supreme Master is back? The Supreme Master of our Xuanwu clan is back. In an instant, the faces of all the vampires and bat demons changed greatly. Supreme Master of the Xuanwu clan? How is that possible? He's going to come back to life. How are we going to fight? In a small courtyard in the distance. Ao Sheng's face also changed. Impossible, he can't be Supreme Xuanwu. Supreme Xuanwu died a long time ago. But, if he isn't Supreme Xuanwu, how could he be able to stimulate the divine power, ignite the divine fire, and restore the divine power of the Xuanwu clan? The Bat Ancestor's face changed greatly. He was also shocked by the sudden change in the situation. No, you died a long time ago. Bat Ancestor retreated in horror. Oh, little bat, now you recognize me? Shangguanhen said with a ferocious face. No, Supreme Xuanwu's body is full of righteous energy, but yours is full of evil energy. You're not Supreme Xuanwu can't have evil energy. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed as he shouted. You know quite a lot? Shangguanhen slowly slithered over on the giant snake. In all directions, the experts of the Xuanwu clan quickly assisted the officials of the Dahan to help the people escape. At this moment, the people no longer had any resistance, and they all waited for help in horror. The vampires and bat demons in all directions looked at Bat Ancestor hesitantly. I know. Bat Ancestor's face suddenly changed. Oh, Supreme Xuanwu? When he went against the heavens with Old Man Guanxi in the past, he was full of righteous energy without any flaws. Even the heavens couldn't punish him with the slightest bit of sin. No trace of sin? Did he separate all the sin from the dark side of his body? You're the evil side of Supreme Xuanwu? You're the evil Supreme Xuanwu? He's dead but you're not? You're still alive? Bat Ancestor suddenly sucked in a cold breath. You know quite a lot. However, isn't it a bit too late? Ah. Shangguanhen said with a ferocious expression. As he spoke, the giant snake suddenly rushed in front of Bat Ancestor, and once again struck at Bat Ancestor with its palm. Boom. The two people's palms collided with a loud bang. This time Shangguanhen didn't retreat, but Bat Ancestor did. Your strength is still increasing? Bat Ancestor's face changed. In the small courtyard in the distance, Ao Sheng's face also changed. The evil Supreme Xuanwu? Shangguan Hen's original consciousness, which had been suppressed by Supreme Xuanwu's will, quivered. You're the evil part of Supreme Xuanwu? Impossible, in my memory you've already been destroyed. Chapter 465. The Dark Side of Supreme Xuanwu? So, you have the god of Xuanwu? Bat Ancestor's eyelids suddenly twitched, and a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. Shangguan Hen's face darkened. God? Unfortunately, you are still limited by this body. Moreover, those Xuanwu who have just recovered can only reach the lower heavenly palace. Humph, little bat. I was a little bat in front of you back then, but what about now? Ah! Bat Ancestor suddenly rushed toward Supreme Xuanwu excitedly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive in Jianghu City. Bat Ancestor suddenly yelled. Boom! Bat Ancestor, which was surrounded by hundreds of millions of bats, crashed toward Shangguan Hen with a loud boom. Shangguan Hen took the giant snake and instantly arrived outside the city to avoid causing too much damage and injuring the civilians. Boom! Outside the city it was suddenly chaotic. Countless bats, sand, and snakes mixed together outside the city. Gusts of violent wind swept in all directions. The battle between the two supreme heavenly palaces left only the destructive power of heaven and earth. The civilians in the city couldn't see the situation of the battle between the two people outside. You are courting death. Shangguan Hen said coldly. It hurts, but it doesn't matter. Aha, Supreme Xuanwu? You can't kill me, ha. Bat Ancestor's voice came. Boom. Outside the city it was chaos. In the city, 20 Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace immediately took action to help the civilians leave. However, they were still attacked by the bat monsters and vampires. Humph, the supreme heavenly palace gave the order. Leave no one alive. Kill. Xuanwu of the lower heavenly palace? Don't worry, Changsheng's family has 3 supreme heavenly palaces. Kill them for me. The bat monsters shouted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rolling bat monsters rushed down. A group of vampires also swarmed down. The second and third brothers of the Chang family swooped down towards Xuanwu, who was engaged in battle. Second brother, third brother? Chang Sheng suddenly shouted. Big brother? The two of them looked at Chang Sheng with puzzlement. Chang Sheng looked at the battle outside the city. His expression was slightly complicated, and then it became firm. Second brother, third brother, do you still remember why we became vampires in the first place? Chang Sheng smiled bitterly. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were slightly taken aback. After a moment of silence, he said, In the past, when our village was in trouble, His Majesty passed by and saved us 4 brothers. From then on we served His Majesty. You said that we should do our best to repay His Majesty for saving our lives. After that, His Majesty and the ancestor wanted to establish a family of vampires. You were the one who brought us to become vampires. Changxing took a deep breath and said, Yes, I am the one who brought you all to become vampires. Previously, the ancestor had nurtured a few vampire families, but in the end, none of them were successful enough to create powerful vampires. That was why His Majesty looked for me and I agreed. His Majesty had saved the lives of us 4 brothers, so we have repaid him. The second and third brothers were silent for a moment. I know the purpose of our existence. I believe you all roughly understand it, but you didn't expect it to come so soon, right? Chang Xing said solemnly. The second and third brothers' faces turned ugly. Big brother, I'm sorry. In the past, I always wanted to fight for favor in front of the ancestor, to fight for power and benefits with you. Now it seems so laughable. The second brother smiled bitterly. Life and death? Even if we are billions of miles away, the ancestor wants you to beg for death. We can only be at his mercy. What else can we do? The third brother said in despair. Before His Majesty saved us, we were already dead, weren't we? Solemnly Changxing said. The second and third brothers fell into despair. They knew what Changxing meant. Obviously, from the moment the fourth brother was eaten, it indicated that they were not far from being eaten. We should have died long ago, but our Chang family can't end like this. Changxing said solemnly. It's useless. All vampires will be eaten by the ancestor. The second brother said bitterly. I need you all to help me now. Also, help my Chang family keep the last glimmer of hope. Solemnly Changxing said. Do what? The 2 brothers were surprised. Help the people of Jianghu City. Help as much as you can. Solemnly Changxing said. Huh. The two looked at Guhai in shock. Are you still jealous of the pregnancy? In front of death, what's so good about it? Believe me and listen to me. Changxing said with a glare. The second brother and the third brother's eyelids twitched violently. They turned their heads and looked at the chaotic battle outside the city. Turning their heads, the two looked at Changxing again. After a while, the second brother of the Chang family took a deep breath and said, Big brother, I'll listen to you. Big brother, instead of saying that His Majesty saved us, it's better to say that Big brother saved us. If it weren't for Big brother, we would have died long ago. Little brother has been insensible all these years and has caused Big brother trouble. Anyway, we're going to die. Big brother, you tell me what to do and I'll do it. The third brother gritted his teeth. Good ha. Changxing suddenly laughed. Turning his head, Changxing suddenly looked at the group of bat demons that swooped down. Chang family, from now on, the bat ancestor is our enemy. Changxing snorted coldly. The countless vampires that swooped down were surprised. Kill the bat demons. Changxing shouted. Boom. Changxing, the second brother of the Chang family, and the third brother immediately swooped down and went straight for the bat demons. Master Chang, what are you doing? A bat demon exclaimed. Boom. A sword was cut in half by Changxing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, countless vampires rushed toward the bat demons. The sudden change stunned countless residents of Jianghu city. What's going on? The Xuanwu, who were ready for a fierce battle, suddenly opened their eyes wide. What's going on? The bat demons were stunned. The vampires outside the Chang family were also stunned. Changxing, what are you doing? Chang family, do you want to die? How dare you go against the will of the bat ancestor? Do you want to die? The bat demons and vampires were stunned. Kill, 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 kill. The three Changxing brothers roared and killed in all directions. In an instant, the sky above Jianghu city was in chaos. Rumble. In the great battle, the people were already stunned. What are you looking at? Go. The Dahan officials quickly commanded. Countless people immediately responded and were quickly sent out by the flying boats. Ha ha, big brother, I'm killing so happily. These bat demons' cultivation is not as good as ours at all. They used to look down on us. Big brother, it's so satisfying. I've wanted to kill them like this for a long time. The second and third brothers of the Chang family were in the midst of the unscrupulous killing. Changxing looked at his two younger brothers. They seemed to have returned to their youth. At that time, his two younger brothers had not learned to deceive each other and were not arrogant. Now they had all returned to their original state. Changxing looked at his two younger brothers and said in his heart, Second brother, third brother, this time it's a little dangerous. However, our road ahead has been sealed, and this is the only flickering hope. Chang Ming was able to receive our sacrifice, but we had an almost impossible hope. It was almost impossible. However, there was still an almost, after all. What was the possibility? Maybe? The battle in the sky above Jianghu city immediately made countless people escape. Outside the city, the bat ancestor fighting with Shangguanhen also noticed the abnormality in Jianghu city. Chang family? Are you crazy? The bat ancestor wiped the blood from his mouth and exclaimed. Shangguanhen could not kill the bat ancestor immediately, but the bat ancestor was still seriously injured. The bat ancestor had not eaten the elders of the Chang family because it was not time yet. The stronger the elders of the Chang family were, the stronger the bat ancestor would be after devouring them. The longer it nurtured them, the better it would be for itself. Now the elders of the Chang family were rebelling? Boom. Shangguanhen slammed his palm on the bat ancestor's chest. The bat ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood again and was sent flying. At this moment, Changxing also slashed at the last bat demon. Supreme Being, save me. The bat demon roared in horror. Clang. Under the sword, the bat demon was cut in half. You are courting death. The bat ancestor's face was ferocious. He stretched out his hand. Boom. All the vampires present suddenly could not move and shot toward the bat ancestor. Rumble. All the vampires could not control themselves, even those who were loyal to the bat ancestor. Big brother. The second and third brothers cried in despair. Whoosh. Changxing was the first to be pulled in front of the bat ancestor. Changxing, you dare to disobey me? You dare to disobey me? The bat ancestor glared and said with a ferocious expression. Changxing was controlled by the bat ancestor and could not move at all. Looking at the bat ancestor, Changxing revealed a trace of hatred. Bat ancestor, I am also a human. What? The bat ancestor was slightly startled. Everyone of the Chang family, look at me. Chang Xing suddenly revealed a ferocious expression. The second and third brothers opened their eyes wide. Explode. Chang Xing suddenly shouted. Boom. Chang Xing suddenly exploded. He had self-detonated. He had triggered all the energy in his body. He had self-detonated? The huge explosion caused everyone to tremble. The bat ancestor was immediately covered in blood from the explosion. Big brother? The second and third brothers shouted in despair. No, 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 it's mine, it's mine. This fragment is mine too. Bat ancestor cried out. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Huff. The exploded Chang Sheng's flesh was immediately sucked back into the bat ancestor's mouth. After sucking in Chang Sheng's broken body, the bat ancestor's expression changed and it stretched out its hand. Huff. Huff. All the vampires were instantly at the mouth and their spirits were dispirited. You won't let me eat even when you're dying? You won't let me eat even when you're dying? Bastard. The bat ancestor opened its mouth and wanted to eat all the bats. Big brother, I don't have the courage. The second brother said in despair. Big brother? Off. The second and third brothers of the Chang family did not have time to self-detonate and were all swallowed by the bat ancestor. The remaining vampires did not escape and all entered the bat ancestor's mouth. Ancestor, we are loyal to you. Chang Xing rebelled, but we didn't. Some vampires loyal to the bat ancestor said in despair. However, the bat ancestor did not listen to them and ate them all. At that moment, the bat ancestor's stomach was like a bottomless pit, melting all the vampires in an instant. In the midst of the melting, the bat ancestor's aura suddenly soared, and a strong wind swept in all directions. In the city, Ao Sheng's expression changed. Even Shangguan Hen's pupils shrank at this moment. Because the bat ancestor's aura rose faster and fiercer than his. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed him. Chapter 466. Bat Ancestor's momentum soared to the sky. Shangguan Hen immediately threw a punch. Boom. Shangguan Hen's fierce palm was actually caught by Bat Ancestor's hand. Ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu? Now your strength is not as good as mine, right? God of the Black Tortoise? You can't protect yourself. Your body's cultivation is too weak and there are too many restrictions on you. Bat Ancestor threw a punch with a ferocious face. Boom. With a loud noise, the giant snake under Shangguan Hen's feet was immediately sent flying. Even Shangguan Hen's figure was suddenly pushed back. Shangguan Hen's expression changed. On the other side in Chaoga City, a group of people immediately fled. At this moment they had no other thoughts. They only hated their parents for not giving them 2 more legs. Go, go, take me out of here. Me too, save me. Help. The people shouted. The officials of the Dahan, the soldiers, and Xuanwu desperately escorted the people away. However, there were too many people in the city. Shangguan Hen did not know how much longer he could hold on. Rumble. The 2 peerless experts fiercely fought again. This battle lasted for 2 days. In these 2 days, Bat Ancestor's strength had increased tremendously, while Shangguan Hen was covered in blood. The giant snake under his feet was also covered in wounds and blind in one eye. Die for me. Bat Ancestor fiercely threw a punch with a ferocious face. Hong. Under the punch, the giant snake exploded. Shangguan Hen was also sent flying by the punch. Puff. Shangguan Hen spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already at the end of his road. Ha ha ha, Supreme Xuanwu, am I still a little bat now? Is that still the case? Bat Ancestor asked with a ferocious expression. These 2 days of fighting could be said to have been extremely satisfying. Basically, he was suppressing Shangguan Hen. How comfortable was that? Shangguan Hen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and revealed an evil smile. Shangguan Hen, I've tried my best. Your cultivation is too weak and I can't use my full strength. If this drags on any longer, this little bat will succeed. Only the owner of the Sky Chess Pavilion can make me compromise like this. You should be satisfied. Shangguan Hen sneered. Boom. All of a sudden, Shangguan Hen dashed towards the group of Xuanwu in the city. Sovereign. The group of Xuanwu shouted excitedly. Who? Shangguan Hen swept up the 20 Xuanwu clones and shot off into the distance. You want to run? Stop. Bat Ancestor suddenly shouted. Boom. Bat Ancestor immediately chased after him. However, the sovereign Xuanwu had a powerful life-saving method after all. Bat Ancestor chased him for a while before giving up completely. Looking at the disappearing figure on the horizon, Bat Ancestor showed extreme grief and indignation. B** starred, Sovereign Xuanwu, don't run if you dare, don't run. Bat Ancestor roared angrily. However, the Sovereign Xuanwu had already disappeared on the horizon. Bat Ancestor returned to Jianghu city gloomily. Run. There were too many people in the city. Even if they ran, there were still millions of people who couldn't escape. That devil is here again. Vampire? Emperor, save us. The people in the city were fleeing in fear. A large number of Dahan officials stayed until the end, showing a look of despair. You want to run? Don't even think about it. All of you die. All of you die for me. Bat Ancestor roared ferociously. Zhi. With a wave of his hand, countless bats rushed into the city. Ah! Help! Your Majesty! In the blink of an eye, 5 million people were turned into dried corpses. In addition to the 5 million civilians who had died earlier, there were over 10 million civilians who had died. A large number of officials who organized the rescue never left until they died. In all directions of the city, almost all of the buildings had collapsed. Thick smoke billowed and flames rose in all directions. Everything was in ruins. Bat Ancestor killed the rest of the people, but he was still very depressed. Gu Hai Shangwanhen? And Changsheng. Bastard Changsheng. You all deserve to die. You deserve to die. Bat Ancestor roared in frustration. At this moment, the Bat Ancestor's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to kill whoever he saw. After killing everyone, Bat Ancestor's face was gloomy. He turned his head and flew in the direction of the other two great emperors and Taoist lords. Bat Ancestor flew away in the blink of an eye. In a forest outside the city, Ao Xing narrowed his eyes. What a pity. Xuanwu the Supreme Being ran away. If only Father was here just now. Ao Xing looked in the direction Bat Ancestor left in the distance. However, before long, Bat Ancestor, who had disappeared into the horizon, flew back again. As he flew back, Bat Ancestor showed a hint of panic on his face. The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan? Is this a trap? How is this possible? The Supreme Being of the Dragon Clan Ao Tianhuang? Ao Tianhuang? Bat Ancestor showed a look of horror and suddenly turned into a huge black bat. The bat flapped its wings. Whoosh! In an instant, it passed through the ruins of Jianghu city and flew toward the far south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Old Tianhuang, hurry up, hurry up. Let's go to Jianghu city and have a look. Long Wanyu suddenly shouted in the distance. Boom! Almost in an instant, a streak of purple light shot over from the horizon and stopped outside Jianghu city. It was Long Wanyu, Yi Shenzhen, Li Xinji, Ziwei, Changsheng, and a man in a purple dragon robe. The man had a bone protruding from his forehead, and his eyes were fierce, as if there was lightning hidden in them. The purple light was emitted by the man in the dragon robe. He was the one who led everyone to Jianghu city. As soon as they arrived at Jianghu city, everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide and were speechless. How did this happen? Ziwei said in horror. Why are so many people here dead? Vampires? Was it done by vampires? Changsheng also showed an anxious expression. When the two arrived at Jianghu city, they were warmly entertained by Jianghu, and could eat as much as they wanted. The two had already treated Jianghu city as their home. Now, flames were everywhere, thick smoke billowed, the city was in ruins and there were corpses everywhere. These people who were so good to them were all dead? Thousands of corpses, even if 90% of the people in the city had run away, these thousands of corpses were still very tragic. Yi Shenzhen and Li Xinji both narrowed their eyes. The two seemed to have expected it, but they did not understand how the corpses of the bat demons came about. Woo, old man Tianhuang, it's all your fault, I told you to hurry up, woo, so many people have died, brother-in-law will die of sadness when he comes back and sees this. Long Wanyu immediately complained to the man in the dragon robe while crying. The man in the dragon robe was the supreme master of the dragon clan, Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and looked around. Soon he found a group of people flying over from afar. It was Ao Sheng's group. Prince Ao Sheng? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes. Father. Ao Sheng approached and said respectfully. Tell me what happened here? Ao Tianhuang said in a deep voice. Yes. Ao Sheng answered, and then told Ao Tianhuang everything that had happened here. Ao Sheng? You bad guy, why didn't you help Shangwanhen? Why didn't you save the people, why? Long Wanyu was full of hatred. Princess Wanyu, Please don't be angry. At that time I had no choice. The Bat ancestor's strength was beyond my ability. Ao Xing shook his head. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and looked at Ao Xing. After a moment of silence he did not say anything in the end. Ao Xing lowered his head as if he was sad for the people. Princess, let's go. Yi Shenzhen persuaded. I won't go, I'll wait for my brother-in-law here, I'll wait for my brother-in-law here. You are all bad guys, did you know that they were coming? You were waiting for them? Old man Tianhuang, you are not human, why didn't you save the people, why didn't you save them? Long Wanyu said with red eyes. Ao Tianhuang looked at Long Wanyu and smiled bitterly, but did not explain further. Gu Hai's flying boat flew quickly in the sky. Quick, quick, quick. We will reach Chaoga City in 4 hours, quick. Gu Hai shouted as his right eyelid twitched. Gu Hai felt that a part of the Han dynasty's luck seemed to have collapsed. Although it was only a small part, Gu Hai knew that something had happened in Chaoga City. Chongming was also very anxious. He controlled the flying boat to fly quickly, and the flying boat had reached its limit. Boom. Perhaps the high load of flying finally exceeded the flying boat's control, and the flying boat suddenly burst into flames. Don't worry about this flying boat, continue to fly quickly. Gu Hai took out another flying boat. The two of them boarded the flying boat and continued to fly quickly. After flying for a short while. Roar! 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 Dozens of giant dragons flew in the sky in the distance, circling around a barren land of ruins. Gu Hai turned his head to look. Gu Hai saw a large amount of gravel and trenches on the ground, as well as 4 broken flying boats. When Gu Hai looked around, he immediately saw the large banner where the flying ship had been destroyed. Yi Xian Hantian Yunfu? Are these the traces of a battle between the 4 forces? Have the 4 forces suffered heavy losses? The dragon race is searching around. It seems that the supreme martial artist of the dragon race, Ao Tianhuang, ambushed them here? That's good, it's not Chaoga City. Gu Hai sighed. Stop. A group of giant dragons seemed to have discovered Gu Hai's flying boat and immediately blocked it. Ignore them. Let's go to Chaoga City quickly. Hurry up. Gu Hai instructed. All right. Chongming was also extremely anxious. There were no people from day 1 here? How could there be no people from day 1 among the 5 forces? They must be in the imperial capital. Chongming was extremely anxious and so was Gu Hai. Boom. The flying boat knocked aside a giant dragon and sped in the direction of Chaoga. Stop. The dragons glared and 3 giant dragons chased after them. Gu Hai did not care at all and only stared into the distance. More than 2 hours passed. They seemed to be able to see Chaoga City from afar. The Sea of Providence clouds was still floating in the air, but thick smoke was rolling in the sky and the sky was filled with filth. Quick. Gu Hai looked anxious. The flying boat was fast and arrived at Chaoga in the blink of an eye. Boom. The flying boat suddenly stopped, bringing out a strong wind. The moment it stopped, Gu Hai looked at the ruins of Chaoga City, and his expression changed. Chaoga City? Was this still Chaoga City? It was a charred land and countless corpses were arranged on the huge square outside the city. It was a despairing city of death. Gu Hai and Chongming suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai's eyes were filled with uncertainty, and finally turned into deep sorrow. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Chapter 467. People of Chaoga, I'm back. Looking at the ruins of the city and the corpses on the ground, he could only say this sentence in the end. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. He turned his head to the south, and his eyes were full of endless hatred. His Majesty is back. It's His Majesty. A sudden shout came from the forest in the distance. His Majesty, you're finally back. For a moment, the sorrowful cries grew louder and louder. Some of the people who had escaped the disaster hid around Chaoga City. On this day, even Long Wanyu didn't dare to show her face because she didn't trust the emperor. At this moment, seeing the emperor return, the people couldn't help but vent their fear, panic, and despair. They rushed toward Gu Hai while crying. Gu Hai landed slowly on the ground outside the city where thousands of corpses were. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Long Wanyu jumped over immediately. Ziwei and Changxing were dejected. Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen stood in the distance and didn't come over. Ao Tianhuang and the others stood in the distance and didn't say a word. Gu Hai landed on the square and looked at the corpses. The corpses were in a terrible state. Long Wanyu came close and stood behind Gu Hai obediently. Brother-in-law, these are the corpses we sorted out. There are 10,063 corpses in total. His Majesty. The people around quickly gathered around. His Majesty, my father died because he left a place on the flying boat for me. His Majesty, please avenge my father. His Majesty, my sister's family died a terrible death. His Majesty, that devil, that devil. His Majesty, what should we do now? A group of people knelt in front of Gu Hai while crying. At this moment, a Dahan official who had escaped followed behind Gu Hai in a low voice and told him what had happened in Jianghu City. Hearing the changes in Jianghu City, the expression on Gu Hai's face changed. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai suddenly and solemnly bowed 3 times to the 10 million corpses. When Gu Hai bowed, the people who were crying and complaining immediately stopped and looked at the emperor. I know. Although you are all dead, your souls are still here. You are looking at me, waiting for me. I will give you an explanation. Very soon we will give you an explanation, Gu Hai said solemnly. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the people who were crying and complaining. Everyone, we have returned. We have returned too late. Gu Hai bowed deeply and guiltily to the crying commoners. Your Majesty. The crowd of commoners also bowed to Gu Hai. Man. Gu Hai shouted. Immediately, some officials who were accompanying the commoners walked out. Set up a camp outside Jianghu City for the refugees. Gu Hai ordered. Yes. Make the best coffins for the dead and bury them here. Let them see how we will avenge them. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Don't touch anything in the city. Dahan, remember the humiliation today. This will only happen once, only once. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Yes. The group of officials and soldiers responded in unison. Immediately, all the refugees near Jianghu City were temporarily settled. It's impossible. How could my father die? How could my father die? Father, father, father. Changming roared in despair. Changming couldn't accept this fact. When I left, everything was fine. Dad was fine. Dad. Changming suddenly burst into tears and complained. Gu Hai took a deep breath and was about to comfort him. Whoosh. Not far away, a ball of light suddenly flew out from under a corpse. Gu Hai's face darkened. Li Xinji in the distance was also surprised. That's a nascent soul? Hiding under that corpse? Changxing? Didn't he self-destruct? Ao Xing in the distance opened his eyes wide. Changxing? Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. The ball of light quickly flew to Gu Hai and Changming. Father, father, is that you? Is that you? Changming opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The little ball of light looked exactly like Changxing. It was only the size of a fist and was emitting a yellow light that seemed to be dissipating slowly. Greetings, Emperor Dahan. The little nascent soul bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Changxing? Gu Hai looked at the little nascent soul and suddenly bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Changxing, for saving 90% of the people in Jianghu City. Gu Hai sincerely thanks you. 90% of the people? It's a pity that I couldn't save the 10 million people. The little nascent soul said bitterly. Father, father, what should I do? How can I save you? What should I do? Changming asked anxiously. The little nascent soul stage cultivator turned around and looked at Changming. He smiled bitterly and said, Save me? That won't be necessary. My 3 souls are not here. This is just one of my souls. When I detonated myself, I deliberately left one of my souls and hid it with my obsession. No, there must be a way. There must be. Changming cried in despair. Changxing smiled bitterly. Don't think of such unrealistic things. Changxing turned to look at Gu Hai. Emperor Dahan, this time I've played a trick to give you this merit. I hope you don't mind. Why would I mind? Last time in the Thousand Islands Sea, you found me at the bottom of the sea and hid my traces. This time you saved 90 million people of Dahan. I can't ask for such a trick. I'm very grateful. Gu Hai bowed again. That's good. Our Chang family is destroyed and Changming is the only one left. This time, I shamelessly use our merit to ask for a reward from Emperor Dahan. I hope that Emperor Dahan can teach my son Changming well after I'm gone. He's too stubborn but he's not stupid. Emperor Dahan, please teach and take him in. The little nascent soul suddenly knelt down. Mr. Changxing, you don't have to do this. I'll take care of Changming. Don't worry. Gu Hai said solemnly. Hearing Gu Hai's promise, Changxing's eyes lit up. He still bowed gratefully. Thank you. Gu Hai sighed slightly. What a pity, Mr. Changxing. If only Mr. Changxing was still here. Changxing smiled faintly. This was already an impossible extravagant request. Turning his head, Changxing looked at Changming. Father, you can't die. If you die, what will I do? What will I do? Changming was crying his eyes out at this moment. Lying on the ground, his face was full of despair as if the sky had collapsed. Ming, I know that I'll have to leave sooner or later. The Chang family will be destroyed sooner or later. Your brothers will also die. Do you know why I love you the most? Changxing smiled bitterly. Woo, father. Because you're different from others. Maybe you're the glimmer of hope that God gave to our family. You're more important than everyone in the Chang family. That's why I have the highest requirements for you. Now, I can't look after you anymore. Fortunately, I've asked the Emperor Dahan to take you in. This is your blessing. You have to cherish it. Changxing sighed slightly. I don't want him to take me in. I don't want to be in Dahan. I only want father to come back. Oh. Changming cried sadly. Bastard. Changxing glared at him. Changming stopped crying. Father has worked so hard for you, but you want to let down father's final effort? Ming, if you let me down, I won't be at ease even if I die. Changxing said sadly. Changming was stunned and then felt extremely sad. Dad, I'll listen to you, sob. Changming sobbed. Go and kowtow to the Emperor Dahan. Quick. Changxing shouted. Changming wiped his tears and walked to Gu Hai. Solemnly he knelt down. At this moment, Gu Hai didn't stop him. Solemnly he accepted Changming's 3 kowtows. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Changxing looked at Gu Hai gratefully. Gu Hai accepted Changming's kowtow and made a complete promise. I've tested Changming on the way here. He can be trained, but... Gu Hai frowned slightly. I understand, Emperor Dahan. You can educate him however you want. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. I was too spoiled back then. That's why. Changxing shouted. Gu Hai nodded. Changxing looked at Changming and said, Ming, I know you still have some conflicts in your heart. That's because there are many things you can't think through. In order to prevent you from doing stupid things, I have a request for you now. Father. In the future, listen to the Emperor Dahan. As long as he doesn't want you to die, you must listen to the Emperor Dahan. You are the hope of the whole Chang family. In the future, if you have any conflicts, think of me and the Chang family. This is my last request. Changxing looked at Changming with expectation in his eyes. Changming cried and trembled. After a while, solemnly nodded and said, Yes, my son. Changxing caressed Changming's head and revealed a smile. Then his figure slowly dispersed. Phew. Like a puff of smoke, he completely dispersed. Changxing's nascent soul dispersed, indicating that the remaining trace of obsession in the nascent soul was relieved. He finally closed his eyes in peace. Completely disappeared. For a moment, the past echoed in Changming's mind. Ha, my son is so smart. None of them can compare to my Ming. Ming is like this at the age of 3. No one can compare to him in the future. Ming, you can only suck the blood of the enemy. You can't suck the blood of innocent people. Ming, you have to read these books. Don't count on luck. Ming. Chapter 468. Xiu the Great? Ah. What an emperor's promise. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. You killed my people, so I'll destroy you day one. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with hatred. Changming cried bitterly at the side. Gu Hai lowered his head and glared at him. Why are you crying? Whoever killed your father, just kill them back. The crying Changming suddenly quivered and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Changming. Kill. Oh. Bat Ancestor has eaten all the vampires. He has eaten all the vampires. He now has the strength of Heavenly Palace. How do I kill him? How do I kill him? You can't deal with him. You can't deal with him either. Changming said hatefully as he cried. Bat Ancestor? Well, let's start with Bat Ancestor. We'll start with him. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. Changming was slightly stunned. Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the people from the dragon tribe standing in the distance. Gu Hai found Ao Tianhuang in the crowd at a glance. Previously, 3 giant dragons were chasing after Gu Hai's flying boat. When they saw Ao Tianhuang, they quietly transformed into their human forms and stood behind Ao Tianhuang. Gu Hai, on the other hand, walked slowly towards the dragons. Soon he was near them. Gu Hai, I'm so sorry. We didn't expect this. Ziwei said with a hint of guilt. I didn't expect it either. Besides, Chang Xing smiled bitterly. Don't blame yourselves. It's not your fault. It's all because Shiyu the Great didn't keep his promise. It's all because Bat Ancestor killed the innocent. Gu Hai comforted them. The two nodded, but their eyes were still filled with guilt. Brother-in-law, it's him, Ao Xing. He's a jerk. If he had helped, Chaoga wouldn't have lost so many people. Long Wanyu threw a hateful look at Ao Xing. Ao Xing frowned and did not respond. Gu Hai glanced at Ao Xing with a stupefied expression and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Ao Tianhuang. Hall Master of Elite Hall, Gu Hai, greet Supreme Ao. Gu Hai said solemnly to Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Good is indeed very capable. He managed to save 90% of his people in such a hopeless situation. And even gained the favor of Supreme Xuanwu? Supreme Xuanwu was an expert on the same level as Ao Tianhuang. Since Supreme Xuanwu was willing to sacrifice so much for Gu Hai was worthy of Ao Tianhuang's respect. Gu Hai was not in the mood to exchange pleasantries with Ao Tianhuang. He took a deep breath and said, Supreme Ao, not long ago, Taiyang Divine Palace's Yi Hua led a large group of angels to 95 Island to capture Ao Shun. Ao Tianhuang suddenly narrowed his eyes. The Han dynasty has already formed a grudge with Taiyang Divine Palace for Ao Shun. Gu Hai said, That unfilial son is still alive? Ao Tianhuang asked. Everything is fine. After all these years he already lost his temper. I have already undone his seal. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Gu Hai. Although Gu Hai's words were irrelevant, Ao Tianhuang understood what Gu Hai meant. Had Gu Hai seen through his thoughts? This time, Supreme Ao set the battlefield in Chaoga. I don't think you gave me a heads up, right? I won't pursue this any further. However, I have a request for Supreme Ao. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Oh. Supreme Ao looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Help me kill the Bat Ancestor. Solemnly Gu Hai said. Gu Hai. Kill the Bat Ancestor? Why should I kill the Bat Ancestor? The only reason I've stayed until now is to complete the Great Qin Dynasty's Emperor's instructions and bring Long Wanyu back to heavenly courts. Long Wanyu only wants to see you, that's why she's delayed until now. You still want me to help you deal with the Bat Ancestor? Supreme Ao said in a low voice. Gu Hai, aren't you a little too conceited? Crown Prince Ao Sheng also sneered. Command Ao Tianhuang? Is the Dragon Tribe's Supreme Master someone you can command? Gu Hai ignored Ao Sheng and looked at Ao Tianhuang instead. Wasn't dealing with the 5 great factions the purpose of your trip? The Bat Ancestor was your target, but you let him escape. Secondly, I'll be thick-skinned and ask for a favor in return. What do you think? Ask for a favor in return? Gu Hai, what favor have you done to us? Ao Sheng sneered disdainfully. Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen also looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. A trace of doubt flashed across their eyes. Ao Tianhuang didn't ridicule Gu Hai at this moment. Instead, he suddenly fell silent. This was because only Ao Tianhuang understood Gu Hai's meaning. The Bat Ancestor is nowhere to be found. Ao Tianhuang suddenly said in a low voice. Father? Ao Sheng looked at his father in surprise. Did his father agree to Gu Hai's request? Li Xinji and Yi Shenzhen also looked surprised. Not far away, Chang Ming's eyes widened. How is this possible? Why can't I understand? Wanyu, help me find the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanyu. No problem, let me see. Long Wanyu nodded. I see it. He is hiding in the cave to cultivate. Long Wanyu's eyes lit up. Everyone was speechless. Isn't it too easy for a prophet to find someone? Gu Hai looked at Ao Tianhuang. Ao Tianhuang stared at Gu Hai for a while. Eventually he revealed a faint smile. Gu Hai, you are not willing to suffer any losses. Never mind. In any case, we are going to deal with him on this trip. Everyone was confused. He promised Gu Hai just like that? How is this possible? Thank you. Gu Hai bowed slightly to Ao Tianhuang. But after helping you this time, we are even. Ao Tianhuang stared at Gu Hai and said in a low voice. Gu Hai nodded. Wanyu, help Ao Tianhuang show the way. Gu Hai said solemnly. Oh, okay. Long Wanyu rubbed her palms together. Swoosh. Ao Tianhuang and Long Wanyu turned into a beam of purple light and disappeared into the sky. Chang Ming's tears had yet to dry, and his sorrow had yet to fade. However, at that moment he looked at Gu Hai with a puzzled expression. How is this possible? Why would the supreme being of the dragon tribe help Gu Hai? Kill the bat ancestor? In Chang Ming's opinion, it was simply impossible for him and Gu Hai to deal with bat ancestor. It would be impossible for them to do so in this lifetime. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be a matter of a few words from Gu Hai. A few words? How is this possible? Suddenly, Chang Ming seemed to understand his father's idea. He instantly understood why his father entrusted him to Gu Hai. If you help me kill the bat ancestor and avenge my father, I will listen to your orders wholeheartedly. I will not resist at all, as long as I can avenge my father, as long as I can avenge my father. Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai glanced at Chang Ming and sighed slightly. You still don't understand your father's intention. Chang Ming was slightly stunned and puzzled. However, Gu Hai did not pay attention to it. Instead, he began to assist the officials, appease the refugees and calm the fear in the hearts of the people. Far away from Jianghu city, at the foot of a mountain. Boom. The bat ancestor dug a cave in the mountain and entered it. He set up a circle of formations on the outside to make it look normal. He then shut himself in the cave to meditate. Gu Hai, wait until I have completely digested the power of all my descendants. Wait until I am completely powerful. I will exterminate all the people in your city. I will kill them one by one, slaughter them one by one. Everyone related to you will die and no one will live. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The Han Dynasty 24 cities? I don't believe that all of you can escape. Wait until I recover from my injuries and refine the power of the vampires. I will make all of you accompany Gu Hai in death. Bat ancestor said with a ferocious expression. The bat ancestor went into seclusion amidst his resentment. It's here, there's a cave below. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly sounded. Bat ancestor quivered. Boom. With a loud explosion, the entire mountain exploded. Bat ancestor, who had been hiding in the cave, was immediately exposed in front of everyone. Long Wanyu and Ao Tianhuang had arrived. Sure enough, it's here. Ao Tianhuang looked at Long Wanyu with a complicated expression. Long Wanyu? Ao Supreme? Why are you here? What do you want? Bat ancestor's expression changed. My brother-in-law sent old geezer Tianhuang to kill you. You're dead meat, stinky bat. Long Wanyu said with hatred. Long Wanyu had long treated Gu Hai as one of her own. With so many of Gu Hai's people dead, Long Wanyu felt very guilty. Now that she could take revenge, she naturally showed hatred. Gu Hai sent Ao Supreme to deal with me? Impossible. How could Gu Hai have asked Ao Supreme? Ao Supreme, you and I have no enmity. Bat ancestor cried out in shock. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and said, from now on there is. Boom. As Ao Tianhuang's eyes widened, rolling dark clouds suddenly shrouded the entire sky. In the sky, streaks of purple lightning gathered to form thunder dragons, roaring as they charged toward Bat ancestor. Bat ancestor looked at the thunder dragons in the sky, and his expression changed. Back in the Thousand Islands Sea, the thunder dragons in the clouds didn't seem so ferocious. Was it real this time? Roar, roar, roar. As the dragons roared, they swooped down toward Bat ancestor. Ao Supreme, listen to me, listen to me. Bat ancestor roared in shock. Boom. The thunder dragons rushed down and exploded toward Bat ancestor. Ao Tianhuang didn't have the mood to talk nonsense with Bat ancestor. He just looked at Bat ancestor coldly. Jianghu city. Gu Hai comforted the people and more refugees came back to check. When they saw the tragic scene, everyone felt sad. They found the corpses of their loved ones and cried. Li Xinji, Yi Shenzhen, Ao Sheng and the others just watched coldly. Chang Ming grieved for a while and followed behind Gu Hai. He learned how to comfort the people. About half a day later. Whoosh. Suddenly, a purple stream of light shot over from the south. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and put down everything in his hands. Chang Ming also looked into the distance with hatred in his eyes. Boom. It was Ao Tianhuang who came back with Long Wanyu. In Ao Tianhuang's hand, there was a bat ancestor who was paralyzed like mud. Bat ancestor's eyes were full of despair. His whole body seemed to be broken and he only had one breath left. He muttered to himself, why? How did this happen? Brother-in-law, this stinky bat is only left with one breath. I'll ask old man Tianhuang to bring him back for you to kill. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai walked over slowly, and the people around followed him with a trace of fear. Chang Ming was the first to run over, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. Chapter 469. What? How could this happen? The paralyzed bat ancestor showed a look of despair and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had already entered the heavenly palace and had the most powerful cultivation in the world. He had 10,000 methods to kill Gu Hai and vent his hatred. The next moment he was almost completely crippled and had no vitality left. He was escorted to Gu Hai with his last breath. This was not only a physical injury but also a psychological one. It was impossible to balance. Ao Tianhuang, the supreme master of the Dragon Clan? He was one of the most powerful people in the world. In today's world he only listened to the orders of Daqianshin. He was even the supreme beast of the country, and his status was equal to that of Daqianshin. Why did such a strong person help Gu Hai? Why did he help Gu Hai? The bat ancestor did not understand. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Ao Tianhuang really did it. For a little Gu Hai he came in person and seriously injured him to death. No, no, no. The bat ancestor showed infinite despair. But he saw Gu Hai slowly walking over with the people of Dahan. At this moment, everyone's eyes were full of hatred. There was also fear in the eyes of the people, but as long as they followed Gu Hai, the people were not afraid. It's this devil, it's him. He also has this day, he also has this day. Mom, the emperor has avenged us. Mom, did you see it? The people showed tears of sadness and looked at the bat ancestor with gritted teeth. It was him who caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Jianghu city. It was him who destroyed the entire Jianghu city. But it was the emperor who asked people to bring him back with just a few words. Brother-in-law, the bat ancestor has been crippled by the old man Tianhuang. You can do whatever you want with him. Long Wanyu immediately stepped forward and said. Gu Hai nodded and looked at the dying bat ancestor. Solemnly he turned to Ao Tianhuang and bowed. Thank you, Supreme Ao. Ao Tianhuang glanced at Gu Hai and nodded. Pa. He threw the bat ancestor in front of Gu Hai. Ha ha, Dad, did you see that? The bat ancestor has been caught, the bat ancestor has been caught, ha ha, Dad. Chang Ming cried as he walked in front of the bat ancestor. It's you? Little thing. Bat ancestor's eyes suddenly widened. It's me, old thing. You killed my father. I begged his majesty. I begged his majesty to kill you. Aha, you didn't expect this, did you? Father had said that if one committed too many sins, there would be retribution, there would be retribution. To think you would have such a day. Chang Ming cried and shouted. Little thing, I should have killed you long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. You really betrayed me long ago. Bat ancestor's face showed deep hatred, but his eyes suddenly lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. Gu Hai walked closer and looked coldly at the bat ancestor. Bat ancestor? I have never been your enemy. Everything was because you forced me. Last time at the Thousand Islands Sea, I made it clear to you that if there was a next time, I would not give you another chance. Who would have thought, that you would be so bold as to kill millions of my people? Millions of my people. Gu Hai's face was gloomy, and a great killing intent emerged from his face. Your Majesty, Chang Ming begs, let me kill the bat ancestor. Let me kill him, please, I beg you. Chang Ming suddenly looked at Gu Hai and pleaded. How dare you? You were created by me. How dare you kill your ancestor? Bat ancestor glared at him. Your Majesty, Chang Ming begs. Chang Ming knelt down and pleaded with grief and indignation. Permitted. Gu Hai replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chang Ming kowtowed gratefully. On the other side, Ao Tianhuang looked at Gu Hai in surprise. You don't want to kill him personally? Chang Ming got up, took out a long saber, and walked toward the bat ancestor with a ferocious expression. Little thing, how dare you kill me? Bat ancestor glared and roared. I will kill you, Chang Ming roared. As he spoke, Chang Ming raised his saber and was about to chop off bat ancestor's head. Be careful. Ao Tianhuang's face darkened. What's wrong? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and looked at Ao Tianhuang. This kid is a vampire and he is the ancestor. Vampires can't kill the ancestor because the ancestor can control his descendants with a single thought. Ao Tianhuang frowned. The bat ancestor could control Chang Ming? Gu Hai's face darkened. He can't control me. Changming shouted. Then he stepped forward and slashed at him, worried that something might happen. Indeed, as Changming's saber came slashing down, Bat Ancestor's eyes narrowed. Primogenitor, the primogenitor who created the race, was the god of the race. He had to do whatever he wanted. Bat Ancestor tried to control Changming, but the next moment the Bat Ancestor's face changed. Changming couldn't be controlled. What? How can this be? Bat Ancestor exclaimed. Because it couldn't control Changming like it did Changsheng and the others. It couldn't control him at all? No, it couldn't be contacted at all? Bat Ancestor's eyes widened. Changming, on the other hand, looked ferocious. What's going on? He was poisoned by Shengguanhen's snake venom when he first came to Chaoga. He fell into a valley on his last breath and met a savage master. His master helped him modify his human soul so that he couldn't be controlled by the ancestor anymore. His master also said that everything would be perfect if he devoured the ancestor's divine soul. Kill? Changming roared. The saber was already in front of Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor's face changed. It was too late to think about how to control Changming. It could only grit its teeth. Explode! Bat Ancestor shouted coldly. Boom! Bat Ancestor suddenly exploded. Ao Tianhuang immediately pulled Long Wanyu behind him. However, Bat Ancestor didn't explode like Changxing did. Instead, it suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of small bats and flew in all directions. Boom! Countless bats rushed out in all directions. Wanna run? Isn't it a bit too late? Guhai's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand. Boom! A barrier suddenly formed around them and trapped all the bats in an instant. No one could escape. It was the array of Chaoga City. Although the barrier was broken, there were still some spirit stones buried underground. It was a chess array and Guhai could master it in an instant. The array wasn't very powerful, but Bat Ancestor had been injured by Ao Tianhuang and was at the end of its rope. The bats it turned into were the most ordinary and vulnerable bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape. None of them could. People of Chaoga City, every bat here is formed by Bat Ancestor. Killing every bat is killing Bat Ancestor. Kill them and avenge your family and friends. Guhai shouted. Yes, yes, your majesty. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. You're just an ordinary bat? You also have this day, I'm going to kill you. Ordinary bats, even vampiric bats, were just ordinary vampiric bats. Countless commoners immediately took out their weapons. They didn't have weapons, but they had their fists, claws, and stones on the ground. They desperately tried to kill the Bat Ancestor that had scattered into billions of pieces. Squeak, 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 squeak. The bats fled in all directions, but the people seemed to have gone crazy and didn't give them any chance to escape. They were smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Kill, 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 kill. Perhaps that was karma. They had slaughtered the people of Chaoga City so easily, but now they were being slaughtered by the people of Chaoga City. None of them could escape. They were being killed in a frenzy. Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Changming. However, at that moment, a bat suddenly and strangely rushed into Changming's body. It rushed in just like that. Oh, spiritual soul? You want to host your descendant? Ao Tianhuang narrowed his eyes. When the Bat Ancestor's body turned into millions of bats and was killed by the people, its spiritual soul entered Changming's body. That was because Changming was a vampire created by himself. He knew best that he could replace Changming at any time. Perhaps the failure earlier was just an accident. Changming seemed to be frozen in place. Roar, my slave, you were created by me. How dare you betray me? Aha, it's useless to betray me. Your human soul was given by me. I can control it however I want. Aha, I thought I was going to die. I didn't expect you to be here. Great, it's good that you're here. Now give me your body. Ah. The Bat Ancestor's voice sounded in Changming's body. He had found the last glimmer of hope. He just had to pretend to be Changming and wait for everyone to disperse. Then he could escape. The Bat Ancestor rushed straight to Changming's head, thinking that everything would be smooth. Unexpectedly, a light figure suddenly appeared in front of Changming's body. Changming, who was shaped like a nascent soul, looked coldly at the Bat Ancestor and said, Bat Ancestor, do you think I'm still the same person? The Bat Ancestor's divine soul was slightly stunned. Master told me that I could only be perfected by eating your divine soul. You actually delivered it to me yourself. The Changming light figure said coldly. With a cold voice, Chang Mingguang's shadow suddenly opened its mouth. Suddenly, it swallowed the bat ancestor's divine soul. What? No, it's impossible. Your human soul? This is not the human soul I gave you. This is not. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The bat ancestor roared in despair. At this moment, a gust of black gas suddenly appeared on the surface of Chang Ming's body. Boom. The billowing black gas burst out, making Gu Hai's face sink. Ao Tianhuang raised his eyebrows. You actually swallowed your ancestor's divine soul? How did you do it? Rumble. Chang Ming's body trembled violently. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet fangs appeared in his mouth, and a pair of huge bat wings appeared on his back. Chang Ming's aura was growing. On the other side, the remaining bats seemed to have lost their lives the moment the bat ancestor's divine soul was swallowed. They all fell to the ground. Kill you, kill you. The people were still unwilling to accept this and wanted to smash these corpses. Buzz. Chang Ming's aura exploded for a while, then suddenly retracted. The fangs disappeared and so did the wings on his back. Chang Ming woke up. The moment he woke up, Chang Ming felt an infinite sense of comfort all over his body. However, he felt more discouraged after avenging his father. Dad, I've avenged you. Woohoo. Chang Ming suddenly cried for a while. As he cried, Chang Ming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Chang Ming thanks the emperor. This kneel was filled with sincerity and it was done willingly. Chapter 470. As he cried, Chang Ming suddenly knelt in front of Gu Hai. Chang Ming thanks your majesty. This kneel was filled with sincerity and it was done willingly. Alright, stand up. Gu Hai nodded. Chang Ming kowtowed a few more times before standing up with reddened eyes. Gu Hai turned to look at the citizens who were still smashing the bat corpses. Everyone, it's done. Gu Hai said. Yes, thank you, your majesty. The citizens calmed down slowly and looked at Gu Hai with tears in their eyes. You can all disperse first. Leave this to me. Gu Hai said. Yes. The citizens looked at the bat corpses on the ground, reluctant to leave. They wanted to continue killing, but since the emperor had spoken, they could only retreat. However, they were still very unwilling. Gu Hai withdrew the array and the citizens slowly retreated. Ao Tianhuang looked at Chang Ming, then at Gu Hai. No wonder you let this vampire kill the bat ancestor. Ah, what a scheme. Gu Hai sighed softly but didn't explain. Alright, the bat ancestor is dead. We should leave too. Long Wanyu has to follow me back to heavenly courts. Ao Tianhuang said calmly. Leave? I'm not leaving, I don't want to leave. I want to stay with brother-in-law. Long Wanyu shouted. Gu Hai shook his head. Wanyu, you and Ao Tianhuang will go to heavenly courts first. I don't want to. Long Wanyu pouted and said gloomily. Gu Hai shook his head and said, Go. I'll look for you in heavenly courts in a few days. You're going to heavenly courts? Long Wanyu asked in surprise. Gu Hai nodded. Ao Tianhuang was slightly confused but did not ask further. Long Wanyu could not understand why her brother-in-law wanted to go to heavenly courts. Go to the heavenly courts first and help me take care of everything. That way I won't be completely in the dark when I get there, right? Gu Hai persuaded. Long Wanyu frowned and pondered. In her heart, Long Wanyu was not willing to leave at all. If she stayed, she might be able to help her brother-in-law. However, since her brother-in-law had asked for it, she was in a difficult position. Okay, then come early. Long Wanyu bit her lip. Gu Hai nodded. Not far away, Li Xinji, Yi Shenzhen, and the others had been listening attentively. When they heard the conversation between Gu Hai and Long Wanyu, they all frowned. Gu Hai deliberately sent Princess Wanyu away? What? Li Xinji's eyes were filled with confusion. Gu Hai killed the bat ancestor. Next, he will definitely face the full revenge of the Day One Empire. Gu Hai is surrounded by a vortex of death. He is trying to send Long Wanyu away from danger. Yi Shenzhen said, shaking his head. But Princess Wanyu has the power of prophecy. Isn't it better to keep Princess Wanyu by his side? Li Xinji narrowed his eyes in confusion. In Li Xinji's eyes, everyone could be used. The Dahan Empire was about to be destroyed, but Gu Hai did not use the prophecy master and even sent her away? Yi Shenzhen glanced at Li Xinji. Lord Li, this world is not only about benefits. Mr. Good is truly doing this for the good of Princess Wanyu? Li Xinji's face darkened and he fell silent. Not far away, Gu Hai instructed Long Wanyu and turned to Ziwei and Chang Sheng. I'll have to trouble the two of you to help me protect Princess Wanyu. Gu Hai, don't worry. With us here, nothing will happen to Long Wanyu. Ziwei immediately patted her chest and said. The two of them did not do anything during the great disaster in Chaoga City this time. They felt guilty. Now that Gu Hai asked them to do something, they had to do their best. I'll go with Long Wanyu. By the way, didn't you want my paintings last time? I've painted 6 more paintings during this period of time. I'll give them all to you. Chang Sheng immediately stepped forward and handed over a stack of paintings. Paintings? Ao Tianhuang, Ao Sheng, and the others revealed a trace of doubt. Thank you. Gu Hai flipped his hand and kept the 6 paintings. By the way, brother-in-law, when old man Tianhuang was dealing with a group of bad guys earlier, he injured all of them. It seems that Baldi Lunyan has brought Lu Shuren to chase after a group of bad guys. He might be back later. Tell Baldi Lunyan that we'll be leaving first. Long Wanyu said. Master Lunyan? That's good too. Gu Hai nodded. Brother-in-law will be leaving then. You have to come early. Long Wanyu still had a look of reluctance on her face. I will. Gu Hai nodded. Rumble. Yi Shenzhen flipped his hand and took out a flying boat. The group of dragons and everyone slowly stepped onto the flying boat. The flying boat slowly took off. It slowly flew away. Brother-in-law, you have to come early. On the flying boat, Long Wanyu shouted reluctantly. I will. Gu Hai replied. Whoosh. The flying boat suddenly flew into the distance. Gu Hai watched as Long Wanyu left and sighed softly. Go to Heavenly Court City? This was just an excuse to convince Long Wanyu. What followed was the real chaos. The Day One Imperial Dynasty? Why, Your Majesty, I don't understand. Why did you say that I did not understand what father meant? Chang Ming asked doubtfully as he followed behind Gu Hai. At this moment, Chang Ming no longer doubted Gu Hai's wisdom. If Gu Hai said that he did not understand, then there must be something else that he did not understand. Did father mean anything else? Gu Hai turned his head to look at Chang Ming. Gratified, he said, Not bad. At least you can ask humbly now. I was too headstrong and opinionated in the past. In the future I will slowly use my brain. Please tell me, Your Majesty. What did father mean? Chang Ming asked solemnly. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Chang Sheng has high expectations of you. Yes. This expectation is not just to avenge him and kill the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai said solemnly. I know. Apart from the Bat Ancestor, there is also the Day One Imperial Dynasty and Shiyu the Great. Chang Ming said through gritted teeth. Gu Hai shook his head. What else? Chang Ming asked blankly. The Chang clan has been destroyed, but you are still alive. With you, the Chang clan will be revived one day. Gu Hai said solemnly. Chang Ming was confused. Have you never thought of reviving Chang Sheng and the rest? Gu Hai said calmly. Or revive? Oh. Chang Ming asked in shock. At least you can find his reincarnation, right? The extent of Chang Sheng's revival depends on how hard you work. Whether the Chang clan can be revived or not depends on whether you are willing to fight for them. Gu Hai said solemnly. Or revive? Chang Sheng suddenly trembled. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes. But there are no buts. It depends on whether you are willing to compromise with fate. If you compromise, there will be thousands of obstacles. If you don't compromise, there will be no buts. All of these buts need to be taken step by step. Do you dare? Gu Hai said solemnly. I dare, I dare. Your Majesty, I will listen to you. As long as you can take me, even if I die, I am willing. Chang Ming's eyes suddenly turned red. Gu Hai nodded. From now on, you will follow me and learn for a while. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. Chang Ming replied. First of all, put together the scattered bodies of the Bat Ancestor. I want to restore the body of the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai said solemnly. Restore? But what's the use of that? Chang Ming looked puzzled. I want to restore the Bat Ancestor and catch the big fish. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Chang Ming replied. Although he still didn't quite understand, he still followed Gu Hai's instructions. He put together the countless bat bodies and used the secret vampiric technique to restore the Bat Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge bat covered in blood. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is already dead. What's the use of this huge bat? Chang Ming asked, puzzled. Dead. I want it alive now. Gu Hai sneered. But it is already dead. If I say it is alive, it is alive. Gu Hai said seriously. Venerable Lu Nian and Lu Rockman returned from afar. When they arrived at Chaoga City, they were stunned. All of Chaoga City had been razed to the ground. The refugees had gathered, and some craftsmen had built a large number of residences outside Chaoga City for the people to live in. How could it be like this? Lu Rockman goggled. Amateus. Venerable Lu Nian sighed softly. While the group was out, Chaoga City turned into a pile of rubble. Venerable, Prime Venerable Ju Lu, you are back. An official immediately came forward to welcome them. What happened here? Ju Lu asked anxiously. The official immediately described everything that had happened. The Emperor is back? Ju Lu said in pleasant surprise. Yes, the Emperor is back. He even took revenge for the people who died. Earlier, the Bat Ancestor killed 10 million people in Chaoga City. The Emperor captured him and crippled his cultivation. Then, he imprisoned him in the southern plaza of the city, where the people despise him at all times. That official explained. What? The Bat Ancestor? He went to the Heavenly Palace and was captured. His cultivation was crippled, and the people despised him at all times? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. That official nodded proudly and led the group to the southern part of the city. Indeed, there was a region in the southern part of the city that was heavily guarded. A 300-meter-long bat in the center had a chain pierced through its body. It was on its last breath and seemed to be struggling. It let out screeching sounds as it struggled. The people at the periphery continuously cursed and spat at the huge bat. The Bat Ancestor? Ju Lu said in shock. That's right. This is the Bat Ancestor. It is retribution. Retribution. That official nodded. Gu Hai. Venerable Lu Nian showed a bitter expression. He recalled that a few years ago, Gu Hai still felt helpless about breaking through to the innate realm. Today he actually imprisoned the Bat Ancestor of the Heavenly Palace here? I already sent someone to report this to the Emperor. Please wait a moment. That official said with a smile. On a floating island in the southern part of the city, Gu Hai led Chang Ming to the chained 300-meter-long bat not far away. Your Majesty, I used the Blood Race's secret technique to create the illusion that the Bat Ancestor is still alive. However, what's the use of that? Chang Ming appeared confused. What do you think? Gu Hai said indifferently. Hey, Your Majesty said to use it to fish. However, only Shiyu the Great cares about the Bat Ancestor. Your Majesty made the people despise the Bat Ancestor. This news will definitely reach Day One and Shiyu the Great's ears. At that time, Chang Ming said with a frown. That's right. We want to send the news that the Bat Ancestor is in our hands to Shiyu the Great. Killing the Bat Ancestor is the first step. With the Bat Ancestor here, we can destroy the entire Day One Imperial Dynasty. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 471. Day One Imperial Dynasty, Capital City. At the moment of Bat Ancestor's death. Hong. Above the Sea of Providence, a deafening sound suddenly rang out. Countless amounts of Providence suddenly scattered. Dio Palace Square. Shiyu the Great, Hikang of Silla Mo Yike, and a large number of officials all looked up at the sky. Why did so much of my Daywan's Providence scatter? What happened? A group of officials asked in shock. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Something happened to Bat Ancestor. Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, was the disappearance of Providence 2 days ago because of the deaths of the Chang clan's elders? Changxing is also dead? Mo Yike's eyelids twitched. Shiyu the Great did not answer. Changxing is dead? He died at the hands of Bat Ancestor? Your Majesty, if that's really the case, then I, Daywan, have cut off my own arm. Mo Yike said bitterly. Shiyu the Great shook his head. I'm not sure. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Through the Sea of Providence of the Imperial Dynasty, we can clearly see the situation of each official. The Imperial Dynasty Sea of Providence only has me as the center. The officials and even the national beast are all attached. We can only sense them in general, but we can't be sure. The Vampire Clan and Bat Ancestor's Providence are connected. I can sense that Bat Ancestor seems to be dead, but there's still a trace of connection. As for what it is, I can't be sure. Shiyu the Great frowned. Bat Ancestor cannot die. He's the symbol of Daywan's national beast. Your Majesty, I'll immediately send people to investigate what happened. Hikang of Silla immediately shouted. Shiyu the Great frowned and nodded. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. In Mo Yike's eyes, Changxing was much more important than Bat Ancestor. A month later, in the Great Hall, Qin Zibai was covered in blood as he knelt on one knee in front of Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, Annihilation City has been ambushed. This time, the Day One suffered heavy losses. Because of the zombie army, this subject was barely able to tear open a hole. The other 4 forces are already almost completely wiped out. Qin Zibai said bitterly. Pa. Shiyu the Great glared and slapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Your Majesty, destroying Chen City is just a trap. I just received news that 2 emperors and 2 Dao lords of the 5 factions were severely injured by Ao Tianhuang and barely escaped, He King of Silla said bitterly. Shiyu the Great's face darkened. A trap? That's not all, Your Majesty. Mo Yike suddenly smiled bitterly. Oh? Everyone looked at Mo Yike. If this subject's guess is correct, the disciples of the Heavenly Shaking Sect were the first to be wiped out, right, Lord Qin? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. Huh. That's right, the first to be wiped out by the experts of Deqian was the Heavenly Shaking Sect. We didn't even see their corpses before they were all wiped out, Qin Zibai nodded. All wiped out? Ah, you think too much. They didn't die at all. Secondly, when the Bat Ancestor went to Chaoga, the Heavenly Shaking Sect was the first to support it, right? Mo Yike looked at Qin Zibai. Huh. I think so. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. The Heavenly Shaking Sect? Ah, Your Majesty, we were all fooled. This was a trap set by Daiqianxing. If this subject's guess is correct, the Heavenly Shaking Sect was also the one who arranged for the meeting at Chen City, right? Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great suddenly narrowed his eyes. It seems that this subject's guess is correct. Unfortunately, Your Majesty, why didn't you discuss it with us before agreeing? So, the Heaven Shaking Sect should be a spy planted by the great Qian dynasty's emperor. Everything was under the control of Daiqianxing when the 5 factions met. No, under the control of Daiqianxing. In fact, He King of Silla discovered that Long Wanyu was in Chaoga because Daiqianxing purposely leaked it. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Impossible, how is that possible? I found Long Wanyu's whereabouts with great difficulty. How could it be that Daiqianxing gave it to me? He King of Silla suddenly opened his eyes wide. Of course he accidentally gave it to you. The 5 factions gathered at Chen City, which was under the control of Daiqianxing. It was also under the control of Daiqianxing to lure the 5 experts away from Chen City to Chaoga. It was also under the control of Daiqianxing to ambush the 5 experts in Chaoga. It was also under the control of Daiqianxing to lure the 5 experts away and then surround and kill the 5 factions in Chen City. It could be said that everything was under the control of Daiqianxing, and the most important thing was the Heavenly Shaking Sect. Haha, the Northern Expedition will only become a joke. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. After Mo Yike finished speaking, everyone in the hall felt their eyelids twitch violently, and they felt a chill in their hearts. The 5 major forces were being played around by the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty? No, that Heavenly Shaking Sect was loyal to Deqian? That was to say, the 4 factions were all played around by Daiqianxing? Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Your Majesty, I'm guessing that the Great Qian dynasty will send troops to wipe out the 4 forces. Apart from the Great Qian dynasty, the masters of the other 3 forces have all been severely injured and should be severely injured. Secondly, their main forces were almost wiped out when they destroyed Chen City. The group of forces could be said to have suffered great losses. As for Deqian, Mo Yike smiled bitterly. What about Deqian? Mo Yike smiled bitterly. If I'm not wrong, Daiqianxing's plan this time not only dealt heavy losses to our factions, but also carried out a great purge within Deqian. Your Majesty, all the spies arranged by you have been caught, and Daiqianxing has gotten rid of all the stubborn tumors. Deqian has lost many people, but it is unprecedentedly strong. Now that our 5 factions have sent troops, Deqian is standing on the moral high ground, and its soldiers are rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. It is unprecedentedly strong. It will be invincible. Next, Deqian will send troops to our factions. 1 troop will annihilate the 4 factions. After Mo Yike finished speaking, the officials in the hall were in an uproar, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Deqian is going to send troops? Deqian did not send troops, and the 4 factions had suffered heavy losses. Now that they were going to send troops, how dangerous would that be? Why are there only 3 celestial empires in the entire divine continent? None of the celestial empires are simple. Mo Yike smiled bitterly. Shiyu the Great was silent for a moment. Lord Mo, what do we do now? Qin Zibai asked anxiously. Mo Yike took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, there is only one way to preserve the Day One Empire's Day One Empire. Shiyu the Great looked at Mo Yike. Immediately apologized to the Deqian Celestial Empire and resolve all grievances. Even cede territory as compensation, appease Deqian and wait for the future. Mo Yike said solemnly. Cede territory as compensation? Shiyu the Great's eyes widened. Your Majesty, this is a temporary measure. At this moment, it is not appropriate for the Day One to send troops. As long as we appease Deqian and give our Day One a chance to breathe, everything will be fine. Now that the Deqian's army is the strongest, we have to avoid them. Deqian is like the sun in the sky, but as long as we are patient, as long as we continue to wait, there will be a chance sooner or later. Your Majesty, don't be rash. Mo Yike said anxiously. Lord Mo, you are thinking too much. We still have 5 million zombie soldiers. If the Deqian army comes, what do we have to fear? He King of Silla shouted. Your Highness, 5 million zombie soldiers? They are not immortals. Why did we still lose even with such an army? Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. You are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our own. Mo Yike, you are becoming more and more cowardly. He King of Silla said with a glare. Your Majesty, the Deqian Celestial Empire is coming with great momentum. It is not appropriate for us to face them head-on. This time we have only destroyed Qian City and joined forces. Our Day One has not yet formed an irreconcilable enmity with the Deqian. This can be salvaged. Let's wait for a better opportunity. Mo Yike looked at Shiyu the Great. Alright, I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Your Majesty. Mo Yike said with a bitter smile. Clearly, Shiyu the Great did not reply because he did not listen to his words. I said I will consider it. Shiyu the Great said in a low voice. Yes. Mo Yike could only nod helplessly. Qin Zibai, you are heavily injured. Go and rest first. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Yes. Qin Zibai replied. Your Majesty, apart from these reports of defeat, there is also the whereabouts of the Bat Ancestor. How does your Majesty plan to deal with this? He King of Silla said solemnly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. The Bat Ancestor still ate the Chongqing family. He still ate the Chongqing family. Alas. Mo Yike sighed deeply. Your Majesty, the Bat Ancestor is currently trapped in Chaoga City. Guhai has deployed a large number of troops from the surrounding cities to Chaoga City. Unexpectedly, the Bat Ancestor still fell at the hands of Guhai in the end. His cultivation was crippled and he was imprisoned in the south of Chaoga City to be spurned by the people. He King of Silla said with an ugly expression. Ao Tianhuang? Guhai can actually invite Ao Tianhuang. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Ao Tianhuang has already left. Now only Guhai and his army are left in Chaoga City. They can't withstand a single blow. The Bat Ancestor's cultivation was crippled. However, as long as we can save him, your Majesty will definitely have a way to save the Bat Ancestor, right? After all, he is the national beast of Day One, and his cultivation is now at the Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, we must save the Bat Ancestor as soon as possible. I am willing to lead the troops to flatten Chaoga City. Save the Bat Ancestor. He King of Silla immediately cried out. Shiyu the Great nodded. Mo Yike's expression changed. Your Majesty, you can't. Oh. Your Majesty, imprisoning the Bat Ancestor, crippling his cultivation and not killing him? If my guess is correct, this should be a trap waiting for us to fall into it. Your Majesty, you can't send troops to Chaoga City. Mo Yike said in a low voice. He King of Silla sneered. Oh Lord Mo, you are becoming more and more timid. Trap? Am I Day One so timid? The Bat Ancestor is the symbol of the national beast of Day One. If we don't save the Bat Ancestor, how can we save the people? The people? At this time, your Highness has finally thought of the people? When you sent troops, did you consider the complaints of the people? I said we can't send troops to Chaoga City, but I didn't say we can't save the Bat Ancestor. The Bat Ancestor committed such a great sin, and the people of Dahan are angry. It's fine to imprison him for a period of time. But do we have to send troops to save the Bat Ancestor? We can negotiate with the Dahan. Even if we have to pay a price, we can just redeem the Bat Ancestor. Mo Yike said in a low voice. Pay a price? Lord Mo, you want to cede territory to the Celestial Empire as compensation, but do you also want to cede territory to a small Imperial Empire as compensation? Is my Daywin's Imperial Empire just for show? I Day 1 have a zombie army of 5 million from Kaitian Palace. Why should I Day 1 fear anyone? He King of Silla said with a glare. He King of Silla, you're crazy. Mo Yike said with a glare. You're the one who's crazy. Your Majesty, Gu Hai's army is stationed in Chaoga City. This subject is willing to personally lead a zombie army to Chaoga City, destroy Gu Hai's army and rescue the Bat Ancestor. At the same time I'll take back the 24 cities that belong to my Day 1. He King of Silla said solemnly. He King of Silla, are you crazy? You want to destroy the Han Dynasty? At this time you still want to send troops? Mo Yike said with a glare. Mo Yike, I know you have a good relationship with Gu Hai, but this is a national matter, and it's not something you can shake with your personal relationship. Your Majesty, please invite this subject to go. He King of Silla immediately called out. I'll leave the zombie army of 5 million to you. End this quickly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Your Majesty. You can't. Mo Yike cried out in alarm. Mo Yike. Daewon's imperial empire is my Daewon. Shiyu the Great glared. Hearing the cold shout, Mo Yike felt a chill all over his body. His Majesty was angry. In an instant, Mo Yike was rendered speechless. He lowered his head, not daring to retort. Thank you, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty. I will destroy Chaoga City as soon as possible, rescue the Bat Ancestor and take down the 24 cities. He King of Silla shouted excitedly. Chapter 472. The Qian Celestial Dynasty Heavenly Court City in the Study Room. A muslin curtain divided the study room into two halves. Behind the curtain, one could vaguely see Daiqianxing reading through memorials. Takashi Ryushin stood respectfully behind the curtain. Father, Princess Wanyu and the rest have returned, Takashi Ryushin said respectfully. Daiqianxing's hands didn't stop. Has Gu Hai made any moves? No. As of now, Gu Hai is still sitting peacefully in Chaoga. As for Princess Wanyu, he has also tried his best to persuade her to return. He hasn't tried to persuade her to stay, nor has he asked Ao Supreme for help, much less the De Qian. Takashi Ryushin said solemnly. Daiqianxing gently put down his brush on the other side of the curtain. Father, is Gu Hai trying to get himself into trouble? I don't understand why he's doing this. Takashi Ryushin said with a frown. The Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty gently tapped his finger on the desk. Gu Hai wants to deal with Daewon's attack personally? He's very brave indeed. Daiqianxing said calmly. Yes, it's a pity that I don't understand. Isn't Gu Hai seeking his own death? Takashi Ryushin didn't understand. Gu Hai can handle the capital city as an away game with ease. Why is he courting death in Chaoga's home game? The Emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty said calmly. You may leave. Inform me again if there's any news. Daiqianxing said calmly. Yes. Takashi Ryushin walked out of the study in confusion. Even after stepping out of the upper study, Takashi Ryushin was still puzzled. He even combed through Gu Hai's past in his mind. However, in Takashi Ryushin's mind, Gu Hai against Day 1 was like throwing an egg at a rock. But why did his father think that Gu Hai could handle it? Chaoga City. Gu Hai did not allow anyone to tidy up the ruins. Instead he kept them as they were. This would be the Dahan's monument, the Dahan's disgrace. He wanted to let the people and himself remember this. This was the result of slacking off. Chaoga City was surrounded by the armies that Gu Hai had transferred from other cities. A large number of the armies were stationed here for training, looking very formidable. The Dahan soldiers all had fiery eyes. They seemed to be waiting for Gu Hai's orders to go into battle and kill the enemy. In the past few years, the Han Dynasty had been established. Although Gu Hai did not appear in front of the people often, his good governance had already won over the people of the Han Dynasty. The people completely acknowledged the Han Dynasty. The Han Dynasty was their home. How could they allow others to come and destroy it? On a floating island in the south of the city, Gu Hai led his officials to a plaza on the floating island, looking into the distance. Venerable Lun Yen stood beside Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you transferred 3 million soldiers from the surrounding cities. However, can this army block Daewon's revenge? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen and shook his head. 3 million soldiers? Venerable is overthinking. They're just trying to confuse Daewon. Venerable, don't worry. I have already thought of everything. Alright then. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Venerable Lun Yen nodded. The surrounding officials looked at Gu Hai. Although they trusted Gu Hai, they still felt somewhat worried. Whoosh! A black light shot over from the distance and arrived at the floating island where Gu Hai was in the blink of an eye. Gu Hai waved his hand, stopping the surrounding guards. Bang! The black light landed, kicking up a strong wind. It was Chang Ming, clad in black robes, rushing over to Gu Hai. Your Majesty, it is He Kang of Silla. He is leading an army of 5 million zombies to attack my Han dynasty. He just broke into a city and is about to start a massacre, Chang Ming reported respectfully. Oh, he wants to kill my officials? He wants to take over a city with only a group of zombies? Gu Hai asked sullenly. I don't know. However, I arrived in time. Before he could make a move, I stopped him. According to your Majesty, I angered him. Furthermore, I said that I would return to kill Bat Ancestor to get rid of future problems. So, he immediately gave up on breaking into the city and led his army over, Chang Ming explained solemnly. Right. Gu Hai nodded. He should be arriving soon. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Chang Ming asked worriedly. It's fine. He King of Silla will not be able to cause much trouble, Gu Hai said sullenly. However, He King of Silla has the strength of the Celestial Palace. Furthermore, there are 5 million zombies guarding him. Chang Ming said worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head but did not explain. However, roiling dark clouds flew over from a distance. The dark clouds covered the sky and ground, looking like the end of the world. They carried a might that could destroy the world. Wherever the dark clouds arrived, the countless life forms along the way were suppressed to the point that they could not move, feeling incredibly horrified. Even though they were very far away, there was a kind of intimidating aura pressing down on them. The ordinary people around Chaoga City immediately showed horrified expressions. Emperor, Your Majesty. Some of the ordinary people looked at the southernmost floating island in horror. On the floating island, Gu Hai stepped forward and coldly watched as the dark clouds in the distance approached. As the dark clouds approached, they carried a destructive aura that instantly destroyed the thoughts of resistance of countless people. Venerable Lun Yen showed an unsightly expression. Chang Ming also felt anxious and uneasy. Many of the officials trembled in fear. Only Gu Hai showed a gloomy expression as he looked at the densely packed figures under the dark clouds. 5 million zombies of the Celestial Palace? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 million zombies lined up densely in the air, all of them showing murderous intent as they looked coldly at Gu Hai's Chaoga City. At the very front of the 5 million zombies was a huge flying ship. He King of Silla and his subordinates stood on the flying ship. At this moment, He King of Silla showed a cold smile as he looked at the south of Chaoga City. He had already tested the 5 million zombies earlier. Any city would be destroyed in an instant. Only that coward Mo Yike would be so timid. With this zombie army, who can block me? That traitor Chang Ming actually followed Gu Hai and wants to go back and kill the Bat Ancestor. He King of Silla snorted coldly. From afar, He King of Silla could already see Chaoga City. He could see Gu Hai and his officials looking at him coldly from the floating island outside Chaoga City. Gu Hai. He King of Silla's pupils suddenly constricted as an overwhelming hatred flashed in his eyes. Scenes of the past played in Xiao Chen's mind. At 5 Mountains Academy, Gu Hai wrote a poem, embarrassing Xiao Chen before the entire capital. At the capital, Gu Hai killed Xiao Chen's son Shi Yong before the entire city. At the empty city, Shi Yong left a painting as a trap, causing Xiao Chen to accidentally get pregnant. Each of these matters had a reason to tear Gu Hai into pieces. Now Xiao Chen could already see Gu Hai from afar. Stop! He King of Silla shouted coldly. Boom! The 5 million troops suddenly stopped at the south of Chaoga City. Both sides fell silent. He King of Silla raised his head and looked at the fate above Chaoga City, revealing a cold smile. Gu Hai, ha, you saw me coming but you didn't leave? He King of Silla looked coldly at Gu Hai in the distance. He King of Silla, you have graced us with your presence. Why should I leave? Gu Hai said coldly. Humph, is there still someone from Deqian? Let him come out. He King of Silla shouted coldly. He King of Silla, you are here for the Bat Ancestor, right? Gu Hai said coldly. He King of Silla said in a low voice. As he spoke, He King of Silla turned his head to look at the giant bat that was imprisoned outside the city. Bat Ancestor? He King of Silla narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of zombie troops rushed toward the Bat Ancestor. Gu Hai remained unmoved. He merely waved his sleeve. Chang Ming nodded and extended his hand to cast an dermic spell into the distance. Boom. In the distance, the corpse of the bat ancestor exploded. What? He King of Scylla's expression changed. The bat ancestor's mission is over. Gu Hai said coldly. He King of Scylla's expression changed and his face turned cold. Bat ancestor died long ago? Is this a lie? He killed millions of Dahan's people. What reason does he have to not die? Gu Hai said coldly. He King of Scylla narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Hai. Hehe, Gu Hai, did you deliberately lure me here? He King of Scylla said coldly. Gu Hai said in a low voice, I originally wanted to lure Shiyu the Great here, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. This time it's none of your business. Leave this zombie army behind and go back to where you came from. Ha ha ha, go back to where you came from? Can you still run today? No, not only you, as long as it's your people, don't even think about running away. And that traitor Chang Ming, humph. He King of Scylla said with a ferocious expression. He King of Scylla, I gave you a chance. Gu Hai said coldly. Humph? Chance? What a joke. Do I need you to give me a chance? Gu Hai, starting from Five Mountains Academy, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. You killed my son and humiliated me in Empty City. I swore long ago that I would tear you into pieces, but I never had the chance. This time I came here to save the bat ancestor. However, since you killed the bat ancestor, there is no need for that anymore. I'll kill you to take revenge for the bat ancestor. Kill. He King of Scylla suddenly shouted. Boom. The 5 million zombie army immediately showed ferocious expressions as they charged at Gu Hai. Before the zombie army arrived, the killing intent immediately froze the floating islands around Gu Hai, causing snow to fall. Roar. 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 The 5 million zombie army charged over with a ferocious aura. Your Majesty, what should we do? The officials showed horrified expressions. Venerable Lun Yen also felt his scalp tingle. Venerable Lun Yen had just opened his heavenly palace. However, there were millions of heavenly palaces here. Making an enemy out of them was simply seeking death. What is Gu Hai trying to do? Chang Ming also looked at Gu Hai. Is His Majesty going to lay a ritual array? However, I have not seen His Majesty use spirit-burying stones in the past few days. What should I do? He King of Scylla revealed a sinister smile. However, Gu Hai smiled coldly as he looked at the charging zombie army. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming baleful aura surged out from a small room behind Gu Hai. The moment this baleful aura appeared, it scattered most of the dark clouds in the sky. A strong killing intent spread out, causing space to tremble slightly. Surging blood clouds appeared above the floating islands. When the strong killing intent surged out, He King of Scylla, who was in the distance, suddenly shivered. Indeed, there is a De Chen expert. Quick, quick, kill Gu Hai. Quickly kill Gu Hai. He King of Scylla roared as he commanded the 5 million zombie army. Buzz. However, at this moment the 5 million zombie army suddenly froze and stopped. What? He King of Scylla's expression changed. Why did my zombie army stop? Creak. The door of the small room behind Gu Hai slowly opened. A black-robed person walked out from within. Isn't this? Chang Ming exclaimed in shock. Not long ago, when they flew back to Jianghu from 9-5 Island, the black-robed person on the flying ship moved extremely stiffly, even slower than a regular zombie. At that time, Chang Ming had mocked this black-robed person. However, this black-robed person gave off an overwhelming baleful aura. How is this possible? The black-robed person slowly walked to Gu Hai's side. When he spread out his aura, the 5 million zombie army suddenly shivered. Kill. Quickly. Kill. Kill Gu Hai for me. He King of Scylla suddenly shouted. Why are the zombies afraid? Why did they stop? Just as He King of Scylla felt anxious and angry, crack, 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 crack. The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers suddenly knelt on one knee at nearly the same time and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed person. Long live His Holiness. Long live, long live, long live, long live. The 5 million zombie army suddenly shouted. He King of Scylla, Venerable Lun Yen, Chang Ming, the ordinary people. The spies of the great Chen dynasty among the people were completely astonished. Chapter 473. Outside Jianghu City, A large number of Deqian spies were among the countless citizens. They needed to send news to heavenly courts as soon as possible. Originally, everyone had despaired when they saw the 5 million zombies coming. He King of Silla leading 5 million zombies of Kaitian Palace should have swept through everything. Not only would Gu Hai be finished, but they would also not be able to return alive to report. However, in the next moment, all the zombies of Kaitian Palace turned traitor? The zombies turned traitor? The 5 million zombie army suddenly knelt on one knee at almost the same time and placed their right arms on their chests, saluting the black-robed man. Long live the Holy One! Long live the Holy One! The 5 million zombie army suddenly roared. What are these situations? The countless citizens only felt the army's ferocity and fear. However, when they saw the reversal, all the citizens showed excitement. The Emperor is still the best. The 3 million Dahan soldiers that had been gathered from all over the world were well aware of the terror of the 5 million zombie army. Just 10 of them would be enough to wipe out their 3 million army. That was a scene of despair, but the tables had turned in the blink of an eye. Chang Ming was at a loss. Venerable Lun Yen was at a loss. The officials were at a loss as well. Even Gu Hai was slightly stunned at this moment. That was because Gu Hai didn't expect such a scene to occur. Gu Hai's idea was to capture the leader first. His Go Soul clone controlled His Holiness's body. Even if it was not as strong as His Holiness, it was not far off. As long as he immediately killed He King of Silla, this zombie army would be leaderless. 5 million zombie army? With the strength of His Holiness's body, he could naturally take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. As long as he instantly killed He King of Silla's group, this zombie army would be crippled, right? However, the scene before him was even more exaggerated than he thought. All the zombies suddenly bowed down. They bowed down? Gu Hai's eyes lit up, immediately understanding the reason. This was a kind of absolute loyalty to the bone, forming a kind of instinct. It was an instinct to be loyal to His Holiness until death. As long as the aura of His Holiness appeared, there was no need to think at all. The instinct in the flesh drove the flesh body to immediately worship. So what if he was refined into a Ingo zombie? This kind of bone-deep loyalty was the most terrifying. When He King of Silla saw this, his lips trembled. How could this be? How could this be? What is Gu Hai? His Holiness? He King of Silla asked anxiously. However, the black-robed man beside Gu Hai slowly took a step forward. At this moment, everyone understood that this group of zombies was bowing to this black-robed man. The black-robed man? His Holiness? However, the black-robed man slowly pointed at the flying ship where He King of Silla was. Ka. All of the Ingo zombies immediately turned their heads to look at the flying ship. Boom. The aura of 5 million Kaitian palaces suddenly changed direction and faced He King of Silla, causing the originally aggressive He King of Silla's expression to change drastically. Impossible, how can the zombies listen to you? Who are you? Who are you? He King of Silla asked in disbelief. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's spirit has already been swallowed by Qi, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse has also exploded. Explode? He King of Silla's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly thought of the reason. That corpse, Gu Hai, the corpse you took away before you left? Ma Sanyan's corpse? Right. Ma Sanyan's corpse is His Holiness of Great Slaughters. The one that exploded was fake? He King of Silla exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai, however, smiled coldly and said, The investiture of the gods is a scroll that His Holiness of Great Slaughter conferred titles to his subjects. It's just conferring titles to his subjects. How could it have the taboo name of His Holiness of Great Slaughter? You knew it from the beginning, Gu Hai. He King of Silla suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. He King of Silla wanted to tear apart Gu Hai in an instant. Perhaps He King of Silla's rebellion made the zombies of the Divine Blood Army who were loyal to His Holiness of Great Slaughter instinctively feel that he was going to collide with His Holiness. Immediately, 10,000 Divine Blood Army soldiers pulled out their swords and rushed out. Boom. He King of Silla couldn't rush to Gu Hai at all and was knocked back by 10,000 swords in an instant. Kill. The black-robed Great Slaughter of His Holiness shouted in a low voice. Yes. The 5 million zombies shouted loudly. Boom. The 5 million Divine Blood Army soldiers rushed toward He King of Silla. In an instant, they took out their weapons and chopped at He King of Silla's entourage. No. He King of Silla's expression changed and turned around to run. However, there were also army commanders among the zombies and they immediately blocked Hikang of Scylla's path. Rumble. The airship couldn't withstand a single blow and all the people of Hikang of Scylla on the airship were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Even the airship was chopped into pieces in an instant. Kill, 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 kill. The 5 million zombies roared. Although Hikang of Scylla was in the Middle Heavenly Palace, this was the first time he entered the Middle Heavenly Palace. The 5 million zombies surrounded him, so he could not last long before they chopped off his arms. Guhai, I am not resigned to this. I want to kill you. Kill you. Hikang of Scylla, who was covered in blood and had both arms chopped off, charged at Guhai with disheveled hair. At this moment, Hikang of Scylla seemed to know that there was no hope of escaping. So, he burst forth with an unprecedented suicidal force. Boom. The hundreds of zombies in front immediately went flying. Hikang of Scylla instantly charged at Guhai. He bared his fangs looking like he wanted to bite Guhai to pieces. This was a kind of suicidal desperation. Oh no. Be careful. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Your Majesty, he is going to self-detonate. Be careful. Chang Ming also exclaimed. Just as Hikang of Scylla charged through all the zombies and was about to reach Guhai, shing! Suddenly, a saber hum rang out, and a purple light exploded in the sky. The purple light was so dazzling that everyone in the surroundings narrowed their eyes. It was so bright that they could not open them. Boom. The purple light flashed and vanished. However, Hikang of Scylla exploded. Hikang of Scylla instantly exploded into pieces. Hikang of Scylla was still very far away from Guhai. When the shockwave of the explosion reached Guhai, only a cool breeze remained. Everyone looked at the black-clad person holding the life-killing saber in shock. Earlier, this person chopped down Hikang of Scylla with one saber strike, causing Hikang of Scylla to explode into pieces before Hikang of Scylla could even scream. Changming goggled. After all, this black-clad person's movements were extremely stiff 2 months ago. Now he was already so proficient. That earlier saber strike. It was too strong and too fast. I did not see it at all and it ended? His Holiness is mighty, the 5 million zombies shouted. His Holiness of Great Slaughter held the life-killing saber and looked around coldly. Julu, open the third camp for the zombie army. Guhai shouted coldly. Yes. Julu shouted in the distance. Then he quickly ordered the Lu Rockmen to clear the area. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at the 5 million zombies. Then he pointed at the camp and said, withdraw your auras and set up camp there. Yes. The 5 million zombies shouted. Rumble. The 5 million zombies immediately lined up neatly in the camp, looking like wooden poles. They stood there motionlessly and withdrew their auras. Clean up the mess. Guhai said to an official. Yes. The official replied and led a group of subordinates to clean up the dismembered corpses of Hikang of Scylla and the rest. At this moment, the dust had settled. His Holiness of Great Slaughter looked at Guhai and slowly walked back to the main hall. Clang. The doors of the main hall slammed shut. At this moment, the officials and commoners finally regained their senses. The calamity from before was resolved in the blink of an eye. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! The officials bowed excitedly. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Countless commoners also bowed excitedly. In the crowd, Deqian's spies looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Then they quietly left to report the news. 5 million zombies? Mr. Good move. With this army, the Han dynasty's military strength will be at its peak. Master Lun Yen said with a smile. Guhai shook his head and said, at its peak? Master Lun Yen must be joking. In my eyes, this 5 million zombie army is not as important as Changsheng. Master Lun Yen was slightly stunned. At the side, Changming bowed gratefully to Guhai. The 5 million zombie army changed owners in an instant, and the news quickly spread in all directions. Heavenly courts, impossible. Say that again. Li Shinji glared at a subordinate. It's true. Back then one of my Shinji battalion disciples was in Chaoga. He saw it with his own eyes. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. The corpse that Guhai took away from the capital back then was His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse. That subordinate said with a bitter smile. Li Shinji's eyelids twitched. How can this be? How can Guhai be so lucky? In the study, Yi Shenzhen and Takashi Ryushin stood outside the curtains of the study, reporting to Daiqianxing. His Holiness of Great Slaughter's corpse? Daiqianxing sat on the dragon throne, gently rapping his fingers on the table. Indeed. Gu Hai's harvest this time is too great. No one expected him to have such a backup plan. The 5 million zombie army is now his. Yi Shenzhen said with a bitter smile. Sage Father is still the one who thinks far. Gu Hai indeed has a backup plan. Takashi Ryushin said with a bitter smile. However, Daikianxing remained silent for a while. Gu Hai. He is playing with fire. Oh. Takashi Ryushin felt slightly stunned. Never mind. On account of him protecting Long Wanyu, we will help him this once, Daikianxing said indifferently. Ah. His Holiness of the Han Dynasty has now subdued 5 million zombie army, and His Holiness of Great Slaughter is at his peak. What danger will there be? Yi Shenzhen said with a confused expression. Daikianxing did not answer but said indifferently, Yi Shenzhen, you can leave first. Yes. Yi Shenzhen could only respond. In the study, only Takashi Ryushin and Daikianxing were left. Sage Father wants me to help Gu Hai? But what do I have to do? Takashi Ryushin said blankly. The news from Chaoga City quickly spread to the capital. For a moment, there was an uproar in the capital. Impossible. My Daewon's 5 million zombie army has all turned traitor? The King of Silla is also dead? What should we do now? The officials were in an uproar. In the Mo manner, Mo Yike heard the report from his subordinate and immediately threw him aside. Quick, the flying boat, I want to see His Majesty, quick. Mo Yike said anxiously. Chapter 474. Capital City Qin Family. In Qin Yun's small courtyard. Qin Zibai respectfully stood at the side. Father, this is the news that just came from Chaoga. Bat Ancestor has died long ago, He King of Silla has died, His Holiness's corpse has been refined by Gu Hai, subduing 5 million zombie army. The blind Qin Yun sat on a stone bench, holding a piece of silk cloth and gently wiping the bamboo stick in his hand. After Qin Zibai finished speaking, he respectfully stood at the side. Sigh. After a while, Qin Yun slightly sighed. Father, why are you sighing? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. His Majesty let He King of Silla go to Chaoga and even let him bring all the zombie army. It can be said that he attached great importance to Gu Hai. Unfortunately, he did not expect Gu Hai to be one step ahead and have His Holiness's corpse. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Yes, now that the 5 million zombie army has been subdued by Gu Hai, I wonder what His Majesty will do? Qin Zibai said with a frown. His Majesty? His Majesty left too quickly. Qin Yun slightly sighed. This child does not understand. His Majesty did not wait for the transformation of the 4 great families, unfortunately. Especially Changsheng, His Majesty chose Bat Ancestor in the end. Sigh, perhaps he was too impatient. Qin Yun slightly sighed. What did he choose Bat Ancestor? Father, is there anything that this child does not know? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. Qin Yun nodded. When Changsheng agreed to become a vampire and lead a vampire family, it was not only to repay the kindness, but also because His Majesty had promised that in the future, if necessary, he would help Changsheng obtain his initial ability. Initial ability? What do you mean? Qin Zibai said in surprise. That is, Changsheng or Bat Ancestor choose one of the two who has the ability who will live to the end. Qin Yun slightly sighed. Who has the ability? Who will live to the end? His Majesty said? If Changsheng's ability is outstanding, can help Changsheng swallow Bat Ancestor's divine soul? Let Changsheng have no worries? Qin Zibai said in shock. Qin Yun nodded. That's why Changsheng has been working very hard all these years. He's really working very hard. Commanding the army, diplomacy and politics, Changsheng is remarkable. He's an all-round talent. What can I do? What can I do? However, His Majesty left too quickly and couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to immediately compete with De Qian, so in the end he chose the Bat Ancestor who had a higher cultivation base and gave up on winning? Qin Zibai raised his eyebrows. Qin Yun nodded. That's why it's not good to be too fast. If His Majesty's cultivation base and temperament hadn't increased too quickly, everything would have been done slowly. With Changsheng's ability, there's no way he would have stood up for Bat Ancestor. Haha, picking up sesame seeds but throwing away watermelons, ha. Qin Zibai was silent for a while. Because it was too fast, the Chang family is gone, the Bat Ancestor is also gone. Of course we can't blame His Majesty. The Great Slaughter treasure is a harmful thing. If there wasn't the great slaughter treasure, perhaps we wouldn't have been able to incite His Majesty's ambition. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed slightly. The Shi family is also gone. Of the 4 great families, only our Qin family and the Imo family are left. Qin Zibai said in a deep voice. Shi family? The king of Silla? Who does he think he is? Qin Yun revealed a trace of disdain. Qin Zibai looked at his father in confusion. He king of Silla is only His Majesty's blood relative, so he has the qualifications to stand side by side with our 3 great families. He opened 5 Mountains Academy and thought that he had extraordinary knowledge, but in fact he's just an unrated clown. Qin, Imo and Chang families. That old fellow from the Imo family was the smartest. Unfortunately, he worked hard and died too early. Fortunately, his son Imo Yike inherited his ability. The Chang family was always the second smartest and also worked hard. Unfortunately, because His Majesty left too quickly, he was abandoned. However, he left behind a seed. Changming? A person blessed by the heavens. Too bad he's headstrong and self-opinionated. However, this person's intelligence doesn't lose to Imo Yike. Now he's following Gu Hai? If he's trained well, he'll be amazing. It's a pity that I'm the stupidest, and the one who gave birth to you is even more inferior. Sigh. Qin Yun sighed slightly. Qin Zibai's face revealed a bitter expression. His Majesty, although this child isn't as smart as Imo Yike, but in terms of cultivation I'm stronger. Even if I can't compare to Imo Yike compared to Chang Ming, there's definitely no problem. Cultivation. Your comprehension is high, but you haven't reached the heavenly palace. No matter how high your comprehension is, it's nothing. Even if you did reach the heavenly palace, look at what happened to the bad ancestor. He also reached the heavenly palace. However, Gu Hai is in the Yuanying state. With just a few words he can make the bat ancestor die without a burial ground. What's the use of having a high cultivation? Qin Yun immediately reprimanded. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. Alright, this child is stupid. However, father is extremely intelligent. How can he be ranked 3rd? The best proof is that Grand Duke Chang and Grand Duke Missouri are both dead. Only father is alive. How can father be worse than them? Qin Yun sighed slightly. There are some things that you don't understand. Qin Zibai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Qin Yun slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. Father, your eyes, how did you go blind back then? Back then, when this child was still young, father's eyes suddenly went blind. You withdrew from the imperial court and let this child take over the Qin family. This child had a hard time back then. Father has been in seclusion for the past few hundred years. Qin Zibai looked at Qin Yun's closed eyes. Qin Yun took a deep breath and slowly stroked the bamboo cane in his hand. Father's eyes? This has to be explained from 1200 years ago. Back then, I followed His Majesty to the holy mountain in the west and happened to witness 3 Buddhists praying to the Buddha ancestor. It was also an opportunity. 1200 years ago? But father's eyes were not blind back then. Qin Zibai asked curiously. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. In the end he sighed slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about it. It's all in the past. It's useless for you to know. However, keep this bamboo cane well. Qin Yun seemed to be somewhat reluctant to part with the bamboo cane. This bamboo cane? Father, since this child can remember, I remember that father has always held this bamboo cane in your hand. Even if you can't see, you have been wiping it for so many years. What is this thing? Qin Zibai took it blankly. The shape was just an ordinary bamboo cane. However, when he held it in his hand he felt a cold feeling. This is what father obtained 1200 years ago from the Buddha question event. Keep it well. With this cane, perhaps you won't fall too far behind Imo Yike. Qin Yun sighed slightly. Father, you gave it to me, then what about you? What's the use of this bamboo cane? Qin Zibai asked doubtfully. You can slowly figure it out. I gave it to you because I don't need it anymore. Zibai, father has one last thing to ask of you. Qin Yun said solemnly. Father, you're too kind. If there's anything that this child can do, this child will definitely do his best. Qin Zibai immediately said solemnly. Chang Xing is dead, Bat Ancestor is dead, and the 5 million zombie army is also detained. This time, Day One can be said to have suffered a great loss. His Majesty will definitely go to Chaoga. Imo Yike is a good minister. Unfortunately, he is not his father, and does not have the weight of his father in His Majesty's heart. If His Majesty takes out his anger on Imo Yike, you must protect Imo Yike at all costs. Qin Yun said solemnly. Protect Mo Yike at all costs? Qin Zibai said blankly. Qin Yun nodded. Today you protect Mo Yike. In the future Mo Yike will protect you. Protect me? Qin Zibai said in shock. Just listen to me. Qin Yun said solemnly. Yes. Qin Zibai nodded blankly. Alright, I'll give you the bamboo stick. Father will also be leaving. Qin Yun stood up. Leaving? Father, where are you going? Qin Zibai did not understand. Qin Yun smiled and did not explain. He stepped into the sky and flew towards the direction of the Great Hall. His eyes were closed, but his control of the direction was not wrong. He very accurately flew to the square of the Great Hall. Stop. Immediately, a guard rushed up to stop him. Bastard, scram, don't block Patriarch Qin's path. His Majesty said that Patriarch Qin can see His Majesty at any time. The guard leader immediately shouted at the guards. Yes. The surrounding guards immediately moved aside. Qin Yun did not care about the crowd and directly landed at the entrance of the Great Hall. Before he stepped into the Great Hall, he heard Mo Yike shout. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Mo Yike shouted. Inside the Great Hall, the officials stood respectfully on both sides. Clearly they had just received the news from Jianghu. Bat Ancestor died, He King of Silla died, and the 5 million zombie army turned traitor. Xiu the Great remained calm, but Mo Yike requested to see His Majesty. The moment he saw His Majesty, he begged His Majesty not to go north. His Majesty did not say to go north. On the dragon throne, Xiu the Great looked coldly at Mo Yike. Mo Yike, what else do you want to say? Xiu the Great asked seriously. Your Majesty, it's fine if we lose the 5 million zombie army. Our Day 1 Imperial Dynasty suffered a great loss this time, but we can slowly recover. The most important thing now is to stop the war and resolve the grudge with the Deqian. Reports from the front lines say that the Deqian army has already set up camp at the border. They will soon invade our Day 1. Your Majesty, now is not the time to care about those zombies. Mo Yike said anxiously. Ha ha ha, Changxing died for nothing? He King of Silla died for nothing? Bat Ancestor died for nothing? You don't want the 5 million zombie army? Xiu the Great finally spoke. But, Your Majesty, Gu Hai is not only the Emperor of Dahan, but also the Hall Master of Elite Hall. Jianghu is a trap set by Gu Hai. Your Majesty must have seen through it. Why do you still want to go? What's more important now is the battle with the Deqian. Mo Yike said anxiously. I know, but I must go. Xiu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, I advise you to take back your order and not go north. Mo Yike knelt down. Advise you to die? Good, advise you to die. Xiu the Great said coldly. Xiu the Great shouted coldly. The officials were in an uproar. Advise you to die? If you don't succeed, you're really going to die. Mo Yike was using his life to persuade His Majesty to stay. This was the heaviest advice a subject could give. His Majesty wanted to kill Mo Yike? Your Majesty, you can't. The Mo family and the Day 1 have made great contributions. Your Majesty, please forgive Lord Mo. Your Majesty. The officials pleaded for Mo Yike anxiously. Good. Do you all want to rebel? Day 1, is it you or I who has the final say? Mo Yike, you're going against your superiors. I'll grant you your wish. Xiu the Great said coldly. Xiu the Great stared at Mo Yike. However, Mo Yike continued to kneel and didn't move. Xiu the Great's eyelids twitched. I'll give you one more chance. Mo Yike, get out of the way. Obviously, Xiu the Great said that he wanted to kill Mo Yike out of anger. He didn't want Mo Yike to stop blocking his way. No, I promised my father that the Day 1 would not be destroyed. I swear my loyalty to the Day 1. Mo Yike said resolutely. Being loyal to the Day 1 means going against me? Mo Yike, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Xiu the Great seemed to be angered by Mo Yike. I've already given you a way out. You still dare to talk back to me? I don't dare to go against my father's orders. Mo Yike said resolutely. Great Emperor Xiu's face was gloomy. He looked at Mo Yike with a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yun's voice came from outside the hall. Your Majesty, have you forgotten that Grand Duke Missouri gave his all for the Day 1? Qin Yun's soft shout immediately reverberated throughout the entire hall. Xiu the Great's face darkened as he looked outside the hall. He saw Qin Yun, whose eyes were closed, slowly walk into the hall. Patriarch Qin? The officials were shocked and bowed respectfully. Qin Yun? What? Are you here to stop me? Shiyu the Great's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Qin Yun smiled bitterly. I know your majesty's determination. Naturally, I won't stop your majesty. It's just that Mo Yike is sincere. Your majesty should give him a chance. Just take it as a favor to Grand Duke Missouri? Great Emperor Shiyu frowned slightly. He glanced at Mo Yike, who was still stubborn, and let out a long sigh. Forget it. Throw Mo Yike into the heavenly prison. I will deal with him when I return. Yes. Immediately, a large number of guards came forward to escort Mo Yike. Your Majesty, you can't go north. Patriarch Qin, please persuade His Majesty. Mo Yike said anxiously. However, he was quickly dragged away by the guards. The officials didn't dare to say anything. Qin Yun, are you here to plead for mercy for Mo Yike? Shiyu the Great asked. No. I know that your Majesty wants to go north. I know that I can't stop your Majesty. I don't want to stop your Majesty either. Your Majesty's will is Daewon's will. Therefore, your Majesty's will can never be swayed by anyone and will never be wrong. This subject has come here today to earnestly request your Majesty to bring this old subject with you when you go north this time. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great frowned. Please bring me along, your Majesty. Qin Yun said again. Proof. Great Emperor Shiyu said solemnly. Chapter 475. Great Hall's Plaza in the capital city. The officials stood respectfully on both sides, sending off Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun as they left. Shiyu the Great looked to the north, remaining silent for a while. Shiyu the Great frowned slightly. Qin Yun, do you think that we are wrong as well? Qin Yun shook his head. Your Majesty is not wrong. Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun. That is because you are your Majesty. No one can say that you are wrong. The person who says that you are wrong is wrong. He forgot that you are your Majesty. Your Majesty cannot be wrong. Qin Yun shook his head. Shiyu the Great's expression softened slightly. You still understand us. Unfortunately, Chongqing. Chongqing? Ah, it is his bad luck. He could not keep up with your Majesty's footsteps. Qin Yun sighed softly. Shiyu the Great remained silent for a while. He felt some guilt in his heart, but it was replaced by the firmness of an emperor's heart in the blink of an eye. All right, it's time to go. Shiyu the Great said sullenly. Yes. As Shiyu the Great spoke, he flung his sleeve. Suddenly, a light ring enveloped him and Qin Yun. Boom. The light ring enveloped the two and turned them into a beam of light, instantly heading to the distant north. The flying ship was very fast, but it was not worth mentioning before Heavenly Palace. Shiyu the Great needed to rush to Morning Glory City as quickly as possible. Outside Morning Glory City, Gu Hai stood on a floating island with 2 rows of officials standing respectfully behind him. Chongming and Venerable Lun Yen stood beside Gu Hai. Your Majesty, we have been standing here since yesterday. Logically speaking, news of Morning Glory City should have reached the capital in just 2 days, right? Isn't it too early for us to wait here? Chongming asked, feeling confused. However, Gu Hai took a deep breath. It is not early anymore. It has been 2 days. This great slaughter, His Holiness is also standing here with us. Could it be that Shiyu the Great will really come? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling puzzled. At the side, His Holiness of Great Slaughter was still wrapped in a black robe. He held Gu Hai's life-killing saber in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Come, he will definitely come. Gu Hai said solemnly. What? Venerable Lun Yen asked, feeling confused. Because he is the emperor. A monarch who should have been invincible. Gu Hai said solemnly. But everything is going against Daewon now. I don't quite understand. Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling puzzled. Emperors can't back down. De Qian has deployed troops at the border and is about to attack Daewon. If Shiyu the Great chooses to compromise, then Daewon will never have the chance to fight against De Qian again. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Why, Your Majesty? I don't understand. Chongming felt confused as well. During this time, Gu Hai had given Chongming a list of names so that Chongming could study the people and factions on it. Logically speaking, Daewon's best response would be to back down. Why fight? The heart of the emperor is the hero of a nation. The ambition of an emperor cannot be compromised because of any predicament, especially when it comes to the dynasty. If one compromises, the emperor's heart will be gone. Hence, Shiyu the Great will not back down. He definitely will not back down. Gu Hai said seriously. Hey, I still don't understand. Chang Ming frowned, unable to understand. Venerable Lun Yan seemed to understand a little. He pressed his palms together as he looked at Gu Hai in shock. It had only been a few years and Gu Hai's temperament had already reached such a level? Just as everyone chatted, a beam of light suddenly shot over from the south. Boom. The beam of light suddenly stopped near the floating island, kicking up a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. Gu Hai laid a ritual array to protect the countless ordinary people behind. As the strong wind blew, they remained safe and sound. However, such a large commotion attracted countless ordinary people's gazes. Shiyu the Great? It's Shiyu the Great. An ordinary person suddenly exclaimed. Shiyu the Great is here? How can this be? Shiyu the Great came personally. What should we do? What heavy snow? The beam of light stopped. The sky behind was already covered in heavy snow. Two figures stood amid the heavy snow. They were Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. His Holiness the Great Massacre raised the life-killing saber and pointed it in the two's direction. Boom. Not far away, the 5 million-strong Divine Blood Army suddenly soared into the sky, carrying a surging baleful aura. They instantly surrounded Shiyu the Great and Qin Yun. They're here. Venerable Lun Yan's expression changed. Chang Ming clenched his fists and his eyes reddened. As soon as Great Emperor Shiyu arrived, he saw his zombie army glaring at him with angry eyes. These zombies held their sabers and swords, looking like they wanted to charge over quickly. Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at the floating island across, at the black-robed Great Massacre His Holiness. At this moment, His Holiness released a ferocious killing intent, charging at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great also released an ice-cold aura, blocking the attack. His Holiness's corpse? Not bad indeed. You can actually refine it? Shiyu the Great's expression turned cold as he looked at Gu Hai. Shiyu the Great, long time no see. Gu Hai said indifferently. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. Gu Hai. This emperor knew that you were extraordinary. However, I did not expect you to force Day One into such an awkward position. Gu Hai took a deep breath and his expression turned sullen. Shiyu the Great, you are exaggerating. Gu Hai admitted that he did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. However, Shiyu the Great, you broke your promise to me and issued an imperial edict to let the Bat Ancestor enter Chaoga and slaughter millions of citizens. Chaoga citizens? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes as he looked at the tombs in the distance. Ancient Emperor, are you really so proud of yourself? You did not take the initiative to become enemies with Day One. Why would the Bat Ancestor and Hikang of Silla hate you to the point of death? Everything happened because of you. Don't you think you were too clean about it? Qin Yun said indifferently. Only then did Gu Hai carefully look at Qin Yun. Day One Qin Yun, the second most powerful person in the Day One Imperial Dynasty. 600 years ago, you suddenly became blind and left the Imperial Court. Why are you out of seclusion today? Gu Hai said solemnly. Mr. Good, you have investigated me thoroughly. However, we are still talking about the previous topic. Just because you don't kill doesn't mean that others won't die because of you. Gu Hai, don't you have any responsibility for Chaoga's calamity? Qin Yun said indifferently. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yun. This emperor failed to protect the Dahan citizens and allowed them to be killed by foreign enemies. This is this emperor's responsibility. This emperor has never shirked this responsibility. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, do you see this? This Gu Hai is so amazing. He is just like Daiqianxing, doing things flawlessly. Qin Yun suddenly said to Shiyu the Great with a smile. Shiyu the Great's expression was gloomy. Your Majesty, you don't have to think too much. Gu Hai is a person with a strong heart. He won't be moved by us. There's no need to consider subduing him. Just kill him. If he doesn't die today, he will definitely become a great threat to the Day One Imperial Dynasty in the future. Qin Yun said solemnly. Shiyu the Great nodded. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Yun. Mr. Qin? Ha, Shiyu the Great, this emperor really envies you. Oh. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Good ministers gathered together and the country was flourishing, but they neglected the essentials and chased after the trifles. What a pity, what a sigh. Gu Hai said coldly. Ha, Gu Hai, this emperor is neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles. You are robbing His Holiness, aren't you neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles? This emperor doesn't want to talk to you anymore. This time you won't live. Shiyu the Great's eyes turned cold. As he spoke, he struck in Gu Hai's direction with his palm. Boom! The sky was filled with ice and snow. The overwhelming cold instantly froze the surroundings. Even the floating island under Gu Hai's feet was instantly covered in frost. The huge ice and snow palm grabbed at Gu Hai. His Holiness took a step forward and slashed down with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. Zhou Tian-san kills. His Holiness roared. Boom! The life-extinguishing saber appeared. It was much more powerful than the saber that killed Hikang of Silla. The world was instantly illuminated. Almost everyone narrowed their eyes. They could not look directly at the saber gleam. Hong! The energy saber and the energy palm collided in the void. They cancelled each other out and exploded. A huge storm swept in all directions. Heavenly Punishment Stone? The same material as the Celestial Eradication Sword? Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Gu Hai's expression darkened. His Holiness's Zhou Tian-san did not have any effect. One had to know earlier it was Great Emperor Shiyu's casual strike, and the person the saber struck was the Great Slaughter Saint. Kill? His Holiness roared. Rumble. Suddenly, 5 million zombies charged toward Shiyu the Great. The 5 million energy sabers formed a whirlpool of destruction as they shrunk towards Shiyu the Great. Bastards! I refined you and you dare to attack me? Shiyu the Great glared. Buzz. The 5 million zombies paused. Clearly, the zombies refined by the Ingo Great technique instinctively obeyed Shiyu the Great. The 5 million zombies paused. The expressions of Changming, Venerable Lun Yen, and the ordinary citizens and officials immediately changed. Kill? His Holiness roared again as he unleashed his aura. Roar. Yes, His Holiness. The 5 million zombies shouted. How dare you? Shiyu the Great said coldly. Your Majesty, please forgive us. The 5 million zombies paused. Both His Holiness and Shiyu the Great could control the zombies. The zombies' thoughts immediately turned chaotic. What should we do now? Changming asked anxiously. Venerable Lun Yen, who was at the side, sighed and said, What should we do? Are you unable to analyze the situation? Changming felt slightly stunned. I understand. His Holiness can control these 5 million zombies to surround and kill Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great can only control them to not attack. However, he cannot control them to kill His Holiness. Hence, His Holiness has greater control over them. Furthermore, as the two sides give out orders, the zombies' thoughts turn increasingly chaotic. Once they turn chaotic, they will act on instinct. Their instinct is to be loyal to His Holiness. Given this, these zombies will soon obey His Holiness's orders, Changming analyzed. Indeed, with the two sovereigns' control, 10 of the 5 million zombies turned chaotic. Suddenly, they raised their sabers and chopped at Shiyu the Great. Kill! The 10 zombies shouted. Then they immediately chopped at Shiyu the Great. Shiyu the Great snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand. Boom! The 10 zombies exploded with a loud bang. However, as the two sides reached a stalemate, more zombies ignored Shiyu the Great's orders and charged at Shiyu the Great in a chain reaction. On His Holiness's orders, kill the enemy. A legion commander shouted. Kill the enemy. The tens of thousands of zombies shouted in unison. In the end, His Holiness's will suppressed Shiyu the Great's will. Then the zombies started to raise their sabers and charge at Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, defective goods are defective goods in the end. If only we did not have these zombies back then. Qin Yun sighed softly. Shiyu the Great showed a sullen expression as he looked past the zombies at the distant Gu Hai. Gu Hai. Good. You were really scheming back then in the Great Massacre Palace. Shiyu the Great said furiously. Gu Hai looked coldly at Shiyu the Great without saying a word. It's just 5 million zombies. Although it's a pity, it's useless to me. I don't care. Shiyu the Great said coldly. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and took out an imperial edict. Investiture of the gods? Great Massacre Heaven Dynasty's investiture of the gods? Changming's expression changed. Chapter 476. Outside Chaoga City, a patch of forest. Before Shiyu the Great came, Takeshi Ryushin led a group of subordinates and stood in a secret spot in the forest. Beside Takeshi Ryushin was a young man. If Gu Hai saw him, he would recognize him immediately. He was the Long Sanxian that Takeshi Ryushin sent to 95 Island to ask Gu Hai to deal with the Zither army of Luyang of Gojoseon before he met Long Wanyu for the first time. He was the son of Takashi Ryushin Long Sanchen. An army of 5 million zombies? Guhai has really gained a lot. Takashi Ryushin looked at the densely packed army of zombies in the distance with envy. Long Sanchen was wrapped in a fur robe. An army of 5 million zombies? He said with narrowed eyes. They are just a bunch of dead creatures not worth mentioning. However, this Guhai is really bold. He has been standing on that floating island since yesterday. Does he really want to face Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin frowned slightly. He has the corpse of His Holiness. Even if he refines it with a special secret method, he will only have its power. When he comes to Heavenly Palace, his power won't be enough to deal with it. His Holiness is right. Guhai is playing with fire. Father, I found that His Holiness seems to trust Guhai a lot. Long Sanchen looked at Takashi Ryushin in confusion. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Yes. His Holiness asked Father to come here. How does he want Father to help Guhai? Long Sanchen asked curiously. Takashi Ryushin glanced at Long Sanchen and shook his head, but he didn't explain. While everyone was looking at Guhai, boom! A beam of light came from the distance, bringing with it a strong wind. Shiyu the Great and Qin had arrived. In the south of Jianghu City, Guhai and Shiyu the Great faced off coldly for a while. Then Shiyu the Great suddenly attacked. Boom! The Great Slaughter Saint Lord's Heavenly Cycle 3 neutralized Great Emperor Shiyu's palm with a loud bang. Cycle 3? It is indeed a strange saber technique. It can actually block Shiyu the Great? Takashi Ryushin's eyes narrowed. Long Sanchen nodded as well. Unfortunately, Great Emperor Shiyu only casually struck out with his palm earlier. Guhai was too careless. Long Shenwu sighed lightly and seemed to be about to take a step forward. Father, wait a little longer. Guhai doesn't seem to be at the end of his rope yet. Let's see how many trump cards this Guhai has. Long Sanchen suddenly called out. Rumble. In the distance, countless zombies charged at Shiyu the Great. However, Shiyu the Great suddenly took out an imperial edict. The Great Slaughter Heavenly Dynasty's God Investiture Decree? What is Shiyu the Great doing? Takashi Ryushin's face sank. It is just 5 million zombies. Although it is a pity, it is useless to me. I can ignore it. Shiyu the Great said coldly. Shiyu the Great took out the God Investiture Decree. The expressions of Changming and Venerable Lunyan changed. Guhai narrowed his eyes as well. Explode. Shiyu the Great tore apart the God Investiture Decree. Boom. 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 The sword-wielding zombies paused for a moment before exploding with a loud bang. Oh no. Venerable Lunyan's expression changed. Boom. His Holiness suddenly stepped forward and released a strong barrier of energy, instantly encasing the floating island. The God Investiture Decree tore apart, and the zombies exploded. However, Shiyu the Great extended his hand and pulled Qin to the side. Rumble. The force of the explosion was too great. A shockwave that could destroy the world surged out in all directions. The surrounding mountains were flattened. Jianghu City was already damaged in the past. Now it was battered by a storm of dirt and rocks, making it even worse. Guhai's ritual array enveloped countless ordinary people. Even so, they were safe. However, they could still feel the ground shaking, showing horrified expressions. However, Takashi Ryushin led his subordinates in a rapid retreat. Inside Shiyu the Great's light barrier, Qin smiled bitterly. Qin smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, why do you have to do this? With your skills, these zombies will not be able to track you down. If your Majesty uses this opportunity to kill Guhai or destroy His Holiness's corpse, these zombies will not be able to escape. They will still be your Majesty's. However, you will die. Shiyu the Great said indifferently. Qin? After a long silence, Qin sighed softly and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. However, Shiyu the Great ignored Qin. Instead, he looked at the distant floating island through the huge storm of explosions. His Holiness raised his saber and stood in front of Guhai. The people on the floating island were unharmed. The explosion of 5 million heavenly palaces was extraordinarily powerful. The surging shockwave spread out for a while before slowly calming down. The 5 million zombie army turned into pieces in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched. 5 million zombie army? How unfortunate. If such an army was used well, it would be a terrifying force. Long Sanchen narrowed his eyes. Shiyu the Great? He's willing? This time he's willing? The explosion dissipated. Gu Hai slowly walked out from behind His Holiness and looked at Shiyu the Great with narrowed eyes. Shiyu the Great, isn't it too late for you to repent? Changsheng is no longer here. Gu Hai said solemnly. Shiyu the Great looked coldly at Gu Hai. It's not your turn to educate me. It's fine if you don't want 5 million zombies, but His Holiness's corpse? Let's see if he can protect you. As he spoke, Shiyu the Great suddenly charged forward. Brr. His Holiness suddenly roared and slashed with the long saber in his hand again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles. Shiyu the Great shouted and used his hand as a saber. Suddenly the area within tens of thousands of miles was filled with snow. As soon as the hand saber was used, billions of white light bloomed, instantly illuminating heaven and earth. In the past, when His Holiness's soul had just been sealed, Shiyu the Great defeated His Holiness's soul with this move. Of course, he still had the bloody hell saber at that time, but now the hand saber was not much inferior to back then. The power was superb. It was as if this hand saber could split heaven and earth in half. It slashed toward His Holiness's corpse. The power of that palm strike was many times stronger than the one from before. In the forest in the distance, Takeshi Ryushin's face darkened. He seemed to be about to attack. Father, wait a little longer. Long Sanchen immediately shouted. However, he saw that His Holiness's life-ending saber in the distance had also slashed out. Buzz. As the saber slashed out, a dazzling purple light bloomed in the sky. The purple light collided with Shiyu the Great's white light, forming a halo of light at the point of collision. Fourth day of heavenly cycle. Around the life-killing saber, a saber region aura suddenly formed. More than 200 saber blades immediately surrounded the Great Slayer Saint, forming an extremely ferocious region. Once the saber blades appeared, they cut in all directions and then charged towards the life-killing saber. A powerful saber aura suddenly slashed out with the life-ending saber and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. Hong. A loud sound, not much weaker than the explosion of the 5 million zombie soldiers, resounded throughout heaven and earth. Snow and saber aura shot out in all directions. In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin and Long Sanchen's faces darkened. Fourth day of heavenly cycle? So, when Gu Hai fought Bat Ancestor outside Dada City, he was almost about to use the fourth day of heavenly cycle? 100-fold increase in power? Long Shenwu narrowed his eyes. Fourth day of heavenly cycle? It's fine if it's just one saber move, but if it's a complete set. Long Sanchen frowned. A complete set? Impossible. This should be a saber move created by Gu Hai based on the art of chess. How old is he? Creating one saber move should be his limit, right? Takeshi Ryushin frowned. In the distance, Shiyu the Great's hand saber didn't achieve the desired effect, and he was slightly surprised. That was His Holiness's corpse. He only had strength, but he had to know how to use it. Gu Hai actually had such a profound saber move? Shiyu the Great snorted coldly and used the same move with his right hand again. Million li of snow. Buzz. Heaven and earth were suddenly illuminated by the white light of the hand saber. This time, it was the blind spot of the fourth day of heavenly cycle. The fourth day of heavenly cycle shouldn't have worked, right? Fourth day of heavenly cycle. Hong. The different fourth day of heavenly cycle went up and collided with Shiyu the Great's hand saber. The wind blew. The two powerhouses were evenly matched again. A different fourth day of heavenly cycle? In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin's expression changed. Boom. 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 For a moment, heaven and earth were completely covered by white and purple light. Shiyu the Great didn't believe that Gu Hai's saber skills were so exquisite. He immediately attacked His Holiness from different angles. However, every single strike from the Great Slaughter Saint Highness came from a different direction, every strike different, but the power didn't decrease at all. Immediately, the battle between the two great experts became more and more fierce, more and more intense. His Holiness led Shiyu the Great up to the sky. Up in the sky, the wind was raging. The snow was mixed with the purple light. The people of Jianghu down below couldn't see what was going on in the wind. They could only hear the earth-shattering noises. Father, if it were you, would you be able to stop Shiyu the Great? Long Sanchen asked with a bitter smile. Shiyu the Great is an unparalleled talent. His battle strength is incredible. I don't think there's anyone who can match him at the same level, right? Takeshi Ryushin sighed. Yes, no wonder he dares to challenge His Holiness. If the five powers really fight their way to heavenly courts, they will have the ability to fight His Holiness. Long Sanchen exclaimed. Fight His Holiness? You think too much. Takashi Ryushin shook his head. In the distance on the floating island, Guhai didn't look at the battle in the sky. It was the chess doppelganger controlling His Holiness' corpse. The chess doppelganger's analytical ability was something that no one Guhai had ever seen could surpass. Guhai wasn't worried about a superintelligent mind controlling the body of a peerless master. Guhai, however, looked at Qin Yun in the distance warily. The second most powerful man in Day 1? The most powerful man was Shiyu the Great, and he was the second most powerful man? Even Bat Ancestor couldn't beat him when he was still in the middle of the Celestial Palace? Even if he was blind, he couldn't underestimate him. In the distance, Qin Yun closed his blind eyes and looked in Guhai's direction. He seemed to have sensed Guhai's wariness. Mr. Good, don't worry. I won't attack, and there's no need to mobilize the power of Dahan. Qin Yun said with a smile. Is that so? Guhai smiled coldly. Guhai didn't really believe Qin Yun, so he was still extremely wary. Outside the floating island, Guhai had set up an array. If Qin Yun attacked, it would be able to hold him back for a while. And this short period of time would be enough for him to mobilize the power of Dahan and His Holiness to return. Chapter 477. Guhai was wary of Qin Yun, but unfortunately, Qin Yun was sitting on a mountain peak far away. He did not show any signs of taking action. Qin Yun could not see, but he seemed to be listening to the battle in the sky with his ears perked up. At that moment, everyone was watching the battle between Shiyu the Great and His Holiness. However, Shiyu the Great attacked multiple times, but His Holiness blocked every attack with the 4 heavenly cycles. It was a draw. Shiyu the Great's expression turned gloomy. Below, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanchen narrowed their eyes. Shiyu the Great? How powerful? Long Sanchen said with a frown. Guhai? What great luck. Takashi Ryushin's eyes flashed with envy. The 5 million zombie army had exploded, but Guhai still had His Holiness, who was an even stronger existence. With such a treasure on him, it was something unimaginable. Hong. With a loud boom high in the sky, the two separated. Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness with a gloomy expression. Great slaughter, His Holiness? Ah, you really are a lingering spirit. Even in death you can't rest in peace. Back then you didn't have the guts to cultivate the Ingo art, which was listed as a forbidden technique. However, this emperor mastered it. This emperor will let you know what Ingo is. Shiyu the Great stared. As he stared, Shiyu the Great's aura suddenly soared. For a time, waves of violent storms surged out from Great Emperor Shiyu in all directions. How can this be? Shiyu's strength is soaring? Long Sanchen stared in astonishment. He originally believed that Shiyu the Great was already at his limit, but he never expected that Shiyu the Great's strength was still rising. Still rising? Guhai's expression also darkened. The surrounding commoners and experts had their mouths wide open. However, they saw that Shiyu the Great's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Within tens of thousands of li, the world was instantly frozen. Previously it was just snow, but now it was frozen. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of li were frozen. However, he saw Shiyu the Great suddenly reveal 2 snow-white fangs in his mouth. His long hair instantly turned white, and a pair of snow-white horns appeared on his head. On his back, a pair of dragon scaly wings appeared. When the dragon wings appeared, his original might increased by at least 10 times. The dragon spread its wings. A raging gale swept out in all directions. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, the cold power released by Shiyu the Great was drifting in the air. Roar! Honk! With a loud roar, the void suddenly shook. The world spun as if it was the end of the world. Under the loud roar, even though they were isolated within the formation, countless people covered their ears from the vibration, feeling incomparable pain. The floating island Guhai was on was also enveloped by the formation. All the officials were holding their heads in pain. Guhai narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. In the frozen mountain forest, Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanchen's expressions changed. Ingo the Great Art? Incarnation of Ingo? This strength has increased by at least 10 times. Takashi Ryushin said in shock. No wonder Shiyu the Great dares to provoke our Daqian Celestial Empire. With such strength and the power of a nation, he can indeed compete with His Holiness. Long Sanchen said in shock. No, to compete with His Holiness? You think too much. His Holiness is the strongest in the world. In front of His Holiness, Ingo's body is not a match for your majesty. Besides, Shiyu the Great has only cultivated the Ingo body. Takashi Ryushin immediately shook his head. But this? Long Sanchen looked at his father in confusion. Takashi Ryushin did not explain. In the distance, on the frozen mountain peak, Qin Yun sighed slightly. Success is due to Ingo and failure is also due to Ingo. Your Majesty, how good would it be if you did not have the Ingo technique? High in the sky, Shiyu the Great's strength had reached its peak. A terrifying aura rushed towards His Holiness. The powerful aura completely suppressed His Holiness's arrogance. His Holiness held the life-killing saber in front of his chest, guarding against Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Changming asked in horror. At this moment, even people who did not understand cultivation could see that after Shiyu the Great had turned into a Ingo zombie, his aura had soared to the sky. Above his head, huge snowstorm-like clouds spun into a super vortex. The terrifying aura suppressed His Holiness in the distance, like a lonely boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. His Holiness, great slaughter? Shiyu the Great's eyes glowed with a trace of silver light, and his expression was fierce. His Holiness raised the life-killing saber and stared at Shiyu the Great. I've turned into a Ingo zombie. When you were alive you could still fight with me. Now you're just Guhai's puppet. Let's see how you can take my move. Shiyu the Great glared. The saber hand slashed towards His Holiness again. Snow swirls for 1,000,000 miles. Buzz. Suddenly only white light was left in the world. Shiyu the Great's saber hand slashed out, and the void seemed to be about to collapse. It instantly formed a storm black hole, and the saber hand slashed towards His Holiness. It was an irresistible force. Even His Holiness was about to be slashed to ashes. Under this saber hand, His Holiness seemed to have all his escape routes sealed, and there was nowhere to run. However, His Holiness did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and slashed with the life-killing saber in his hand again. Zhou Tian. Bus. A saber domain formed around His Holiness. 300 sabers appeared, surrounded by countless saber auras, and surrounded His Holiness. Zhou Tian? You can stop me just now. Now, my power is 50 times stronger than before. You're courting death. Shiyu the Great sneered. Below, Long Sanshen's expression changed. Father, Guhai can't hold on anymore. His Holiness can't stop His Holiness. I know. Takashi Ryushin's expression darkened, and he seemed to want to rush out. At that moment, the saber hand in the sky collided with the life-killing saber. In that instant, in everyone's eyes, the great slaughter sacred supreme was about to be finished, about to be destroyed. All of them revealed anxious expressions. Only His Holiness had a ferocious expression. 5. Great slaughter Saint Highness roared. 5. Not Zhou Tian's 4th? Zhou Tian's 5th? Countless people's expressions changed when they heard His Holiness's roar. However, when Zhou Tian's 5th appeared, His Holiness was enveloped in a dazzling purple light. Impossible. Takashi Ryushin's expression changed. Hong. In the sky there was a super loud boom. The huge collision caused the storm in the sky to create a super vortex. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything in an instant. Rumble. The floating island that Guhai was on shook incessantly amidst the whirlpool of energy. Guhai's grand array also shook. The ground was churning. For a moment, the sky darkened and nothing could be seen clearly. It was like the end of the world. After a while, the shaking stopped. The explosion in the sky slowly dissipated, and the dark sky gradually brightened. Everyone could finally see the sky clearly. What? How did this happen? Almost everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. His Holiness, who should have been chopped into pieces, stood on the spot holding the life-killing saber. Shiyu the Great, who was originally domineering, was slashed 5 kilometers away pathetically. One of his dragon scale wings was chopped off. Although it was still connected to the bone, it was completely broken. Shouldn't Shiyu the Great have killed His Holiness with one strike? Why was it the other way around? Impossible. Zhou Tian's 5th? How can Zhou Tian's 5th be more powerful than Shiyu the Great, who transformed into Ingo? This is impossible. Takashi Ryushin widened his eyes in disbelief. But that was the truth. He didn't believe it no matter what. Shiyu the Great was covered in blood. Zhou Tian's 5th. If he hadn't experienced the floating battle on 9-5 Island, Guhai wouldn't have had the confidence to fight Shiyu the Great. However, at that time, Guhai had comprehended the 31 Heaven and Earth chess game. He had also merged the chessboard between his eyebrows and finally comprehended Zhou Tian's fifth. Zhou Tian's fifth was Gu Hai's greatest reliance. It was also Gu Hai's strongest technique. Unfortunately, Gu Hai's main body didn't have the ability to use it. However, His Holiness could. As a result, he could finally fight Shiyu the Great. Defeated? Shiyu the Great revealed a look of disbelief. How could Ingo lose? I don't believe it. Zhou Tian's fifth? Zhou Tian's fifth? Shiyu the Great looked at His Holiness with a ferocious expression. Regardless of whether Shiyu the Great believed it or not, His Holiness held the life-vanquishing saber. But that was the truth. Under His Holiness's full strength, Shiyu the Great was defeated. Sigh. Below, Qin Yun sighed slightly. Your Majesty, we won. Ah, we won. Chang Ming roared in excitement. The commoners cheered even louder. Long live the Han Dynasty. The officials were also extremely excited. So what if Shiyu the Great transformed? Didn't he still lose? All of them looked at Gu Hai in excitement. Only Gu Hai had a heavy expression. Something's wrong. Where's the bloody hell saber? Indeed, Shiyu the Great instantly calmed down when Gu Hai turned worried. He slowly extended his hand and grabbed. Boom. The white light that filled the sky instantly turned blood red. Shiyu the Great's right hand seemed to pull out a saber hilt from the void. Shing. The bloody hell saber was pulled out of the void. Immediately, a billowing blood mist surrounded Shiyu the Great. The saber emitted a soul-stirring power. It was as though thousands of blood-colored ghosts were surrounding the bloody hell saber. The white-haired great Emperor Shiyu's long hair turned red in an instant. Even his eyes turned incomparably red. Bloody hell saber annihilation. Shiyu the Great slashed at His Holiness. Instantly, a sea of blood seemed to envelop the entire world. Within the sea of blood, there seemed to be countless ghosts letting out shrill cries. Heavenly Cycle 5. His Holiness faced the sky with his saber. Hong. Just like before, the world turned dark. As the earth quaked, two glowing figures could be vaguely seen in the darkness. Shiyu the Great seemed to still be in a frenzy. His eyes were red as he slashed. The bloody hell saber and the life-extinguishing saber collided. The two experts were in a stalemate. However, merely being in a stalemate for a short while, Great Emperor Shiyu surpassed the Great Slaughter Sacred Lord in an overwhelming manner. Die. Shiyu the Great roared ferociously. The Great Slaughter Saint Lord was like a cannonball, shooting down from the sky and crashing into the ground. Boom. With the Great Slaughter Saint Lord as the center, a huge crater with a diameter of 10 miles was blasted out of the ground. Everyone's hearts trembled. The Great Slaughter Saint was defeated? Chapter 478. His Holiness of Great Slaughter lost? The expressions of the Zhaoge Kingdom's citizens, officials, Chang Ming and Venerable Lun Yen changed. If Xiaoqun lost, wouldn't the Han Dynasty be finished? Shiyu the Great held the bloody hell saber as he stood in the air. He showed a ferocious expression as he stared at the large crater below. His Holiness of Great Slaughter had already climbed to his feet in the crater. The life-killing saber was fine. However, many saber wounds appeared on His Holiness of Great Slaughter's body. Most of his clothes were tattered, and some wounds appeared on his skin. His Holiness of Great Slaughter turned his head and looked at the sky. The heaven-punishing earth extermination stone? It is indeed a good saber. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes as he stared at the life-killing saber. The life-killing saber remained unscathed despite such great damage. Roar. His Holiness of Great Slaughter roared and soared into the sky. He instantly arrived before Shiyu the Great. He raised his saber and was about to chop down. Humph. My bloody hell saber is no longer the same as before. It is already completely unsealed and much stronger than before. The saber contains a murderous intent. It is not something you can block. The great 16 magic treasures have yet to appear. If they do, I am confident that I can change the ranking of the great 16 magic treasures. Shiyu the Great smiled coldly as he chopped down again. Zhou Qianwu. Hong. Just like before, the sky darkened again. As the two experts ferociously clashed, the life-killing saber and the bloody hell saber clashed. Space shook again. You have to win. You have to win. Countless citizens and officials prayed anxiously. The bloody hell saber gave off a bright scarlet light as it chopped His Holiness of Great Slaughter into the ground again, just like before. The ground shook ferociously. Boom. Another huge crater was created on the ground. Countless citizens and officials immediately showed expressions of despair. In the end they could not win? Could not win? Your Majesty, what should we do now? Chang Ming showed an anxious expression. With the bloody hell saber, Xiu the Great had the upper hand. Even Zhou Tian 5 was no match for the ferocity of the bloody hell saber. Bloody hell saber? No wonder. No wonder His Holiness of Great Slaughter was able to be like the sun in the sky 6,000 years ago, entering the Tao through killing. Coupled with the unsealed bloody hell saber, few in the world could match him, Venerable Lun Yen said with an unsightly expression. But now the bloody hell saber is in the hands of Xiu the Great. Chang Ming said anxiously. Not far away, Great Slaughters His Holiness crawled out of the crater. He was in an even worse state than before. There were large amounts of wounds all over his body. Clearly, if this continued, His Holiness would definitely be exhausted. However, again and again, His Holiness stood up and slowly rushed towards Xiu the Great. Xiu the Great slashed down again and again. Its power did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Great Slaughters His Holiness? What a good whetstone. The more I fight with you, the stronger the bloody hell saber's ferocity becomes. Come on. Come on. Use your Zhou Tian 5 and continue slashing. Xiu the Great roared with bloodshot eyes. Below, Your Majesty, quickly. That Great Slaughters His Holiness is blocking Xiu the Great. Should we quickly evacuate with the citizens? An official urged anxiously. Your Majesty, let's evacuate quickly. Your Majesty, Great Slaughters His Holiness will not last much longer. We cannot wait any longer. The group of officials felt incredibly anxious. Now the situation was already looking bleak. Great Slaughters His Holiness was getting increasingly injured, while Xiu the Great was like the sun in the sky, growing stronger. If this continued, no one could think of leaving. However, Gu Hai sighed softly and said, Indeed, we were too careless with His Holiness of Great Slaughter. Your Majesty? Chang Ming asked anxiously. After sighing slightly, Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, Jianghu of Silla, I wonder if Daqianxing asked you to come to Chaoga to observe the situation here? The group of officials was slightly stunned. On the mountain peak in the distance, Qin Yun's expression suddenly changed. Not only Qin Yun, but Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanqian's expressions also changed. Gu Hai? He knows? Long Sanqian's eyes widened in surprise. Takashi Ryushin's expression also changed. At this moment, His Holiness of Great Slaughter was sent flying by Xiu the Great again and again. However, Gu Hai's gaze was fixed on Takashi Ryushin. Takashi Ryushin's eyelids twitched violently. He took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Whoosh. Takashi Ryushin, Long Sanqian, and their subordinates quickly flew to the floating island where Gu Hai was. Gu Hai extended his hand and waved, dispelling the ritual array and allowing everyone to enter. Jianghu of Silla? Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed in shock. Greetings, Jianghu of Silla. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Takashi Ryushin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai? How did you know I was coming? Jianghu of Silla, it's best you don't mind how I know. What? Daqianxing asked you to come. You won't keep watching, right? Gu Hai smiled faintly. Takashi Ryushin stared at Gu Hai. Boom. Suddenly there was a loud sound in the sky. His Holiness of Great Slaughter was sent flying again. Great Slaughter crashed into the ground. However, this time, His Holiness of Great Slaughter did not soar into the sky. Instead, he instantly flew to where Gu Hai was. Takashi Ryushin's face sank, appearing somewhat wary of His Holiness of Great Slaughter. However, His Holiness of Great Slaughter ignored Takashi Ryushin. Instead, he arrived before Gu Hai. This time, I somewhat underestimated Xiu the Great's strength. Now, Jianghu of Silla, please complete Daqianxing's request. Gu Hai said solemnly. You want me to make a move? Takashi Ryushin's face sank. Gu Hai, you want my father to deal with Xiu the Great? Are you trying to kill my father? Long Sanqian immediately glared. Gu Hai glanced at Long Sanqian. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know what Daqianxing told you, but I expected today's scene. Daqianxing must have predicted it too. However, I didn't expect Xiu the Great to be so strong. That's because my experience is still lacking. My understanding of Xiu the Great's strength is limited. Unlike Daqianxing, who has experienced countless years, he definitely knows Xiu the Great's strength. Since Daqianxing sent you here, he must have a way to deal with Xiu the Great. Jianghu of Silla, am I right? Long Sanqian was surprised. He turned to look at Takashi Ryushin. What did His Holiness tell his father? Takashi Ryushin stared at Guhai for a while. As he stared, his eyelids twitched. In the end he sneered and said, "Ha ha, Guhai, you expected this? You even expected His Holiness to send me to help you, or did you only expect me to deal with Shiyu the Great?" "Jimu of Silla, please?" Guhai bowed slightly. He didn't answer directly. Takashi Ryushin snorted. In the sky, Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes and looked at the floating island. "Takashi Ryushin? You dare to stop me?" Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. Takashi Ryushin looked at the sky coldly. "Shiyu the Great? If you have the guts, why don't you kill your way to Heavenly Court City? Just to show off in a small empire?" Shiyu the Great sneered. "What I do is not up to you to tell me what to do. Now I'll give you a chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise don't blame me for killing you too. Then come and try," Takashi Ryushin said coldly. Shiyu the Great narrowed his eyes. "Since you don't want to leave, then forget it." As he spoke, Shiyu the Great raised the bloody hell saber. With a fierce look on his face, he slashed down brazenly. When the bloody hell saber appeared, the world was immediately enveloped in a scarlet light. A sea of blood seemed to pour down from the sky, covering the land and the sky. Earlier, when the crowd saw this saber strike, they did not experience it for themselves. Now, when they looked at it directly, it was like they saw countless malicious ghosts churning in the sea of blood, baring their teeth and charging down. "Blood hell unlimited!" Shiyu the Great roared. Boom. That saber strike seemed to carry the fate of heaven, wanting to destroy everything in the world. The countless officials of the Dahan were frightened out of their wits. "It's over." Changming showed a look of despair. Venerable Lun Yen pressed his palms together, feeling very anxious. Guhai stood behind His Holiness, but his eyes were cold. His Holiness awaited the attack. If Takashi Ryushin could not block this world-destroying saber strike, His Holiness could only be the final barrier. Long Sanqian's expression changed as he turned his head to look at Takashi Ryushin. Long Sanqian saw Takashi Ryushin slowly swipe at his forehead, and it seemed to tear open. A grayish-white light came out of Takashi Ryushin's forehead. The moment this light appeared, it seemed to light up the entire sea of blood. "What is that?" Shiyu the Great's expression sank. However, Takashi Ryushin closed his eyes and said, "Honoring Father's orders, please unseal the treasure and help me break the enemy." "The treasure that Daiqianxing lent to Takashi Ryushin?" Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. However, Long Sanqian's expression changed. "What? His Holiness actually lent Father this treasure?" Buzz. The tear in Takashi Ryushin's forehead grew wider, and the panic inside grew stronger. Treasure? The bloody hell saber has been refined by me, and it is no longer weaker than any other Dharma treasure. Even the 16 great Dharma treasures of history will be destroyed by the bloody hell saber. Break from me. Shiyu the Great roared with a ferocious expression. Finally, the treasure in Takashi Ryushin's forehead flew out. As it flew out, it released millions of grayish-white rays of light. In an instant, the sea of blood in the sky was illuminated grayish-white. When the treasure appeared, almost everyone's divine soul trembled, and they revealed a look of horror. Even Guhai suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This was not a kind of might but a kind of pride, a kind of unstoppable pride of supremacy. But in the dazzling light, Guhai saw the appearance of the treasure clearly. It was an extremely simple and unadorned axe. There were no talisman scripts on it, just an ordinary axe. However, this ordinary axe seemed to disdain any talisman scripts to increase its might. As it flew out, it gave off an unparalleled arrogance. The strongest of the 16 great Dharma treasures of history, the heaven-opening axe? Venerable Lun Yen suddenly exclaimed. The strongest Dharma treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe? Changming suddenly exclaimed as well. The strongest Dharma treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe? Long Sanqian exclaimed. In the distance, Qin Yun suddenly stood up, revealing a horrified expression. In the sky, Shiyu the Great's expression changed. However, it instantly turned even more ferocious. So what if it is the heaven-opening axe? Break it for me. Treasure, please chop the enemy. Takashi Ryushin shouted coldly. The heaven-opening axe instantly enlarged, growing increasingly larger as it chopped down on the bloody hell saber. Chapter 479. Hong. The sky-splitting axe and the bloody hell saber collided in the sky. In an instant, the sky and earth were enveloped by a grayish-white and blood-red light. Everyone was blinded. However, this time no one seemed to feel the ground shaking. Perhaps the bloody hell saber's power didn't hit the ground at all. In the sky that exploded, there seemed to be many exploding black holes that sucked in all the blood sea in the void. My bloody hell saber is invincible. Break. Shiyu the Great said with a ferocious expression. The bloody hell saber emitted an even more dazzling red light, and the sky-splitting axe also emitted a light 10 times brighter than the bloody hell saber. Even Gu Hai couldn't see anything in the sky. He only heard a loud sound. No. Shiyu the Great's unwilling voice came from the sky. Boom. In an instant, the sky became clear, and all the blood light dissipated into nothingness. Gu Hai could see the sky now. He saw that the grayish-white light of the sky-splitting axe was much dimmer. On the other side, Shiyu the Great stood in place, holding the bloody hell saber in his hand, but his eyelids were twitching. Shiyu the Great is fine? Changming's expression changed. Takeshi Ryushin and Long Sanqian were also shocked. The sky-splitting axe, the #1 Dharma treasure in the world, couldn't kill Shiyu the Great? And the bloody hell saber? Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the bloody hell saber. A crack appeared on it. Crack, 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 crack. Spiderweb-like cracks suddenly appeared on the bloody hell saber. The bloody hell saber cracked? Changming's eyes lit up. Bang! The bloody hell saber suddenly exploded and fell to the ground. What? The bloody hell saber broke? Many Dahan officials widened their eyes. Previously, the bloody hell saber had been so powerful that even His Holiness of the Great Massacre's 5 cycles had not been a match for the bloody hell saber. The bloody hell saber, which seemed to carry the power of destiny, had been shattered by this axe? All the fragments of the bloody hell saber fell from Shiyu the Great's hands. Had the previously invincible bloody hell saber become a pile of scrap metal in the blink of an eye? After the bloody hell saber exploded, Shiyu the Great's body also exploded. The clothes in front of his chest exploded, and countless cracks appeared on his chest. Blood spurted out from the cracks. In the blink of an eye, Shiyu the Great was covered in blood. Pooh! Shiyu the Great spat out a mouthful of blood. Your Majesty! Qin Yun's expression changed as he immediately charged into the sky. Instantly, he arrived in front of Shiyu the Great and supported Shiyu the Great. Cough, 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 cough. Heaven-opening axe? The strongest treasure in the world, the heaven-opening axe? Cough, cough. Ah! Shiyu the Great coughed out blood as he looked at the heaven-opening axe floating in the air in horror. Shiyu the Great seemed to be completely drained of energy. His chest and arms were covered in blood. Not only had that axe strike shattered the bloody hell saber, but it had also instantly drained Shiyu the Great of his ability to fight. Hiss. Countless officials and ordinary citizens below revealed horrified expressions. To think that the might of one axe strike was so powerful. That was Shiyu the Great who held the unrivaled bloody hell saber. Yet one axe strike dealt with him? The strongest of the 16 great treasures of history, the heaven-opening axe? Venerable Lun Yin sighed emotionally. It truly lives up to being the strongest in the world. Changming exclaimed in shock. Long Sanqian raised his eyebrows. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, Imperial Father is right. This child was too superficial. Shiyu the Great cannot shake His Holiness's might. However, Takeshi Ryushin suddenly looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, the heaven-opening axe contains His Holiness's sealed attack. Now that this attack has been unleashed, Shiyu the Great is already severely injured. Continue attacking. Quickly. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Takeshi Ryushin. Quickly use His Holiness's corpse to kill him. Otherwise, if he escapes, there will be endless trouble. Takeshi Ryushin urged anxiously. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before nodding. Whoosh. His Holiness immediately walked to the front of everyone. In the sky, Qin Yun was supporting Shiyu the Great. Your Majesty, how are your injuries? Qin Yun asked bitterly. Defeated? Heaven-opening axe? Ah. My all-out attack was actually unable to compare to the great Qin dynasty's sacred lord's axe. It was actually unable to compare to an axe. Great Emperor Shiyu revealed a sorrowful expression as if he was somewhat unable to accept this fact. Your Majesty, it's not unjust to be defeated by Daqianshin. Qin Yun sighed slightly. At this moment, His Holiness walked to the front of everyone with the life-extinguishing saber in his hand. He looked at the heaven-opening axe that was floating in the sky. His Holiness looked coldly at the two people in the sky. Heaven-opening axe, His Holiness? Shiyu the Great's face suddenly darkened. Your Majesty, since we didn't gain anything from this trip, let's go back. The things of the Great Slaughter Heaven Dynasty are not things that we should accept. Qin Yun smiled bitterly. Leave? Perhaps we can't leave now. With my injuries, even if I fly, I'll only be a little faster than the Middle Heaven Palace. As for Gu Hai, His Holiness has His Holiness? Ah. Who would have thought that my life would be ruined by Gu Hai? An empire? An empire. Great Emperor Shiyu looked unwillingly at the Great Slaughter Sacred Lord who was gradually flying closer. Your Majesty, do you still remember why Chang family, Mo family and Qin family swore to follow your Majesty? Qin Yun looked at Shiyu the Great. Cough cough cough. Qin Yun, what are you trying to say? Shiyu the Great looked at Qin Yun as he covered his injuries. I still remember that before Day One was established, your Majesty was thirsty for talents. Your Majesty even spent all his efforts to bribe the three of us. Your Majesty even risked his life to save our three families. That's why our three families are so loyal to your Majesty. Back then, when your Majesty saved Chang Sheng, old man Mo once lamented, "Sigh, we will die because of your Majesty sooner or later." At that time it was still the Day One dynasty. I didn't understand what old man Mo meant. Now I understand. Your Majesty treated us with sincerity and risked his life for us. You didn't just buy our hearts, you bought our lives. Old man Mo worked hard for you until he died. Even before he died, he was working for you, exhausting his mind and body, exhausting his mental and physical strength until he died of exhaustion. Because your Majesty's kindness is greater than the heavens. Changxing died. Even though he knew that your Majesty had given up on him, he didn't leave your Majesty because he was loyal to your Majesty. To him, your Majesty's kindness is greater than the heavens. He wanted to use his life to repay the kindness. Now that he's dead, the kindness is repaid. Qin Yun sighed. Qin Yun, what are you trying to say? Shiyu the Great had a bad premonition in his eyes. Under the Ingo technique, your Majesty's strength soared, and the gap between us grew bigger and bigger. We couldn't keep up with your Majesty's footsteps. When your Majesty looked at us, it became more and more blurry. However, this old subject is still your Majesty's old subject. In the end, with my last advice, I hope that your Majesty of the past can come back. All the decline can be reversed. Your Majesty of the past, please come back. Qin Yun bowed to Shiyu the Great in an extremely solemnly manner. Qin Yun, what are you doing? Cough cough cough. Shiyu the Great's expression changed. 1,200 years ago, this old subject followed your Majesty to the holy mountain in the west. This old subject did not return empty-handed. Your Majesty, 600 years ago, this old subject was suddenly enlightened. Like what old man Mo said, kindness must be repaid. It is only a matter of time. Now, this old subject understands that the time for me to repay my kindness is now. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. What? Qin Yun, what did you say? Great Emperor Shiyu suddenly shuddered and seemed to have realized something. However, he saw Qin Yun suddenly sit cross-legged in the void. He clasped his hands and placed them on his feet. Like an old monk in meditation, he looked at His Holiness who was charging at him. An old monk in meditation? In the distance, Gu Hai's expression suddenly darkened. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Be careful, don't go over. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. His Holiness suddenly stopped. Gu Hai, we can't delay any longer. Quick, don't let Shiyu the Great escape. It'll be bad if he escapes. Takeshi Ryushin exclaimed. Be careful. Gu Hai shouted again. The Great Slaughter Saint Lord also held onto the life extermination saber with a guarded expression. What are you afraid of? You have His Holiness, but I have the heaven-splitting axe. Quickly kill Shiyu the Great. Takeshi Ryushin exclaimed. However, Gu Hai waved his hand. Suddenly, a large ritual array encased everyone. Qin Yun, could it be that you cultivated that? Are you blind? You're not blind? Shiyu the Great suddenly exclaimed, startled. I have closed my eyes for 600 years only for today to open them. Closed eyes world cleansing Zen. Your Majesty, take care. Qin Yun said solemnly. Solemnly. As Qin Yun spoke, he slowly opened his eyes. Closed eyes world cleansing Zen? A secret technique that burns the soul and perishes together with the enemy? Be careful. Be careful. Quick, be careful. Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed, his expression suddenly changing. Venerable Lun Yan's sudden loss of composure made Gu Hai realize that things were bad. Boom. The great Slaughter Saint Supreme immediately returned, wanting to protect the people below. Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, or a shadow. It is like dew or lightning. It should be observed as such. Qin Yun said slowly. As Qin Yun spoke, his eyes widened. The pair of blind eyes finally opened. When they opened a slit, a golden light seemed to emerge from them. This light was not large, but it strangely illuminated the entire world in an instant. In an instant, the entire world was encased in a golden light. As the golden light enveloped the world, Buddhist chants rang out. It was like countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. However, no one could make out what the scriptures were. There seemed to be many golden Buddha figures sitting cross-legged in the golden light behind Qin Yun. They opened their eyes at nearly the same time. Boom. The world of golden light instantly shattered. It was as though the entire world had shattered. Countless cracks surged out as a power that could destroy the heavens surged out from Qin Yun's eyes. One of the three supreme secret techniques of the Numinous Mountains Holy Land, the closed eyes world cleansing Zen. Long Sanchen exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. Rumble. Space instantly tore apart. Some of the cracks reached the ground below, instantly tearing a 5,000-kilometer-long trench in the ground. This was just the beginning. The horrifying might of the world-cleansing Zen charged at his holiness. Zhou Qianwu. Boom. In an instant, Zhou Qianwu's saber astral saber and the entire saber chi domain tore apart. The strong Zhou Qianwu could not withstand a single blow from the golden light in Qin Yun's eyes. The huge tearing force charged at his holiness's body. Roar. His holiness roared in pain. Even after releasing all the energy in his body, he still could not block this world-cleansing light. His body quickly disintegrated. Chapter 480. Qin Yun opened his eyes. The world-purifying light tore through everything. The shock waves swept out in all directions, instantly tearing apart countless mountains and rivers. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the heaven-opening axe and his holiness. Buzz. The tearing force charged at the heaven-opening axe. The heaven-opening axe hummed and released a grayish-white light, blocking a portion of the tearing world-purifying light. However, no one could control it in the end. It could not counterattack, only block. On the other side, the strongest Zhou Tian 5 could not do anything. His holiness drove his energy with all his might, and his body quickly disintegrated. His flesh and blood slowly dissipated under the world-purifying light. Roar. His holiness let out a pained roar. The ordinary people in the ritual array and the floating island Gu Hai were unshook as though they would be torn apart in the next instant. Rocks and dirt soared into the air from the already ruined Chaoga city. On the floating island, the expressions of Takashi Ryushin and Long Sanchen changed. The closed eyes world-purifying Zen? How can Qin Yun know one of the three supreme secret techniques of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land? Long Sanchen showed an unsightly expression. Treasure, please break the enemy. Panic flashed in Takashi Ryushin's eyes as he controlled the heaven-opening axe with all his might. The heaven-opening axe only moved forward, not charging at Qin Yun. At this moment, no one dared to leave the area protected by his holiness and the heaven-opening axe. This was because everything outside had been torn apart, thoroughly torn apart. Venerable Lun Yan, what is the closed eyes world-purifying Zen? Gu Hai looked anxiously at Venerable Lun Yan. Venerable Lun Yan smiled bitterly. The closed eyes world-purifying Zen is the strongest secret technique of the future Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land. This is a Zen cultivation technique. When one closes their eyes, they accumulate boundless energy, accumulating it in their eyes at all times. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. The more time passes, the more energy they accumulate. From the moment they start cultivating this cultivation technique, they will not open their eyes. After countless years, he will open his eyes again. This time he will release all the power he has accumulated over countless years. This release requires him to burn his soul and lifespan. It is a suicidal technique. However, this suicidal technique is extremely powerful. It is so powerful that very few people in the world dare to face it head-on. The next time he opens his eyes, it will be the last time he opens his eyes. Those who cultivate Buddhism are all freaks. Gu Hai said in shock. Freaks? Ah. Mr. Good, you might not know this, but Qin Yun has only accumulated for 600 years. Furthermore, he does not have a Buddhist physique. He cannot bring out this cultivation technique. Rumor has it that the future Buddha of the Spirit Mountain's Holy Land has not opened his eyes since he was born. He started cultivating this cultivation technique, Venerable Lun Yen said bitterly. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. However, he was not in the mood to care about the future Buddha of the West. Instead, Qin Yun was already so horrifying that no one could do anything about him. Your Majesty, quickly leave. Qin Yun's voice rang out. Oh, Qin Yun, why did you cultivate this cultivation technique? Why did you cultivate it? Shiyu the Great's eyes turned red. Sooner or later, I will die for your Majesty. This old official wants to choose this kind of grand and spectacular death. Your Majesty saved this old official before, so this old official should return the favor. Your Majesty, it will end soon. Quickly leave. Don't let this old official's efforts go to waste, Qin Yun said bitterly. Shiyu the Great clenched his teeth, his eyes turning red. Ah! Shiyu the Great looked up and let out a deafening, sorrowful roar. Then his figure flashed as he shot into the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Shiyu the Great vanished into the horizon. Stop right there. Takeshi Ryushin suddenly shouted, his expression changing. How could he let Shiyu the Great escape after using the heaven-opening axe? Takeshi Ryushin's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, under the world-purifying light, no one dared to step out of the protective circle created by His Holiness and the heaven-opening axe. A single world-purifying light blocked everyone's path. Everyone turned anxious. His Holiness's body quickly melted, becoming smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, all his flesh was gone, leaving behind a skeleton that held up the life-killing saber and blocked everyone. At the skeleton's head was a red bead that emitted a scarlet light. It barely prevented the skeleton from collapsing. Gu Hai's chest soul avatar drilled into the red bead at the final juncture. The red bead formed a tiny space of its own. Inside it, there seemed to be billions of malicious ghosts letting out shrill cries. The chest soul avatar rapidly dodged the countless malicious ghosts. Ha 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 ha. Qin Yun let out a tragic laugh. The light in Qin Yun's eyes dimmed as it gradually faded. Ka-cha. The great slaughter sacred being skeleton completely turned into dust and vanished into thin air. Swoosh. The red bead plummeted. However, the world-purifying light had also dissipated. The destructive might shattered the land into countless pieces, sending soil into the sky. The sky turned gray and hazy. Qin Yun sat cross-legged high in the sky. In an instant he seemed to age immeasurably. As he looked at the floating island where Gu Hai was, he revealed a faint smile. He seemed to be on the brink of death. He closed his eyes and plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! Chang Ming and Takeshi Ryushin soared into the sky at nearly the same time. Takeshi Ryushin grabbed heaven-splitting axe and chased after Shiyu the Great. However, Chang Ming held Qin Yun back. Uncle Qin. Chang Ming said bitterly. That kid from the Chang family? Has His Majesty already left? Qin Yun said weakly. Shiyu the Great has already escaped. Chang Ming said bitterly. It's good that he's gone. My Qin family no longer owes him anything. It's great to be able to open my eyes and see the world. Qin Yun revealed a smile as he slowly fell silent. Uncle Qin. Chang Ming shouted with a complicated expression. However, Qin Yun's body withered and aged. Finally, he lost all signs of life. Gu Hai had already arrived in front of him. Your Majesty. Qin Yun is dead. Chang Ming said bitterly. Gu Hai looked at Qin Yun's corpse and pondered for a moment. Bury him with your father's cenotaph. After all, they have known each other for so many years. Yes. Chang Ming said gratefully. After all, Qin Yun was the one who spoiled the emperor's plans. He even destroyed the emperor's treasures and killed His Holiness. The emperor should be angry with him. However, the emperor did not seem to care. Qin Yun was dead and Shiyu the Great escaped. The Han dynasty's crisis seemed to have been resolved. However, the Han royal dynasty's losses this time were too great. They lost 5 million zombie soldiers and the great slaughter sage lord's corpse. Gu Hai landed on the ground and slowly picked up the life-extinguishing saber. The saber was still fine. After carefully putting away the life-extinguishing saber, Gu Hai reached out to pick up the red bead that His Holiness left behind. Mr. Good, don't? Venerable Lun Yen exclaimed. Huh? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lun Yen in confusion. That is His Holiness's sin. It is the slaughter sin Saraira. Don't touch it. If you touch it, the sin will descend on you and ruin your luck. Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. Slaughter sin Saraira? A Saraira? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Indeed. Unfortunately, this is a slaughter sin Saraira, the opposite of a Buddhist Saraira. His Holiness killed many people. Countless ferocious spirits have already turned into malicious spirits. Anyone that he killed will have their souls trapped in the slaughter sin Saraira. It is best not to touch it. Venerable Lun Yen shook his head. Oh, sin. Malicious spirit? Guhai narrowed his eyes and reached out to pick it up. The nearby Long Sanqian revealed a curious expression. He did not know why Guhai wanted to take this risk. Sin. Malicious spirit? To others, this was an evil item that should not be touched. However, to Guhai it was a great tonic. Xiaoqin reached out and grasped it, and it was immediately absorbed by his dantian. The surging sin immediately entered the karmic transformation pool in his dantian. Then, the great compassion poem of heaven and earth circulated quickly, transforming it. Soon, the surging sin and malicious spirit turned into heaven replenishing energy that surged out of the heaven replenishing pool. The chess soul clone was freed, returning to Xiaoqian's forehead space. When Guhai put away the slaughter sin Saraira, Venerable Lun Yen smiled bitterly. Venerable Lun Yen had already suggested it, but Guhai was still unwilling. However, there was nothing Venerable Lun Yen could do. The heaven replenishing energy surged in Guhai's body as he slowly picked up the pieces of the bloody hell saber. Mr. Good, this bloody hell saber is already completely broken. What is the point of picking it up? How unfortunate. Long Sanqian sighed softly. As Xiaoqin picked up the pieces, the bloody hell saber had indeed lost its previous might. The spiritual energy in it had completely dissipated. Now it was as useless as scrap metal. Although the heaven-splitting axe broke the bloody hell saber, it is still an incredible treasure. I'll study the material and try to see if I can replicate it. Guhai explained. Alright then. However, I hope Mr. Good is not too disappointed. I once heard that the bloody hell saber's birth was a coincidence. It was born for the killing Tao for His Holiness. Now that His Holiness is dead, he will never be able to refine the bloody hell saber again. Long Sanqian sighed softly. Guhai nodded and ignored Venerable Lun Yen. Instead, he continued searching. Soon he found all the pieces of the bloody hell saber. Boom. In the distance, Takeshi Ryushin suddenly flew over while holding the heaven-splitting axe. Jianghu of Silla, have you caught up with Shiyu the Great? Guhai asked. Unfortunately, he escaped. But it doesn't matter. My Daqian army is about to set foot on Daewon's territory and will arrive at Dadu City in a few days. At that time we can kill Shiyu. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Guhai nodded and looked at the heaven-splitting axe in Takeshi Ryushin's hand. Jianghu of Silla is holding this heaven-splitting axe. Aren't you afraid that the experts in the world will be jealous of you? One had to know that when Hui was born and the red sun rose to the sky, Tai Yi, Tong Tian, and Shiyu were all fighting over it from a distance. Now, no one was jealous of the number one treasure in the world? Guhai, you worry too much. Do you think that the experts in the world don't know about the battle just now? Takeshi Ryushin laughed. You mean that Tai Yi also knows? Guhai narrowed his eyes. Solar God Palace, Wansho Taoism, Spiritual Mountain Holy Ground, I dare say that they all saw the battle just now. This is the heaven-splitting axe, the number one treasure in the world. However, no one would dare to steal it because this is His Holiness's treasure. As long as His Holiness is alive, no one in the world dares to touch His Holiness's things. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. Guhai was surprised. Okay, Shiyu the Great has already fled, so we should also go. Several months ago, the 5 factions attacked the Daqian. Now is the time for my Daqian to strike back. His Holiness said that if the Dahan wants to make a move, you are allowed to ally with the Daqian. Takeshi Ryushin said solemnly. The Daqianshing said this? Guhai asked in surprise. Takeshi Ryushin glanced at Guhai with a complicated expression and nodded. At this moment, the Long Sanqian ordered his subordinates to quickly maneuver the airship in front of Takeshi Ryushin. Takeshi Ryushin stepped onto the airship and shot into the distance, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty. A group of officials approached with mixed feelings. This emperor needs to enter seclusion immediately. You all immediately pacify the people and clean up the area. Guhai ordered. Yes. The group of officials responded. Guhai quickly flew to a palace on the floating island. Quang. The doors to the palace closed and Gu Hai began to enter seclusion. There was too much sin in the transformation pool, and too much of it turned into heaven replenishing energy. There was so much that it was about to overflow. Gu Hai did not dare to hesitate and immediately poured the surging heaven replenishing energy into the bloody hell saber fragment. Chapter 481. While in seclusion, Gu Hai's heaven replenishing force surged out. A large amount of heaven replenishing force rushed towards the bloody hell saber fragments. The heaven replenishing force repaired everything. The separated fragments of the bloody hell saber began to fuse together at an extremely strange speed. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 10 pieces. More and more pieces appeared. After a while, the fragments of the bloody hell saber were completely fused together. However, there were still many cracks on the surface. Cracks. The heaven mending power continued to mend the deep cracks, slowly mending them. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with joy. In his dantian in the transformation pool, the slaughter relic slowly rotated. Strands of slaughter quickly turned into heaven replenishing force. Originally, the heaven replenishing force was just enough to repair the bloody hell saber. Suddenly, boom. All of a sudden, the Saraira exploded, and all of the evil karmic retribution and evil ghosts inside erupted out in terrifying numbers. In the blink of an eye, all of the evil karmic retribution and evil ghosts surged out, surrounding Gu Hai. A surging aura erupted as countless malicious ghosts roared in Gu Hai's body. Gaga gaga gaga. I'm going to eat you. I'm going to drink your blood. You can go out now. Gaga gaga. I'm going to eat 10,000 people. The malicious ghosts roared fiercely. Oh no. Gu Hai's expression changed. His holiness had killed too many people in the past. There were too many malicious ghosts. The transformation pool did not have enough time to deplete them. These malicious ghosts had already rushed into Gu Hai's body, wanting to eat his flesh. Some even wanted to fly out of Gu Hai's body. Boom. The heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows suddenly suppressed the countless malicious ghosts in Gu Hai's body, making them unable to escape. The malicious ghosts could not open their mouths to eat Gu Hai's flesh. However, as they wandered around in Gu Hai's body, they made Gu Hai's flesh feel incomparable pain. Gu Hai endured the pain and quickly activated the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. The rolling malicious spirits and evil karma quickly turned into heaven-mending power. The heaven-replenishing power also surged out, but the bloody hell saber's speed of absorbing it was not obvious. The heaven-replenishing pool was already full, and a large amount of heaven-replenishing power overflowed as if it was going to be wasted. Life-Ender's Saber. Gu Hai inserted his hand into his chest and pulled out the Life-Ender's Saber. Cracks also appeared on the Life-Ender's Saber. At this moment, a large amount of excess heaven-mending energy surged into the Life-Ender's Saber. Immediately, the Life-Ender's Saber and the Bloody Hell Saber repaired at the same time. Unfortunately, there were too many malicious ghosts. Gu Hai's entire body was in great pain. The surging heaven-replenishing energy that Gu Hai refined still surpassed what the Life-Ender's Saber and the Bloody Hell Saber could absorb. More heaven-replenishing power? More than that? What to do? The heaven-mending pool was already full. Was there anything else that could fix it? Gu Hai's entire body was in pain, revealing a hint of bitterness. In the past, he had only complained about not having enough heaven-replenishing energy, but now he was complaining about having too much heaven-replenishing energy? Was he going to waste it like this? Just as Gu Hai was feeling anxious. Brr. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded in Xiao Chen's dantian. It was the purple dragon in the quintessential essence in his dantian. As the dragon roared, it opened its mouth and sucked. Immediately, surging heaven-replenishing energy surged into the purple dragon's mouth, and the purple quintessential essence started spinning crazily. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The quintessential essence in the dantian was condensed from spiritual progenitor. Spiritual progenitor was the ancestor of all spiritual energy. Spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was the most difficult quintessential essence to cultivate. This was because spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was too hard to obtain. Now, the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence was increasing crazily. Was it transforming? The great compassion poem of heaven and earth circulated quickly. Rumble. Surging heaven replenishing energy surged into the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence. The spiritual progenitor quintessential essence spun rapidly as if it was transforming. Heaven replenishing energy? It can even transform spiritual progenitor quintessential essence? Gu Hai said in shock. Boom. A loud sound rang out and a huge current surged around Gu Hai. When Xiao Chen's consciousness entered his dantian, he saw that the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence in his dantian had condensed into the shape of an embryo. Nascent embryo? Third child? Gu Hai said in pleasant surprise. The surging heaven replenishing energy finally did not have to be wasted. It quickly split into 3 parts. 1 part went to the life ender saber, 1 part to the bloody hell saber, and 1 part to the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence. When the spiritual progenitor quintessential essence appeared, it seemed to be accompanied by a sacred sound. A sacred sound rang out in Gu Hai's body, immediately calming down the countless struggling malicious ghosts. The pain in Gu Hai's body immediately lessened. The sacred sound came from Gu Hai's body. There was a soundproof formation in the hall, which prevented the cries of the countless malicious ghosts from spreading. However, at this moment, the sacred sound seemed to be unobstructed, strangely spreading out. Nobody could understand what this sacred sound was saying, but it was the sound of chanting that rang out outside the ruined Jianghu city in an instant. The common people and officials looked at Gu Hai's palace in shock. When they heard this sound, all the common people and officials seemed to comprehend something. They could not help feeling calm and serene, and they felt like worshipping. Whoosh! Multicolored lights immediately appeared in the sky, rushing to Gu Hai's palace. The multicolored lights created a gigantic 5-colored auspicious cloud above the palace. A large amount of spiritual energy surged in from the surroundings, heading for Gu Hai's palace. Your Majesty, is your Majesty cultivating? Countless officials asked with wide eyes. Naturally, there were Yuanying state cultivators among the officials. However, none of them had seen such a ridiculous scene before. Chang Ming and Zhu Lu goggled. Sacred sound? How can it be sacred sound? Venerable Lun Yen said in shock. Venerable Lun Yen, what is sacred sound? Chang Ming asked, feeling curious. I don't know either. However, such a heavenly appearance and heavenly sound only appear when a sage reincarnates. Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling confused. A sage reincarnated? What is a sage? It is a sage. For example, the Tongtian sect master reincarnated, the Supreme Palace master reincarnated, and now the Buddha reincarnated. Only the reincarnations of these major powers would have such a heavenly appearance. However, why does Mr. Good also have such a heavenly appearance? Furthermore, he was not just born. Venerable Lun Yen said, feeling confused. Chang Ming also felt confused as he looked at Gu Hai's palace. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The surrounding ordinary people and officials bowed subconsciously. Inside the hall, boom. A strong energy surged out of Gu Hai's body again. The nascent soul in Xiao Chen's dantian broke open, and a purple nascent soul suddenly appeared. 12 colored lights surrounded the purple nascent soul, giving off a sacred feeling. At the same time, in the Fire God Palace, the Fire God carried the flame gourd on his back as he frowned slightly as he looked in the direction of his dantian. When the purple nascent soul appeared, strands of sacred energy flowed to the Fire God, making his body feel very comfortable. This allowed the Fire God to refine the flame gourd much faster. At the same time, a strong deterrence seemed to come from the Fire God Palace's dantian. This deterrence gave off an aloof feeling. This deterrence suppressed the Fire God. In the Water God Palace, the Water God was the same. At this moment, the speed at which he absorbed the ice mountain was also much faster. Similarly, the purple nascent soul also had a strong deterrence to him. The Fire God and Water God bowed slightly to the purple nascent soul at almost the same time, as if this was their instinct. The dantian was the head of the divine palace. The Fire God and Water God were gods, and the purple nascent soul was the divine king. The divine king's spiritual mother. The purple nascent soul grew bigger and bigger. Gu Hai's cultivation base kept breaking through. His holiness of great massacre had entered the Tao through killing. His sins were huge. Perhaps his holiness of great massacre was not the strongest, but his sins were unmatched. Even after absorbing so much heaven replenishing power, Gu Hai still had billions of malicious ghosts in his body. Gu Hai calmed down and tried his best to refine this evil karma. More and more heaven replenishing power was divided into 3 groups. They repaired the life ender saber, repaired the bloody hell saber, and strengthened the divine king's spiritual mother. Just like that, nearly 10 days passed. Finally, all the malicious ghosts and sins were converted. Only then did all the cultivation stop. Boom. A current surged around Gu Hai's body again. The sacred sound disappeared and all the auras calmed down. Outside, Venerable Lun Yan and Chang Ming looked at the hall Gu Hai was in shock. What did Gu Hai cultivate for the past 10 days? Why is there such a huge heavenly phenomenon? Furthermore, it was for 10 days? After 10 days, Gu Hai sank his consciousness into his body. The Fire God Palace and the Water God Palace were still the same. However, there was a change in his Dantian. The Divine King's spiritual mother's quintessence completely formed a nascent soul. The Divine King's spiritual mother's nascent soul was also the Divine King's spiritual mother. The Divine King's spiritual mother directly reached the third layer. The Fire God's fifth layer, the Water God's third layer, and the Divine King's third layer. Yuanying State's 11th layer? 3 nascent soul realm? Gu Hai opened his eyes. He clenched his fists. Boom. A current of energy surged out from his fists. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he looked at his hands. 5 orifices main technique, Dantian main force. Although it is only the Yuanying state, Dantian is the Divine King's spiritual mother's nascent soul. Although it is only the third layer, its strength should not lose out to the ordinary heavenly palaces. What a good Divine King's spiritual mother. However, the Divine King's spiritual mother is very difficult to cultivate. Who knows how long I will have to wait before I can increase it again. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. The heavenly repairing pool was still filled with heavenly repairing energy. However, Gu Hai did not intend to use it for cultivation. Be it the Divine King's spiritual mother, the Life Ender Saber, or the Bloody Hell Saber, they would not undergo any major changes because of this pool of heavenly repairing energy. Half of the cracks on the Life Ender Saber had disappeared. Gu Hai instinctively felt a sinister aura coming from it. Xiaoqun extended his hand and stabbed the Life Ender Saber into his abdomen, turning it into a rib and disappearing under his skin. Then he picked up the Bloody Hell Saber. The cracks on the Bloody Hell Saber were almost completely repaired. However, Gu Hai knew that it was the same as the Life Ender Saber. There were still hidden injuries that required a long time to repair. The Bloody Hell Saber is already dead. The Bloody Hell Saber no longer exists in this world. The killing saber that His Holiness cultivated for the purpose of killing all living beings? In that case, from today onwards you will be called Life Slayer. Life Slayer Saber. Gu Hai said as he looked at the Bloody Hell Saber. The blood-red Life Slayer Saber seemed to be very happy with its name. It vibrated excitedly. When Gu Hai repaired the Life Slayer Saber earlier, he also infused a strand of his consciousness into it. Just like when he refined the Life Ender Saber, he had completely refined the Life Ender Saber by the time he repaired it. Holding the Life Slayer Saber, Gu Hai cut his arm with it. Immediately, his blood vessels were cut open and blood flowed out. Then he placed the Life Slayer Saber where the blood flowed. The Life Slayer Saber seemed to have turned into a liquid state. It flowed along Gu Hai's blood vessels and fused with them. Then it flowed along with Gu Hai's blood vessels and flowed within Gu Hai's body. The Life Ender Saber will turn into a bone and heal in my body. You will turn into blood and flow in my body. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The Life Slayer Saber had completely fused with Gu Hai's blood. However, the wound from earlier strangely healed in the blink of an eye. After changing his clothes, Gu Hai carried the Life Ender Saber on his back and slowly walked to the entrance of the hall. The door of the hall opened with a loud bang. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.